An empire at its peak commanded an army that could conquer the world. Its absolute ruler, however, was obsessed with a singular goal: cheating death itself. He sent his greatest commander to find the secret of immortality, but the man never returned. With a grand fleet, the commander embarked on a perilous journey into the unknown. The ruler was certain the secret would be found, no matter the corner of the world he had to search. But empires fall and rulers die, and the commander was eventually forgotten by time. After an eternity had passed, a forgotten legend was about to reawaken. On a remote mountain, a lone figure quietly remarks, "It has indeed been a long time." He turns to a young boy. "Look, Asura, that is the Central Plains continent." With a weary gaze, he reveals his identity. Long ago, this commander left to find the secret of immortality. Asura listens silently to the commander's story, but the boy's patience wears thin, complaining, "I'm hungry, commander," only to be told to endure the moment. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, a desperate woman collapses, gasping for breath after a brutal fight. With her last ounce of strength, she looks up and pleads, "Lord, please run away." She cries out to her dying chief, who urges her to escape with the legendary demon-face sword. But it's too late, as her comrade is brutally torn apart right before her very eyes. Her terror is directed at the source of the carnage, a monstrous, shadowy beast emerging from the darkness. A horrifying multi-headed serpent erupts, its sheer power overwhelming the soldiers in a one-sided slaughter. The sheer scale of the demonic beast leaves a hidden observer completely stunned and frozen in fear. As men are thrown around like ragdolls, the overwhelming difference in power becomes terrifyingly clear. A lone warrior unleashes a desperate final attack, the wall-crashing slash, but his blade shatters instantly against the monster's impenetrable hide. He's caught in the beast's jaws, his face a mask of pure shock. The crushing force is absolute, ending his life in a single, brutal moment. All around, the massacre is completely one-sided as the demonic serpents tear through the remaining soldiers. A chilling laugh echoes through the carnage as the true villain is revealed. "You should have been less greedy," he sneers, mocking the dead for seeking the demon-face sword. But his gaze suddenly snaps upwards, sensing a hidden presence in the trees. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he remembers the sword's true nature. High above, the lone survivor realizes she's been found, trapped with the monsters below. A lone warrior flees desperately through the moonlit forest, her breath catching in her throat. But a chilling voice echoes from above, "Keke, do you think you can escape?" The Beastmaster hangs like a predator, two venomous snakes emerging from his collar. He drops from the canopy, a blur of purple descending to seal her fate. The world warps around her as he closes the distance with impossible speed. In a heartbeat, shadowy serpents materialize from the darkness, completely surrounding her. Her eyes widen in pure shock as the attack finally comes. The twin snakes lunge forward, their fangs poised for the kill. But in a stunning counter, she draws her blade and slices through them with a single, fluid motion. The severed heads fly through the air, yet the true monster has only just begun to play. But her victory was a feint, as another snake suddenly sinks its fangs deep into her wrist. She cries out in agony, the poison already beginning to take hold. Before she can react, the Beastmaster lunges in, his own fangs tearing into her neck. With a guttural roar, he hurls her broken body from the edge of the cliff. Her eyes roll back, life fading as blood spatters across her pale face. Her silhouette plummets into the vast, dark abyss below. She tumbles helplessly through the empty air, a forgotten casualty in a brutal world. Soon, she is nothing more than a speck vanishing into the unforgiving darkness. The scene shifts to a forgotten land, where ancient ruins lie dormant under the pale moonlight. As dawn breaks, a strange stillness settles over the crumbling stones, hinting at a power that has long been asleep. An ancient traveler sits atop a crumbling pillar, surveying the ruins of a forgotten age. He reflects on the transient nature of existence, muttering that everything in life is but a fleeting dream. Looking down at the desolate landscape, he figures other places must be just as worthless to visit. But a sudden glint of determination flashes in his weary eyes as his companion speaks. The boy points below, and when the old man asks what he sees, the answer is chilling: a human corpse. Without hesitation, the old man begins his descent from the high perch. "Let me have a look," he declares, his curiosity piqued by the grim discovery. He finds the broken body of a young woman and immediately kneels to check for any sign of life. Though she seems dead at a glance, he realizes she is still faintly alive, a testament to life's tenacity. Seeing an opportunity, he decides, "I'll treat this child and ask for some guidance." The old man ponders the situation, muttering, "Let's see," as he prepares a solution. From his sleeve, he produces a mysterious, ancient-looking talisman. With a sudden crack, he clenches his fist, crushing the artifact completely. The paper instantly dissolves into a swirling vortex of pure energy in his palm. This energy coalesces, hardening into a perfectly smooth, gray sphere. For this kind of injury, he reveals, dragon bone elixir would be best. The boy is stunned into silence, having never heard of such a legendary item. To explain, the old man begins a tale of the North Sea King's daughters, the mermaids. He recounts a time long ago when he was indebted to their king, and one mermaid fell deeply in love with a human. Feeling sorry for her, he admits, I performed surgery and turned her lower body into that of a human. He explains the elixir was a gift from the old Sea King, a legendary remedy that promotes the growth of new flesh. But Asura, more concerned with the story, asks if the mermaid lived happily ever after, only to receive a blunt no. The old man reveals the heartbreaking truth: the man married another, and the mermaid took her own life, leaving the boy utterly shocked. As the elixir works its magic, color returns to the woman's face. Her healing so rapid it's like a rebirth as her eyes begin to flutter open. She awakens in a daze, finding herself on the ground between the mysterious old man and the young boy who saved her. But a sudden memory hits her, and she jolts upright with a cry of pure panic, her peaceful recovery shattered. Demon-face sword! She screams, her eyes wide with terror as she desperately searches for the lost weapon. Her frantic gaze lands on their wrecked cart, the supplies scattered and broken across the ground. Asura questions the name while the old man realizes her panic is over a specific blade she was clearly protecting. Ignoring them completely, she frantically rummages through the wreckage of the cart, desperate to find what was lost. The old commander greets her calmly, while Asura eagerly offers to help find the missing item. But the woman just stares back, her eyes wide with a silent, desperate panic. Looks like you had a nightmare, the commander says gently, trying to soothe her. Suddenly, she lunges past a shocked Asura, screaming, You thieving bastards! Give me back my sword! The boy is left stunned on the ground, as she continues her frantic search across the grassy ruins. From afar, the commander calls out, asking if she's found it yet across the vast, empty landscape. No matter how hard I look, I can't find it. She cries out in utter desperation. In a shocking turn, she grabs the old man by his robes, threatening, If you don't want to see your commander die, find it quickly. Her grip tightens as she gives a chilling ultimatum. I'll give you 10 more minutes if you don't find it. The old man's life is over. Asura explodes with rage, shouting, I can't believe this. This is how she repays us for saving her? Asura finally finds the missing object hidden in the tall grass near their horse. Here, he shouts, holding up the wrapped blade. Is this sword-like thing what you're looking for? Overwhelmed with relief, she breaks down in tears while Asura finishes tying the commander, still wary of her betrayal. With the crisis averted, the unlikely group packs their cart, ready to leave the desolate ruins behind. The old commander sighs, eager to escape the bad memories of this place forever. As they travel, she quietly secures the precious sword to her back, the tension finally easing. But then she breaks the silence with a sudden firm request. Take me to Chiamu Valley, please. The commander turns around, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. She calmly repeats her destination, a place that clearly holds a terrifying significance for the old man. A strange power flares in his eyes as he asks in a deathly whisper, What did you just say? Get off now, Asura yells, trying to shove the old man from the cart as the woman watches silently. But a sinister laugh suddenly echoes from the empty sky, stopping them cold. A strange figure then plummets from the heavens, landing with a thunderous crash right in their path. Hanging upside down from a tree, the bizarre man taunts them, revealing that a dangerous figure named Sajun is hunting them. The woman looks up in pure shock, realizing with horror that she knows this man. Asura wonders if it's a talking monkey, but the commander dryly points out that it's a person wearing shoes. The strange man leaps to the ground, demanding they get off as the commander dismisses him. Enraged by their casual dismissal, he stomps towards the cart, shouting, Hey, you two! His face twists into a vicious sneer as he threatens to feed them to a snake. The commander and Asura can only stare back in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden deadly threat. Asura asks for permission to teach the man a lesson, and the commander calmly replies, Go ahead. But before he can move, the pursuer vanishes in a flash, leaving them both stunned by his incredible speed. The pink-haired woman steps forward, determined to hold him off so the ordinary people can escape. The commander and Asura can only stare back, completely baffled by her underestimation of them. Believing them to be helpless, she prepares for a desperate last stand, her fighting spirit flaring. She grips her injured arm, wishing she could borrow the power of the divine sword to buy them more time. Suddenly, Asura shoves her aside, shouting, Move aside, as he steps between her and the unseen threat. The commander gave me permission, he states coldly, so don't cut in line. Furious, she screams at him for not running, believing his foolish bluff will get them all killed. But her rage instantly turns to pure, unadulterated shock as she witnesses a power she never thought possible. The pursuer staggers back, muttering in disbelief. The demon face sword? Asura looks back, completely confused by the sudden silence. But a far greater threat emerges, a monstrous purple-skinned warrior standing atop a colossal serpent. From the treetops, the Beastmaster and his multi-headed serpents loom over the tiny group below. Asura looks up, realizing the threat of being swallowed by a snake was deadly serious. The Beastmaster grins with malice, promising, "I'll make you die in hellish agony." With a single command, he unleashes his slithering beasts upon the boy who dared to defy him. Yet Asura doesn't even flinch, spitting on the ground in a show of absolute contempt. He tightens his grip on his weapon, his eyes burning with focus as he prepares to meet the attack. And with a single, earth-shattering swing, he unleashes a wave of force that blows the massive serpent away. Asura stumbles back, having thrown his only weapon at the massive serpent. His companions look on in utter disbelief, shocked by his reckless move. "What are you doing, you brat?" the pink-haired fugitive screams, furious at his apparent sacrifice. She knows that without that specific sword, piercing the monster's scales is impossible. But the Beastmaster's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the legendary weapon, the demon face sword. Meanwhile, the fleeing survivor looks down, confused, as she now holds the boy's blade. She realizes he didn't throw the divine sword away, he threw his own sword to her. Enraged by the trick, the Beastmaster commands his monster, "Hurry up and eat him." But Asura stands unfazed, calmly unwrapping the true prize he now holds in his hands. The legendary demon face sword awakens, glowing with an ancient, terrifying power. What? Asura thinks, as the legendary sword erupts with a blinding power he can't possibly control. The old commander simply watches, his expression unreadable, as if this impossible event was somehow expected. The pink-haired fugitive realizes the impossible truth, whispering, "The demon face sword is reacting to him." The Beastmaster's arrogance shatters completely, replaced by the cold sweat of pure, unadulterated terror. As he draws the blade, a torrent of ancient energy surges forth, a power meant for gods, not boys. In a blinding flash of blue light, he closes the distance instantly, becoming a blur of pure destructive energy. The massive serpent's attack is stopped dead, its jaws frozen mid-lunge by an invisible, overwhelming force. His ultimate weapon is rendered completely useless, and the Beastmaster can only stare in utter disbelief. But the untamed power is too much, and a violent backlash of dark energy sends Asura flying backwards. His companions can only watch in horror, their brief moment of hope instantly turning to absolute despair. With a single, impossible leap, Asura carves through the monstrous serpent, ending the fight in a shower of blood. The pink-haired fugitive can only stare in utter disbelief, her mind unable to process the scene before her. "I like this sword," he whispers, realizing he is the weapon's true master. But from the shadows, the mysterious pursuer watches this impossible display, reconsidering his next move. Asura isn't finished, focusing his will and drawing even more raw power from the ancient blade. A torrent of untamed energy erupts, a force far too great for any mortal boy to possibly control. "The sword, it got bigger," his companion gasps, watching the weapon itself begin to transform in his hands. He struggles under its immense weight, the raw power threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. The Beastmaster's arrogance is completely shattered, replaced by the primal fear of a predator who has just become the prey. Defeated and broken, he can only pant on the ground, knowing he stands before a power that defies all logic. The Beastmaster stares in shock as Asura stands panting over the colossal serpent's corpse. But the boy gasps for air as the legendary sword begins to crack and crumble in his hands. With a final flash, the demon face sword shatters into nothing, its immense power completely exhausted. Asura can only stare at his empty hands, utterly bewildered as he whispers, "No, my eyes are deceiving me." Suddenly, his companion erupts in fury, screaming, "You idiot! That was a one-time use sword. I'll kill you right now," she rages, barely restrained by the old commander. On the ground, the defeated Beastmaster slowly processes this unbelievable turn of events. His terror instantly melts away, replaced by a wave of crazed, maniacal laughter. "I survived because of your stupidity," he roars, realizing his opponent is now completely powerless. Rising on another monster, he sneers that the joke is over and commands his children to finish them. "Avenge your brothers," the Beastmaster roars as his serpent coils around the now defenseless boy. "It's hopeless now," the pink-haired girl cries as the old commander grabs her, forcing a desperate retreat. He drags her away from the battlefield even as she screams and struggles against his unyielding grip. From their getaway cart, the commander reveals, "It's no use. That guy only listens to our words," leaving her stunned. In a rising panic, she grabs his robes and screams, "Then, old man, hurry up and drive." But he refuses to abandon his companion, firmly declaring, "This isn't working. My child is fighting right now. We can find his body later," she pleads, insisting they will all die if they don't leave immediately. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire area, silencing their argument in an instant. She instinctively clings to the old man for safety as the dust and debris settle around them. But as she looks back toward the fight, her eyes widen in absolute, unblinking disbelief. Asura, armed only with a simple spear, meets the charge of the monstrous serpent head-on. His strike is so powerful it smashes the beast's head into the ground, shattering the very earth beneath it. From the sidelines, the Beastmaster can only stare in disbelief, his mind screaming, "What?" But the monster isn't dead, lunging forward with its mangled jaw to swallow him whole. Asura shoves his spear into its maw, shattering its fangs in a desperate, last-ditch defense. The sheer force of the impact sends the boy flying backward like a rag doll. Yet, the serpent reels back in agony, its massive form bleeding from the devastating counterattack. The colossal beast finally collapses, its body coiling in its death throes. It thrashes violently one last time, tearing up the landscape as its life fades away. But just as victory seems certain, the jaws of another serpent snap shut, trapping the exhausted boy completely. Trapped within the serpent's jaws, Asura's eyes burn with an unyielding fire. A sickening crunch echoes from within as the beast's skull begins to fracture. The Beastmaster can only stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening. Suddenly, blood erupts from the monster's neck as the internal assault begins. The gash widens, tearing through scales and flesh as the boy's strength reaches its peak. With a final, deafening roar, the serpent's entire head explodes in a shower of gore. Asura emerges from the carnage, having forced his way out with nothing but his spear and raw power. Impossible, the Beastmaster thinks, his mind shattering at the sight of this monstrous child. His shock turns to pure rage as he unleashes his own terrifying aura. He launches himself through the air, descending upon the boy to end this fight himself. Asura barely turns as a thunderous impact obliterates a massive tree just behind him. The Beastmaster moves like a violet blur, his speed defying all logic. His attack misses its target, leveling a section of the forest with its sheer force. Yet the boy remains standing in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by his monstrous foes. Nothing but a loud mouth, he scoffs, completely unimpressed by the overwhelming display of power. His companions can only stare in disbelief, the old man fuming with comical frustration. Nearby, the mangled corpses of the two serpents he already slaughtered lay as a testament to his strength. The ground is torn asunder, littered with the splinters of ancient trees. From within the wreckage, the Beastmaster emerges, his eyes burning with pure, murderous rage. But suddenly, the shattered hilt of the demon face sword begins to vibrate and glow with a mysterious energy. As their journey continues, a solemn voice echoes from the wagon. "I am Seka clan's leader, Seksopyeong," the defeated woman declares, bowing low in submission. She begs for forgiveness, but the old man just wants to be left alone, shouting, "Now, if you could just let us go." To make amends, she offers to escort them to Cheonmu Valley, but he furiously rejects her proposal. Ignoring his protests completely, she calmly states, "Then I'll take that as a yes. I'll guide you." But a different, more powerful voice cuts through the argument. "I'll say it again." Asura lays down his terms, asking, "You're only accompanying us as far as Cheonmu Valley, right?" He makes it clear that once they arrive, they will immediately go their separate ways without any fuss. He then adds a stern warning not to cling to them, shocking the old man with his bluntness. Enraged by the accusation, Sopyeong erupts. "You broke the demon face sword, and you're worried I'll cling to you?" The old man tries to make excuses for the boy's harsh words, but Asura cuts him off with a cold, "You shut your mouth." Sopyeong tries to lighten the mood. "All right then, let's set off cheerfully," as their tense journey through the forest begins. Their small carriage continues its lonely trek through the vast, winding valley, the argument still hanging in the air. But Asura's thoughts remain grim, silently warning her, "But if you really change your words later, seriously." Meanwhile, at the site of their last battle, a new group discovers the carnage. 3 massive serpents, slain and left to rot. They find the legendary demon face sword lying shattered in the grass, evidence of an unbelievable fight. A mysterious warrior confronts the defeated Beastmaster, asking in disbelief, "Those people did this to you, and broke the demon face sword?" The battered Beastmaster can only stammer in confirmation. That's right. His hooded companion ponders the sheer power involved, wondering, to think they broke a treasure of the world, just how brutal must they be? The warrior then poses a critical question, suspecting a connection to a powerful clan. Is there a possibility they were companions of Seok-So-myung? The Beastmaster desperately insists. From what I saw, they were definitely not companions. The warrior coldly processes this information, his hand resting on the defeated creature's shoulder. Having heard enough, he simply states, I get it. Suddenly, the Beastmaster chokes in agony, his own hand clenching his throat. His entire body begins to dissolve into a violent swirl of dark purple energy. The warrior watches impassively as the life force is brutally extracted from his informant. With the interrogation over, he quickly discovers their trail, cartwheel tracks. He follows the path, realizing they lead towards Hwangmak Mountain. But just as he's about to leave, a sinister presence erupts from the dissipating energy. A new, far more terrifying figure emerges from the Beastmaster's remains, revealing the true nature of these pursuers. The white-haired warrior questions the newly formed entity, asking if absorbing someone grants their abilities. The creature confirms this is true but admits that without living test subjects, its full potential is unknown. Unfazed, the warrior dismisses the thought, his focus shifting back to the mission at hand. Let's deal with that suspicious pair and return, he commands, setting his sights on Asura's group. Meanwhile, at a secluded inn nestled deep within the forest, our heroes have taken refuge. But their peace is about to be shattered as a group of armed men approaches the building. An entire army of cutthroats and mercenaries has been mobilized, all converging on this one location. They completely surround the inn, cutting off any and all hope of escape for those inside. The front door bursts open as the leader of the gang storms in, his men flooding in behind him. But he freezes in his tracks, shocked to find his targets just sitting there, calmly waiting for them. The leader identifies his true target, Seok-So-myung, head of the Seok family. His men question if she has the demon-face sword, confirming she arrived empty-handed. They speculate the legendary weapon might be hidden in the carriage just outside. We'll find out soon, the leader declares, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. From above, the sheer scale of the ambush is revealed as dozens of warriors flood the inn. But the old man simply chuckles at the sight, completely unfazed by the overwhelming threat. He calmly defines Murim as a unique world, a place guaranteed independence from the imperial court. He then makes a strange comparison to the Papal States, a term that confuses his companions. Realizing his slip, he clarifies the difference, revealing knowledge from a world that shouldn't exist. Changing the subject, he casually slides a small pouch across the table to Asura, preparing him for the inevitable fight. The old man offers a gift, saying, Since you've explained things well, here's a gift. But as he speaks cryptically, Asura suddenly clutches his stomach in agony. With a thunderous crash, the boy's fist obliterates the table in a sudden, violent outburst. In that instant, the entire inn reveals its true nature, as dozens of warriors surround their now shattered table. Seok-myung leaps to her feet, her voice ringing with defiance as she demands, Who are you people? Her hand flies to her sword, the cold steel reflecting her resolve to fight against impossible odds. The leader of the ambush, however, simply tells her to calm down, his voice dripping with condescension. His subordinate then turns to the old man, warning him that it would be best if he stayed quiet. Getting straight to the point, the leader reveals their true motive. We know you have the demon-face sword. Seok-myung freezes, the chilling threat of a painless death echoing in the sudden silence. The ambush leader's eyes narrow, his patience clearly worn thin. I'll start by cutting off one of your arms, he declares, as his men ready their weapons. His second-in-command turns, addressing the boy with a mocking title, Commander. But Asura's hands are already clenched as he asks, Can I teach them a lesson now? The old man calmly sips his tea, giving a single, chilling permission. Go ahead. The attackers are stunned by their sheer audacity, muttering these guys in disbelief. The subordinate makes a fatal mistake, grabbing the boy by his collar, only to be met with utter shock. In an instant, the man's face contorts in agony as a devastating blow lands. A shockwave erupts from Asura, sending the man and nearby tables flying across the room. The entire ambush is thrown into chaos, as bodies and debris are blasted away in a completely one-sided assault. The entire inn explodes into chaos as bodies are sent flying from a single, devastating blow. Asura casually rubs his eyes, completely unfazed by the carnage he just unleashed. Suddenly, the pink-haired warrior, Seok-So-myung, grabs his scarf, trying to pull him back from the fight. The remaining thugs stare in horror at their leader's ruined face, unable to comprehend the boy's power. Enraged and humiliated, their leader screams in absolute fury, He abandons all reason, roaring, "Kill them all, whether they have the demon face sword or not." But this only excites Asura, who grins with bloodlust, declaring, "That's more like it." Seeing the situation escalate, Seksopyeong draws her sword, deciding she has no choice but to fight. However, the old commander calmly stops her, ordering, "Young lady, just sit down." He then sips his tea, explaining with chilling calm that Asura hates it when his fights are interrupted. In a single explosive moment, Asura annihilates every ambusher in the room. The force of his power erupts from the inn, shattering the entire building. Just then, two new pursuers arrive on the scene, questioning the sudden destruction. The masked warrior and his hooded ally stare intently at the chaos before them. Back inside, the aftermath is clear, a completely one-sided slaughter with only one boy standing. Asura remains amidst the carnage, his battle lust finally satisfied for a moment. But while Seksopyeong is frozen in shock, the old commander simply continues his meal. She can't comprehend the level of power that just leveled an entire building. The newcomers, however, have found their prey, declaring, "There they are, the suspicious duo." Wasting no time, the white-haired warrior immediately launches his attack. Asura's eyes narrow as he senses the incoming threat, and he instantly moves to intercept, a blur of motion against the chaos. The masked warrior glares, his voice dripping with menace. "You broke the demon face sword, huh? Let's see if you really have that much power," he snarls, lunging forward with blinding speed. Seksopyeong screams a warning, but the old commander remains completely unfazed, still eating his meal. In a flash, the warrior's hand clamps down on Asura's head, seemingly ending the fight before it began. A cruel smile seems to form under the mask as he looks down on his captured prey. But even under immense pressure, the boy's eyes show no fear, only cold, calculating fury. Suddenly, a vicious slap echoes through the ruins as the hooded accomplice is sent reeling in shock. "You bastard!" he screams, flying backwards from a counterattack so fast it defied all logic. A single, explosive counterattack erupts from the boy, blasting everyone away in an instant. The masked warrior takes the full force of the blow, his body shattering under the immense impact. From a distance, the agile pursuer can only watch in absolute shock, his confidence completely shattered. Even Seksopyeong is left speechless, unable to comprehend the level of power she just witnessed. Asura casually dusts himself off, muttering with annoyance, "Where do you think you're putting those filthy hands?" In the blink of an eye, the entire room is filled with the broken bodies of their would-be assassins. Buried under the pile, the hooded accomplice can only manage a weak cough, his ambush a total failure. The lead attacker clutches his chest, the damage from that one strike proving far more than a simple hit. His subordinate groans in agony, utterly defeated and unable to move. The battle is over before it even began, leaving only three standing amidst the wreckage of a completely one-sided fight. Asura scoffs, dusting himself off. "I thought they were just passing guests." But a sudden noise makes him turn his head with a sharp, questioning glance. Behind him, the mountain of defeated assassins begins to stir with an unnatural groan. Their bodies start to melt and pull together, drawn by an unseen, horrifying force. Flesh and bone contort, merging into a single, writhing mass of despair. From the pile of broken warriors, a grotesque new monster begins to rise, fueled by their life force. It forms a massive, veiny arm, pulsing with stolen power and a thirst for vengeance. Yet, faced with this abomination, Asura's expression is not fear, but cold curiosity. The creature's single, glowing eye fixes on him, radiating pure malice. A chilling realization dawns on the boy as he calmly wonders, he grew larger by eating others? Asura points towards the abomination, his voice laced with disbelief. "Commander, is that?" The old man grimly sets down his cup, confirming with a heavy tone. "Yeah, I think so." He turns towards the creature, his voice echoing with a horrifying realization. It's absorption demon art, but his companions don't understand, forcing him to repeat the name of the forbidden martial art. As Asura questions the term, Seksopyeong screams it again, her eyes wide with absolute panic. She explains it's the technique of an assassin who absorbs his opponent's life force and strength, making it his own. As the monster looms, she reveals the terrifying truth. A master of this art gets closer to immortality with every soul they consume. Yet the lost commander simply scoffs at the claim, muttering with disdain, "Immortal, huh? Arrogant." A sudden realization dawns on Asura's face as an idea begins to form. "Perfect timing," he declares, demanding the seeds that failed to create the elixir of immortality. The monster's foot stomps down, shaking the very earth, and it towers over Asura, a grotesque mountain of flesh and stolen power. The lost commander remarks on its unnaturally inflated body while grabbing the seeds from Asura's hand. But Asura just grins, finding this hopeless situation far more interesting than he ever expected. The creature roars its intent to crush them all at once, charging forward with immense force. Asura's excitement only grows, a manic smile spreading across his face as he welcomes the chaos of the martial world. He shoves the old man aside, completely ignoring the immediate danger to focus on his insane plan. "All right, I'll show you how to use this," he declares, ready to test the failed elixir on the monster. Sek Sopyeong screams in terror, begging him to run while there's still time. But it's too late. As the horrifying face made of countless souls looms directly over them, the old man calmly opens the small pouch containing the failed elixir seeds. With a soft click, he reveals their contents, his expression unreadable. Sek Sopyeong can only stare, her eyes wide with a dawning, unspeakable horror. A vision flashes through their minds, a quiet inn, deep within a peaceful forest. But that peace is shattered as the building's roof cracks from an unnatural force inside. A grotesque, tree-like entity bursts forth, a nightmare of twisted wood and flesh. It grows uncontrollably, its roots tearing the entire structure to splinters in mere seconds. The scale of the destruction becomes clear, as the same event is seen erupting on a distant mountain. The monstrous growth continues to expand at an impossible rate, scarring the very heavens. It becomes a colossal pillar of damnation, a testament to the horrifying power they now hold. The vision ends, revealing the colossal, twisted pillar of wood that now scars the very heavens. From its impossible height, the world below looks small and insignificant, a testament to its unnatural growth. Standing at its base, Sek Sopyeong can only stare up in horror, whispering, "What the?" The old man sighs, lamenting how his quest to enhance the elixir of immortality created such an absurd thing. He tries to turn the disaster into a lesson, explaining to Asura how to use the seeds in an emergency. But when they look around, Sek Sopyeong has vanished, leaving them to wonder where she could have gone. She suddenly reappears before them, her eyes burning with a cold fury as she confronts you guys. Their argument is cut short as they spot a figure perched high in the trees, a silent observer. It's the white-haired warrior, the same man who ambushed them before, now looking down with cold intent. His face twists with rage as he vows from the shadows, "I will remember your faces clearly." The white-haired warrior reels back as a rock smashes into his face with a sickening crack. Asura casually lowers his arm, much to the old commander's absolute shock. "I was debating whether to capture you." The warrior seethes, but Asura just smirks. "Oh, I slipped." The commander grabs the boy, furious at his reckless decision to provoke such a powerful enemy. But the ambusher is already retreating, shouting a final threat. "We'll meet again soon." He vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving only a dagger embedded in a tree. Asura and the old man can only watch as their enemy disappears without a trace. In an instant, the dense forest swallows him whole, leaving an unnerving silence. "He's gone, Commander," Asura calls out from the wreckage of their battle. After searching the entire area, he confirms there's no trace, not even a hint of which direction he fled. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, a heavily fortified prison holds a dark secret. Its gates are guarded by soldiers completely unaware of the storm that is about to break. Suddenly, a bound Sek Sopyeong is violently thrown forward, utterly helpless. She crashes onto the cold stone floor of a cell as the gate clangs shut behind her. But a familiar face gives her a cryptic mission. "I'll be back soon, so keep it safe." Left alone and bound, her face burns with pure, unadulterated rage. Just then, a terrifying presence arrives at the main gate. The white-haired warrior has found them. His eyes burn with cold fury, promising a reckoning for his earlier humiliation. He gazes towards the heart of the fortress, his target now clearly in sight. And far above it all, a colossal mountain looms, hiding the true scale of the power at play. Asura hates relying on this creature's power, but the situation has become far too desperate. The old commander is resolute, declaring, "Given the situation, there's no other choice." He holds out a small pouch to the strange, masked horse, asking if it can track the child's scent. The creature snorts in confirmation, locking onto the trail with an almost human understanding. With a determined cry of "Let's go," they launch forward, the simple cart now a high-speed vehicle. The horse rears back, its powerful neigh shaking the very air around them. It explodes forward with a single, ground-shattering kick, unleashing its true nature. They become a blur, tearing through the dense forest at an impossible velocity. The world itself begins to warp and distort from their sheer, unnatural speed. Suddenly, they break the very limits of travel, entering a tunnel of pure light on their urgent rescue mission. They burst out of the light tunnel, space itself twisting around them. Asura's eyes widen, bracing for their sudden violent arrival. Their mystical steed hurtles through the darkness, pulling them toward their destination. They arrive at a massive, imposing fortress, the very place their friends are being held captive. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, the white-haired warrior reports to his superior. He recounts the boy's unbelievable deeds, breaking the demon-face sword and killing Sa-jun. Did I understand this correctly? Ju Hong, leader guest Wad asks with cold disbelief. The warrior confirms it all with a sharp yes, leaving his leader stunned. But the leader's gaze turns sharp, questioning why his intelligence chief barely escaped with a single hostage. I judged that reporting was a priority, he declares, justifying his retreat from a fight they couldn't be sure to win. Ju Hong's cold gaze reveals his displeasure despite his words. The white-haired warrior stands firm, awaiting judgment for his retreat. I understand you had no choice, Ju Hong concedes, seemingly accepting the report. But his attention suddenly shifts to the one person they managed to capture. He identifies the hostage as Seok So-myung, a key figure from the infamous Cheonmu Valley. The plan was to interrogate her, to uncover the valley's connection to these bizarre events. But Ju Hong's voice cuts through the room with a chilling command. Just kill her. His subordinate can only stare back in utter disbelief, questioning the order. We already have the demon-face sword, Ju Hong reasons. Is there any reason to delay? With her death, they will hold Cheonmu Valley responsible for everything. The white-haired warrior freezes, shocked by the sudden order to execute their only prisoner. But Ju Hong calmly explains his twisted logic, believing this act will draw out the mysterious boy. He considers the possibilities for a moment, his mind already set on a path of bloodshed. While there's an imperial order against military action, he reveals a terrifying loophole. It doesn't apply to rebels. He will use the demon-face sword as proof to frame Cheonmu Valley for treason, justifying their annihilation. We'll finish it before they can figure out our intention, he declares, his face cold and decisive. With his plan finalized, he calls out to his subordinates waiting outside the room. Call Chung Ma and Jak Wol, he commands, summoning his elite executioners. But meanwhile, hooves thunder through the darkness, moving at an impossible, otherworldly speed. A monstrous horse pulls its carriage through the night, racing against time to prevent a massacre. On a horse that flies through the night, Asura and the commander make their impossible journey. Their steed moves like a phantom, a streak of white against the lonely moon. They travel at a speed that bends the very light around them, racing against time. But suddenly, Asura's eyes snap open. He senses their destination is just ahead. Meanwhile, inside a cold stone cell, Sek Sopyeong is bound and defeated. She recalls her capture, seized alongside her companion in a swift, brutal ambush. One of her captors thinks back in regret. I was keeping an eye on him, but a moment of carelessness. In the present, Sek Sopyeong thrashes against her ropes, consumed by helpless frustration. But then, with an audible snap, the thick ropes binding her simply fall apart. Was the rope rotten? She wonders aloud, staring at her freed hands in utter confusion. Sek Sopyeong looks up, hearing a strange noise, her senses on high alert. She stares in disbelief as a horse, glowing with an otherworldly energy, phases directly through the stone wall of her cell. The impossible steed pulls a cart carrying Asura and the unconscious Lost commander right into the middle of the prison. Defying all logic, the entire carriage materializes inside the cramped cell, its momentum unchecked. The cart crashes down with a bone-jarring thud, the sheer force of its arrival sending her flying. Ouch, can't you land better? She yells. But Asura retorts that the reckless horse is to blame. Still reeling, she demands to know where they came from, while Asura calmly assesses their prison surroundings. We need to get out before Takyun loses strength, he urges, revealing they need a running start to escape. Outside, guards hear the commotion from within the supposedly secure cell block and decide to investigate the disturbance. But before they can even take a step, the entire fortress wall erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Asura stands alone amidst the ruins of the fortress wall he just obliterated. His eyes burn with cold determination, focused only on the path to freedom. The entire fortress is thrown into chaos as prisoners and guards stare at the impossible breach, wondering what just happened. Elsewhere, in a secret chamber, a far deadlier plot is unfolding. The ruthless leader Ju Hong addresses his most elite and monstrous killers. He poses a chilling question. Who among you will take charge of handling Cheonmu Valley? A scarred warrior named Cheong Ma steps forward, eagerly declaring, I'll go. He boasts his squad will exterminate every last rat in the valley within 10 days. But Ju Hong seems unconvinced, silently pondering the bold, 10-day timeline. Suddenly, another squad leader, Jak Wol, interjects, warning that Cheonmu Valley is far more rugged than they think. Jak Wol scoffs at his rival, claiming his squad is specialized for the treacherous terrain of the valley. Give me just 3 days, he boasts, and I'll wipe out everything alive in Cheonmu Valley. The scarred warrior Cheong Ma can only glare, his own bold promise now completely upstaged. Their leader Ju Hong calmly considers the audacious new timeline, murmuring, 3 days, you say. But before a decision can be made, a violent tremor suddenly rocks the entire chamber. The elite assassins are thrown into confusion, wondering what could possibly cause such a disturbance. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, a scene of absolute carnage reveals the source of the chaos. Guards stare down in stunned silence at a massive crater littered with the bodies of their comrades. The squad leaders rush to a balcony, demanding to know who is responsible for this impossible attack. The white-haired warrior delivers the chilling truth. Those are the ones I told you about, the ones who killed the ironclad warriors. As his friends yell for him to escape, Asura is pinned down, muttering, I want to go too, but they keep attacking. With no other choice, the cart begins to pull away, forcing Asura to abandon his post and sprint after them. But as he dashes across the broken earth, a volley of arrows suddenly rains down from the sky. One of the projectiles finds its mark, sinking deep into his back with a sickening thud. The unexpected pain sends a jolt of shock through him as he glances over his shoulder. He looks back in stunned disbelief, unable to process what just happened. A line of archers has appeared, ordered to keep their distance and simply shoot him down. Gritting his teeth in fury, he ignores the worried cries of his companions offering medicine. With a roar of defiance, he rips the bloody arrow from his own flesh. He then slams his staff into the ground, preparing a devastating counterattack that will make them regret ever showing up. The earth itself shatters, leaving a trail of broken soldiers and utter devastation in their wake. A single strike has turned the fortress courtyard into a wasteland of rock and dust. The shockwave rips through the fortress buildings, tearing them apart from the foundations up. Warriors are tossed aside like rag dolls, their screams lost in the roar of crumbling earth. There is no formation, no defense, only pure, unfiltered chaos as the ground gives way. The very land has been pulverized into nothingness by this impossible display of power. Amidst the carnage, the escape cart barrels through the newly formed canyon, its passengers clinging on for dear life. From the fortress walls, the commanders can only watch in stunned silence at the impossible scale of destruction. Their eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the power they've just unleashed. Sweat drips down the squad leader's face as he grits his teeth, demanding, where did they come from? From the ruins of his fortress, the commander screams, now, catch them! As the fugitives flee across the shattered landscape, he orders all available forces to capture them, dead or alive. With a furious roar, Ju Hong declares that whoever succeeds will gain control of Cheonmu Valley and the rank of deputy leader. His subordinates immediately accept the high-stakes mission, their loyalty absolute. The Empire's most elite assassins leap into action, determined to claim the incredible prize. But in the fleeing cart, the old commander is losing his mind with rage. I can't stand you, Sek Sopyeong yells, pummeling Asura for ruining their stealthy escape. As they argue, she frantically tells him to just drive the carriage and get them out of there. Suddenly, the old man notices something amiss, muttering, this box rolling around here. The group freezes as Sek Sopyeong holds up an ornate chest, realizing with horror that it's completely empty. The old commander stares into the empty chest, a flash of recognition crossing his face as he mutters, I know this. But a sudden hissing sound from behind them cuts through the tension, making them both freeze. They whip around to look inside the carriage's storage, their eyes widening in shock at what they find. A tiny red creature stares back, and Sek Sopyeong screams in disbelief, Salamander! The creature bolts, sending the entire group tumbling out of the moving cart in a chaotic scramble to catch it. It darts across the barren ground with unnatural speed, a crimson blur against the dirt. The salamander finally skids to a halt, pausing for a brief moment in the desolate landscape. It turns its head, looking back as if waiting for its pursuers to catch up. A foot suddenly lands right beside it, stopping the creature in its tracks. Asura gently calls out, Come on, salamander, realizing this is no ordinary prize. The tiny salamander stares up with an almost disarmingly innocent gaze. Let's go home together, okay? Asura pleads, trying to gently coax the creature. It lets out a soft coo, tilting its head as if agreeing to his request. Thinking he's won it over, Asura whispers, Yeah, good boy. But in a flash, a heavy thud echoes as Asura is slammed to the ground, completely caught off guard. Suddenly, a monstrous blade descends from nowhere, aimed directly at the now screaming creature. Asura's eye widens in pure shock, his pupil constricting as he witnesses the impossible. His companions can only watch from a distance, their faces frozen in absolute horror. A second thud rocks the earth as Asura lands, but the creature has vanished, leaving only a crater behind. He stares out at a landscape utterly annihilated, realizing the power he just witnessed was beyond anything he could have imagined. A scarred warrior grabs his chain, furious that his attack fell just short, muttering, "Tisk, it was a bit short." From afar, a voice seethes with contempt for the failed ambush. "You idiot." Enraged, the assassin lets out a battle cry, swinging his blade wildly at the escaping figures. Meanwhile, another squad of pursuers realizes their prey has already slipped past them. The reason for their impossible escape becomes clear, as a mystical horse with glowing eyes appears. It gallops with blinding speed, leaving the assassins in the dust. On its back, Asura desperately clings on, fleeing the chaos at full throttle. But behind them, the tiny salamander lets out a final, deafening shriek as its body begins to glow. It detonates in a blinding flash of golden energy, engulfing the entire landscape. The blast reveals a haunting vision of ancient, godlike warriors, hinting at a power beyond this world. The pursuing warriors are instantly vaporized by the blinding energy of the salamander's final attack. An entire squad of assassins is shredded into nothingness by the expanding shockwave. The wave of pure power scours the land, leaving only devastation in its wake. From a distant fortress, squad leader Ju Hong can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "This light." But their observation is cut short, as the blinding energy wave consumes even their high vantage point. The entire fortress is swallowed by a pillar of golden light, a beacon of absolute destruction. Miles away, the explosion crests over the mountains like a second sun, its power unimaginable. At the epicenter, the world itself seems to crack apart under the sheer force of the blast. The surrounding forest is instantly incinerated, ancient trees exploding into a firestorm of ash and embers. All that remains is a raging inferno, a testament to the terrifying power that was just unleashed. The world turns white as the shockwave obliterates everything in its path. A storm of pure power rips through the air, a force of nature unleashed. From above, the land itself is carved into a spiraling vortex of destruction. The blast leaves behind a colossal, burning scar upon the earth. An entire mountain range is simply erased, replaced by a smoldering, red-hot abyss. The very geography has been rewritten, with rivers now cascading into the fiery pit. Nothing remains but a perfectly circular wound on the planet, still glowing with raw energy. Miles away, survivors can only stare in silent horror at the impossible devastation. Asura and his companions stand frozen, witnessing the terrifying aftermath of the power they just fled. Suddenly, their mystical horse lets out a sharp snort, breaking the silence with a sense of urgency. The mystical horse suddenly collapses, throwing the entire group into disarray. Asura quickly reassures them. He's just asleep, exhausted from using spatial teleportation twice. Meanwhile, their pursuer clutches his head in despair, wondering how everything could have gone so wrong. The old man reveals an arrow in his shoulder, calmly stating, "I need the arrow removed." Asura braces for the pain, pleading, "Please do it gently, and apply medicine right after." The old alchemist recalls the power of his medicine, thinking how well the dragonbone elixir works. A violent flashback shows the elixir being used amidst screams and splattering blood. But their brief moment of respite is shattered as a spear slices through the air towards them. It slams into the ground just before them, a clear and deadly warning shot. A voice echoes through the canyon, declaring, "Stop right there. This area is off-limits to civilians." A voice booms from the mist-shrouded valley, "If you come any closer, we will attack. Turn back immediately." Asura bristles, ready for a fight, but Sek Sopyeong desperately yells, "Don't," trying to stop him. Instead, she lets out a sharp, piercing whistle, a signal that echoes through the canyon walls. Asura suddenly calls out, "Hold on a second," noticing something emerge from the fog. A lone figure walks towards them, a familiar face they thought they'd left behind. Asura scoffs, realizing the truth. "I bet they're going to beg us to stay and throw a feast." He complains bitterly about their traditions, knowing they show hospitality with overwhelming amounts of food. The old man chides him for his greed, telling him to just take what's offered and leave quickly. The woman finally gets closer, her purpose still a mystery as the group watches her approach. "I was a bit late," she explains. "I was convincing the Cheonmu Valley people who wanted to meet you." "A promise is a promise." "I won't bother you anymore," she says, forcing a smile as she prepares to leave. Asura and the old man simply stand and watch, their journey together seemingly at an end. With a final, heartfelt plea, she wishes them well, hoping to one day repay their kindness. She bids farewell to the mystical horse, Tachyon, before climbing into her carriage to depart. With one last determined look, she finally sets off on her own path into the unknown. The two watch her carriage disappear into the mist, leaving them completely alone once more. But Asura's patience has worn thin, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. "Should we just teach them a lesson?" he asks, sensing the unseen enemies lurking in the fog. Suddenly, they stumble upon a scene of devastation, their own carriage wrecked and their companion lying unconscious. The old man glares at a broken device, grumbling, "This old thing is really acting up," realizing their tracker is now useless. "But where did our salamander go, Captain?" Asura asks while eating his meal. He pouts, grumbling to himself, "I miss salamander. That's why I said we should seal it," the old man snaps, hurling his bowl in frustration. He then orders the boy to stop messing around and get ready to move immediately. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watches them from the shadows, sighing about their choice of pets. He remains hidden amongst the leaves, his gaze fixed on the bickering duo. Suddenly, a young master calls out to him, "Guard Jang, we've rested enough, let's move." "Is there something interesting over there?" the boy asks. But the guard just mentions seeing people in unusual outfits. The young master simply laughs, amused that his guard finds such a common sight strange. "If we want to reach Gihwalrim by today, we need to hurry," he says, leading them away. They needed to reach their destination before sunset, a goal that seemed to slip further away with each passing moment. The sky quickly darkened, bleeding from orange twilight into a deep, ominous purple. Night fell completely over the treacherous mountains, plunging the world into shadow. Deep within the woods, the young master and his loyal guard pressed onward through the gloom. The boy's face was a mask of fierce determination, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. But his protector was clearly unnerved, his expression filled with a growing sense of dread. They had entered Gwiwalrim, the forest of the dead that even seasoned warriors avoided, a place rumored to hide a legendary Taoist master with 108 magical abilities. "The rumors are nonsense. Let's turn back," the guard pleaded. But the boy simply screamed, "No! We might get lost," he warned, but his young master stubbornly refused to yield. The young master refuses to give up, declaring, "I won't turn back until I meet Taysen Jinin." His exasperated guard tries to reason with him, suggesting they return in the daylight. "If you want to go back so badly, go alone," the boy snaps, storming deeper into the cursed woods. But suddenly, they both freeze in their tracks, their argument forgotten. A colossal mountain shaped like a monstrous skull looms over them, piercing the night sky. Their confident trek instantly turns to wide-eyed, abject terror. The sheer, impossible scale of the structure leaves them utterly speechless. "Is Taysen Jinin real?" the boy stammers, his bravado completely shattered. In that moment, a figure blurs past them with impossible speed, kicking up a storm of leaves. Mistaking him for the legend, the guard screams, "Found you!" only for the figure to yell back, "Whoa, wait a moment, sir!" A deep, ominous rumble suddenly echoes through the dark sky, shaking the very ground beneath them. Then, a single point of light ignites in the distance, a silent warning of the chaos to come. That light erupts into a series of catastrophic explosions, tearing the mountain apart from within. The ground heaves and shatters as the chain reaction of blasts grows impossibly powerful. An entire forest is instantly vaporized, leaving behind a smoking crater of utter devastation. A shockwave of pure force expands outwards, flattening everything in its path. Trees are ripped from their roots and tossed into the air like mere twigs. A colossal pillar of smoke and debris mushrooms into the heavens, blotting out the stars. Shards of the mountain itself are flung for miles, a deadly rain of stone and earth. The world is consumed by a blinding white light as the final, continent-altering blast detonates. From the heart of the cataclysm, a monstrous golem of pure destruction begins to take shape. It solidifies into a mountain of jagged rock, crackling with raw, untamed power. But just as quickly as it formed, its massive body begins to shatter and crumble. Deep fissures spread across its form as the titan breaks down under its own impossible weight. The creature dissolves into nothing more than a cloud of dust and falling stone, and as the dust settles, a lone figure stands amidst the ruins, his weapon poised for battle. Asura's eyes burn with fury, ready to unleash his rage on whatever threat remains. But a sudden voice cuts through the tension, shouting, "That's enough!" The old commander steps forward, his calm voice a stark contrast to the boy's rage, ordering him to move aside. Now, the two stand alone in the vast, silent crater, the true nature of the enemy still a mystery. A voice echoes across the desolate crater, calling out a golem named Palos who refused its fate. The massive rock creature lets out a sigh, its body a mountain of stone before the old man. "I heard all the envoys had disappeared," the golem rumbles, shocked to find one still exists. The commander's eyes widen slightly, surprised by this creature's unexpected knowledge of the envoys. He calmly presses for information, asking, "Who told you that? Have you met any of them before?" But the golem simply denies it, standing firm before the two travelers in the vast wasteland. It explains its knowledge is merely second-hand, claiming, "The birds just passed on what they heard." A flicker of deep suspicion crosses the commander's face, as he processes this strange explanation. The golem's impassive stone body offers no clues, its true motive still a complete mystery. Stroking his beard, the old man ponders the puzzle of this ancient, talking creature, and its impossible story. A new challenger appears in the desolate wasteland, sneering at the two travelers. Any last words? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes through the barren landscape, shattering the tense silence. Asura simply glances back at the source of the commotion, completely unfazed by the sudden outburst. It's a young master and his guard, staring in horror at the skull-shaped mountain they call Taysen Jinin. The boy wildly accuses them, screaming that some crazy people have somehow killed the mountain itself. Enraged, he commands his guard to tear them apart while he inspects the damage. Asura and the old commander are left utterly bewildered by the sudden, baseless accusation. Without hesitation, the guard bursts forward in a blur of motion, targeting the seemingly weaker old man. But as he reappears behind them with his sword drawn, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. A spray of blood erupts as the commander takes the full force of the slash across his back. Asura watches in stunned silence as his companion is cut down right before his eyes. The guard stands triumphant, his attack seemingly successful in a brutal display of unprovoked violence. His young master screams in approval, completely oblivious to the monster he's just provoked. Well done, Asura thinks sarcastically, as the guard lies defeated in a single, devastating counterattack. The guard's final thought is one of grim acceptance, as expected. As his life fades, the young master's desperate cry of Garjang echoes in the silence. The terrified young master whimpers on the ground, pathetically admiring his fallen guard's swordsmanship. Asura calmly explains to the commander, "They attacked us out of nowhere, so I had to knock them down." But the old commander notices a bizarre detail, asking if both attackers are wearing shoes. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a colossal, ancient tree, as a voice reverently whispers, "Lord." Meanwhile, a young lord is gently woken by his guardian. "Lord, please wake up. It's morning." He groggily rises at the base of a colossal tree, shaking off a deep and heavy slumber. His companion urges him on, reminding him they must reach the rejuvenation spring by the end of the day. The lord complains about the late start, but his guardian simply explains he was sleeping too soundly to be disturbed. Now, on their journey, they walk along a high cliff path, hoping to find an inn for a meal. But back with our heroes, Asura looks over his shoulder with concern, wondering, will they be okay? The old commander calmly reassures him, revealing he only erased their memories of the previous day's encounter. With the matter settled, they turn back to their own path, ready to continue their journey. Elsewhere, a priceless artifact is revealed from an ornate box, the Ring of the Guardian that protects the celestial realm. A clan elder explains its divine origin, a treasure gifted to their first patriarch by a mysterious blue-eyed celestial. The young heir is promised unimaginable strength through the sacred ring, but his patriarch delivers a grave warning of the irreversible disaster it could cause. "Never use this treasure," he commands, "unless it is a task worth dying for." The scene then shifts, cutting across vast and misty mountains. Meanwhile, Asura and the commander continue their journey, passing a dead body on the road. The man's broken form is just another nameless casualty in this brutal world. The young heir's face is now etched with the weight of his new, dangerous burden. But for our heroes, there is no time to mourn as they leave the corpse behind. Their path eventually leads them to a sprawling, hidden estate. And inside, a simple chopping block waits, hinting at a harsh new trial. A heavily bandaged warrior, his body a roadmap of scars, relentlessly splits wood with his one good arm. His intense focus is broken by the arrival of the estate's master, whose eyes widen with curiosity. With his attendant in tow, the master approaches the stranger, offering a gesture of hospitality. On the tray sits a simple bowl, holding either a humble meal or a potent medicine. Over the food, the master speaks with animated gestures, sharing a story that captivates the stoic warrior. A rare, genuine smile finally breaks through the warrior's hardened expression. The master then erupts in joyous laughter, a bond clearly forming between them. Even the young attendant can't help but grin, warmed by the unexpected camaraderie. But moments later, the warrior's bandages lie discarded on the ground, his wounds having vanished. He stands, flexing a perfectly healed arm, his impossible recovery leaving his new friends completely speechless. Now, fully recovered, the mysterious warrior adjusts his robes, his gaze filled with a new, unshakable purpose. He watches a lone bird soar into the vast sky, a symbol of the freedom he's about to fight for. But just as he prepares to leave, a new, far more dangerous group of martial artists arrives. Their leaders face a mask of cold fury. They march into the estate's courtyard, their sheer numbers and disciplined formation creating an immediate, suffocating tension. The scarred leader's eyes burn with intensity, promising a confrontation that no one here is prepared for. Yet instead of drawing weapons, the entire group offers a formal, unified salute to the man they've come to meet. The warrior steps forward to face them, flanked by the two men who unknowingly saved his life. He glances back at the terrified villagers, his expression hardening as he becomes their sole protector. The estate master and his attendant can only watch in stunned silence, realizing they've welcomed a legend into their home. In a tense standoff, the scarred leader presents a formal document, his intentions still a terrifying mystery. The warrior accepts his fate as the estate master waves a reluctant farewell to the departing group. With a look of grim resolve, he turns to lead the procession away from the village he saved. They journey through desolate mountains, a silent army marching towards an unknown destination. But the young attendant, unable to let him go, desperately runs after them. The scarred leader halts the group, sensing the boy's frantic pursuit. "That's far enough, kid," he says, a faint smile playing on his lips. The attendant freezes, his face a mask of exhaustion and terror. He drops into a deep bow, begging to be allowed to follow the man he now idolizes. The warriors turn to leave, but the legendary warrior glances back one last time. His plea seemingly accepted, the boy runs with all his might to join his new master's journey. The young attendant is finally accepted, walking among the legendary warriors he so admires. Days later, he runs alone on a desolate mountain path, carrying out his first mission. The warrior he follows is a man with a dark past, his eyes filled with grim resolve. Back at the estate, the master's eyes widen in disbelief as he unrolls a shocking notice. It's a wanted poster for the man he sheltered. A murderer and fugitive with a bounty of 300 nyang. The scene shifts to the past, where the attendant was just a boy working in town. His job was to put up wanted posters, completely unaware of their significance. He even handed one to the estate master, neither realizing the fugitive was right under their roof. But after hearing a commotion, the attendant runs frantically towards the estate gates. He arrives just in time to witness a horrifying sight, his face frozen in pure shock. An entire faction of armed warriors blocks the path, their faces grim and determined. They surround the lone fugitive in the courtyard, confident in their overwhelming numbers. The estate master can only watch in absolute horror, his world crumbling before his eyes. Still, the warriors press forward, ready to claim their bounty. But the fugitive looks back with a heavy heart. I had hoped to leave at least one good relationship behind. His eyes narrow with cold resolve as he whispers a final, chilling apology. "I'm sorry, brother." In the next instant, blood erupts, painting the ground crimson. The fight is completely one-sided as the first bodies begin to fall. Soon, a mountain of corpses piles up, a testament to his monstrous strength. The once peaceful estate is transformed into a silent graveyard, littered with the remains of his pursuers. His consciousness drifts away into a sea of white orbs. The estate master lies broken and bleeding, dragged across the cold stone floor by the monster he once saved. Barely clinging to life, he can only cough up blood in his final moments. A single, agonizing thought consumes him. It's my fault. He remembers his rash decision to save a dying murderer, a choice that led to his family's slaughter. A memory surfaces of a mysterious box, a clan treasure presented to him long ago. With his last ounce of strength, he props himself up against that very box. Inside rests the Ring of the Guardian, a dangerous relic nestled on red silk. His eyes snap open with terrifying resolve as the strange orbs of light reappear around him. He recalls the patriarch's grave warning from the day he received it. Remember this well. A dying man remembers a solemn warning about a forbidden treasure, a power to be used only at the cost of one's life. And now, cornered and desperate, another warrior makes that very choice, fastening a strange relic around his neck. He gasps in shock as an unknown power floods his senses, his eyes blown wide with disbelief. The raw energy is too much, and he stumbles back against a heavy, bolted door. Through the wood, he desperately calls out to the one person he believes can help him. "Brother, I know you're in there," he pleads, his voice cracking under the strain. But his pursuers have arrived, standing over the bodies of his comrades and demanding he open the door. The scarred leader glares, his entire squad of killers ready to storm the building. He raises a single finger, a silent command or a sudden realization halting their advance. In response, a hulking brute with a massive hammer steps forward, prepared to shatter the door and anyone behind it. The brute swings his massive hammer, intent on shattering the door and his target within. But before the blow can land, the heavy door slowly creaks open on its own. The fugitive steps out with a psychotic grin, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Is it innocence or sheer stupidity?" he scoffs, moving faster than the eye can follow. In a blur of motion, blood erupts across the stunned faces of the vanguard. The entire squad collapses to the floor, slaughtered in a single, terrifying instant. The scarred leader and his remaining men can only stare, frozen in utter disbelief. But behind the killer, the doorway plunges into darkness as two malevolent eyes ignite in the void. A new, suffocating pressure fills the air, turning the leader's shock into pure terror. From the shadows, a true monster finally emerges, the brother he had been calling for. The leader and his men can only scream in terror, asking, "What is that?" A monstrous face of pure hatred emerges from the dark, roaring, "I'll kill everyone." Meanwhile, at another grand estate, a sudden explosion signals the start of a brutal, unrelated massacre. Inside, invaders mercilessly cut down the residents, turning the courtyards into rivers of blood. The leader of the raiders, a cold-eyed warrior, watches impassively as his men continue the slaughter. They pillage the estate without a second thought, hauling away treasures from the blood-soaked rooms. But then a new presence arrives, landing with a thunderous impact that shakes the very foundations. This lone warrior looks out, not at the massacre, but at a scene of impossible, crystalline destruction. The entire landscape has been shattered into razor-sharp shards, as if reality itself was broken. And from the center of the devastation, a new, even more terrifying monster begins to rise. The cornered warrior can only watch in disbelief, as his vanguard is instantly annihilated. His pursuers are left confused, seeing only a single man lying defeated on the ground. "What's going on, sir?" they ask, completely unaware of the danger they're in. Suddenly, an unseen force erupts, blasting one of their own through a solid stone wall. From the dust, the silhouette of a true monster emerges, a being of pure, unbridled rage. They scream to fall back, realizing the man they cornered wasn't the real threat. But it's too late, as a wave of killing intent sends them flying like ragdolls. The entire estate begins to crumble as the monster's power tears through the architecture. This isn't a fight, it's a one-sided extermination that consumes everything in its path. And in a flash of raw energy, the entire squad is brutally ripped to shreds. The monstrous energy from the slaughter finally settles, leaving only dust and silence. But high above on a rooftop, two figures have been watching the entire spectacle unfold. Their true target is a different kind of beast, a werewolf consumed by a singular, violent purpose. Standing over a pile of bodies, the creature howls in victory. "I found it!" Asura turns to his master, a confident smirk on his face. "That's it, right, boss?" The old man confirms their prize is finally in sight, the legendary Hellhound's collar. Elsewhere, the aftermath of another brutal fight leaves a trail of blood on the broken ground. The injured warrior collapses, coughing violently after unleashing his monstrous power. He's immediately surrounded by another squad, who are shocked to find him so vulnerable. But the look in his eyes isn't one of defeat, it's the cold glare of a cornered animal. The scarred leader screams in terror as a monstrous shadow with glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. A low growl escapes the beast's throat, its eyes burning with pure, unrestrained killing intent. In a horrifying instant, the leader finds himself trapped between the monster's massive, closing jaws. A sickening crunch echoes across the wasteland as the beast's attack lands with absolute finality. With the pursuers annihilated, the monstrous brother stands over the carnage, its rampage just beginning. It slams its fists into the ground, shattering the earth with a display of overwhelming power. But through the dust and debris, Asura holds his ground, his expression hardening with resolve. He steps forward, planting himself directly in the path of this new, unbelievable threat. With a deafening clash, the boy effortlessly parries a blow that should have crushed him instantly. Now, the child warrior stands alone against the towering beast, the true battle finally about to begin. Asura watches in disbelief, realizing the monster isn't even fully transformed yet. The beast's eyes glow with pure, inhuman malice as its power continues to swell. His brother screams a desperate warning, "If you don't stop now, you won't be able to return to being human." But the plea is lost as its eyes flare with uncontrollable rage, its mind already gone. Now, a massive werewolf-like creature, it lunges forward with terrifying speed. Suddenly, a dark energy erupts from the injured warrior, a painful link to his monstrous sibling. He collapses, screaming in agony as his brother loses the last of his humanity. The monster's fist clenches, now a weapon of pure, unthinking destruction. Yet Asura meets the attack head-on, his own small fist unleashing an impossible shockwave. The resulting explosion shatters the very ground they stand on, a testament to the boy's hidden strength. Asura stands calmly as the dust settles from the impossible shockwave, leaving the entire building utterly annihilated in his wake, while the warrior he just saved can only stare in wide-eyed, absolute terror. "Did I hit too hard?" the boy asks, receiving only a stammered "thank you" in reply. But his attention is suddenly pulled away by a new, unwelcome presence. An entire faction of warriors now stands before him, their leader seated with an air of authority. His men look ready for a fight, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Yet their leader is already frozen in a cold sweat, paralyzed by the boy's overwhelming power. "You're in the way, get lost," Asura commands, not even bothering to raise his voice. He then simply turns his back, walking away and leaving the entire stunned group completely speechless. The scene shifts to a building utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing but splinters and dust. Blood stains the wreckage, hinting at the brutal violence that took place here. With a final crack and boom, the last remnants of the structure collapse into ruin. Asura arrives, his back to us, surveying the complete devastation with a heavy silence. He walks through the rubble, his voice cutting through the quiet. "It's no use, give it up. If you take off the collar now," he pleads, "you can still turn back into a human." But his words are met with a horrifying sight as he discovers what lies within the ruins. Inside, a mountain of bodies lies piled up, a testament to an inhuman slaughter. The boy's eyes widen, the sheer scale of the massacre finally sinking in. Everywhere he looks, there is only death, the work of a monster that has lost all control. Asura's eyes widen in horror, realizing his plea was far too late. The Hellhound's collar suddenly pulses with an uncontrollable, blinding light. A massive, clawed hand covered in dark fur smashes through the wreckage. The transformation rapidly consumes him, flesh and bone twisting into a new, terrifying shape. A guttural roar tears through the air as its glowing eyes snap open with pure malice. With a deafening crack, the collar's ancient seal begins to shatter under the immense pressure. The last restraint breaks apart, unleashing a power that was never meant to be contained. From the ruins, a colossal, shadowy beast rises, its sheer presence dwarfing the lone boy. Now fully formed, the monstrous wolf surveys the destruction it caused, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Its glowing red eye locks onto Asura, promising a battle between monsters. A pair of eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the unfolding catastrophe. Meanwhile, two fugitives desperately flee for their lives, their pursuers hot on their trail. An entire warrior faction charges forward with killing intent, determined to capture their targets. Gasping for breath, the pair finally reach the safety of a walled estate, but it's already too late. They are cornered in the courtyard, hopelessly outnumbered and with nowhere left to run. But suddenly, a colossal shadow falls over them all, a presence that freezes the very air. The monstrous wolf, a being of pure darkness, leaps into the fray to protect its kin. It lands with the force of a meteor, obliterating the building and sending the warriors flying. Its glowing eyes lock onto the terrified men, promising nothing but a swift, brutal end. Their confident charge shatters into screams of pure terror as they face a power beyond their comprehension. The monster's paw descends, crushing the elite warriors like insects underfoot. Its claws tear through the air with unstoppable force, a blur of pure destruction. Men are ripped apart in an instant, their screams silenced before they can even register the pain. The battlefield becomes a canvas of blood and broken bodies as the one-sided slaughter continues. Watching from the sidelines, the man who summoned this beast can only stare in silent horror. The grim reality sinks in, as he's splattered with the blood of the men he doomed. He stands before the colossal shadow he calls family, a tiny, insignificant figure in its presence. His face contorts in pure terror as he realizes the magnitude of his mistake. He looks up at the monster, pleadingly asking, "You're my brother, right?" But the beast's cold eye gives no answer, and he can only think to himself, I was wrong." A final, desperate plea to be spared is swallowed by the monster's gaping maw. A sickening tear echoes as blood splatters across the battlefield. In mere moments, the entire pursuing faction is reduced to a gruesome pile of broken bodies. The colossal wolf howls, its hunger for violence far from satisfied. But just a few days ago, this same beast was a docile shadow, waiting patiently. Asura had stood before it, asking, "Now, can I take off the collar?" The moment the restraint was gone, the shadow erupted into its true, terrifying form. Its eyes now burn with nothing but pure, uncontrollable hatred. Asura watches the transformation complete, his expression hardening with grim resolve. The beast glares down, its voice a demonic growl. "You won't be able to return to being human alive now." Asura grips his staff, questioning the beast's choice. "I don't know if that was a choice worth making." The monstrous wolf responds with a deafening, savage roar, its mind completely lost to instinct. He looks on with pity, asking, "Can't you understand anymore?" As his elderly companion watches from a distance, the terrifying scale of the monster becomes clear. The colossal beast lunges forward, a wave of shadow and fury meant to crush the boy instantly. Its fangs drip with saliva as it closes the distance, a blur of unstoppable rage. But Asura meets the charge head-on, his staff stopping the massive jaw with impossible strength. In a flash, he pivots and strikes, shattering the beast's leg with a single, precise blow. The monster howls in agony, blood erupting from its maw as it reels back in pain. Asura gives it no time to recover, immediately pressing his advantage with another devastating attack. The sound of cracking bone echoes as his staff smashes into the beast's body, and with another devastating blow, he drives the monster back. The colossal wolf is sent tumbling across the wasteland, completely overpowered. It crashes to the ground, broken and defeated, its rampage seemingly over. Asura stands over the fallen creature, raising his staff to deliver the final, merciful strike. But suddenly, a blinding beam of energy erupts from the beast's body, catching him completely off guard. The sheer force sends him flying as the ground itself is torn apart by the raw power. In an instant, the beast vanishes, leaving behind nothing but a deep scar upon the earth within the estate walls. Then, from that very spot, a catastrophic explosion begins to swell, threatening to wipe out everything. The entire compound is vaporized in a blinding flash, a testament to the monster's final, desperate act. From a rooftop, the old commander watches the estate get obliterated, utterly baffled by the sheer scale of the blast. The shockwave hits with such force that even he is sent flying through the air with a scream. Dust and debris choke the sky, a silent testament to the absolute power that was just unleashed. When the smoke finally clears, all that remains of the entire compound is a massive, gaping crater. That damn brat, the commander thinks, his frustration mounting as he regains his composure on his horse. He laments Asura's inability to control his own overwhelming strength, a power that levels entire landscapes. Amidst the wasteland, the two finally reunite, standing in the center of the devastation they survived. Asura turns to face his companion, but he can sense that something is terribly wrong. The commander's body suddenly begins to flicker, his form becoming unstable and strange. Before Asura's horrified eyes, the ancient master starts to dissolve into nothing but black dust and shadow. Asura watches helplessly as his master's body crumbles into nothing but shadow and ash. The boy is frozen in shock, his mind unable to process the impossible sight before him. When the last speck of dust vanishes, Asura is left utterly alone in the wasteland, with only a single item remaining. On the ground lies the Hellhound's collar, the very artifact they had fought so hard to find. But just as despair sets in, a familiar figure emerges from the dust, surveying the destruction with a calm breath. "The collar?" the old man calls out, and Asura immediately points, shouting, "Here!" He asks about its previous owner, and Asura gives a chillingly simple answer: dead. The commander takes the artifact, his silence heavy with unspoken plans and ancient knowledge. He then places the collar onto a strange golden talisman, and it begins to dissolve into pure energy. The powerful item is completely absorbed, its essence sealed away into the mysterious cloth. The commander reveals a shocking truth. There are 3 collars for the Hellhound, only one left now. A horrifying vision flashes of countless bodies being consumed by an inferno. An entire fortress was turned into a massive funeral pyre, a testament to the collar's destructive power. Asura remembers the destruction, the flames still burning vividly in his memory. Back on their journey, he quietly tells the commander, "He thanked me." The boy explains the monster was relieved to finally be free from his cursed life. The old commander silently ponders this as they continue into the unknown. They travel through a vast, peaceful canyon, seemingly leaving the bloodshed far behind. But death is never far away, as crows are seen feasting on a fresh corpse. Suddenly, a sinister figure emerges from the flock, a harbinger of a new, dark threat. The battlefield is silent save for the cawing of crows feasting on the corpse of a colossal beast. Only shredded purple rags remain, a testament to the brutal fight that took place here. The mysterious man in the wide-brimmed hat kneels, clutching the last remnants of the fallen. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he vanishes without a trace. But he's not gone, merely tracking his prey, his hand tracing their path in the dirt. He rises, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a silent promise of vengeance in his stance. Meanwhile, far from the carnage, a colossal, ancient tree pierces the heavens, a landmark of immense power. At its base, the gnarled roots twist like ancient serpents, a place untouched by time. This is the divine tree, a place of legend whispered about by warriors across the land. And nearby lies the scar of a recent apocalypse, a crater lake, where a fortress once stood. The vast crater lake remains, a scar left by an earth-shattering battle. High above, a lone warrior in a wide-brimmed hat surveys the scene, having finally tracked them here. His eyes widen in disbelief, sensing a residual power that simply shouldn't exist. As night blankets the forest, the true danger begins to stir. Miles away, Asura and the commander sleep by their campfire, unaware they are no longer alone. Their horse rests peacefully, oblivious to the creeping threat in the darkness. But a sudden twitch and a sharp inhale reveal it has sensed an unnatural presence. The crackling campfire suddenly flares, its flames twisting with an eerie light. A strange, fiery familiar materializes from the heart of the blaze. It hovers over the sleeping duo, its hiss a prelude to an unseen attack. The fiery familiar reveals itself as a tiny lizard crawling onto Asura's neck. It lets out a loud squawk, its wide eyes staring directly at the sleeping boy. But instead of an attack, the creature nuzzles against his cheek with an affectionate cry. A completely bewildered Asura wakes up, utterly confused by the tiny being on his face. The scene then flashes back to a desolate, snow-swept wasteland from a forgotten time. Here, the pure white landscape is violently stained with splatters of fresh blood. Bare feet stand firm in the frozen ground, belonging to the only one left standing. A crude, blood-soaked weapon is clutched tightly in a determined hand. The lone figure is surrounded by a sea of corpses, the result of a brutal, one-sided slaughter. With a scarred back and wild hair, a feral warrior is born from the carnage. A monstrous spider tattoo covers his back, a mark of the beast he has become. His wild hair whips through the frozen air, a storm of black and white. Through the storm, a piercing red eye glares with cold, untamed fury. That gaze holds the memory of 100 battles and a promise of 100 more. Years later, a bandaged warrior sits alone, clutching a clue he's sought for a decade. Just thinking about that guy, he grits out, makes my old wounds ache. He stares at a map, the culmination of a 10-year-long, obsessive hunt. After all this time, he seethes, crushing the paper. He was hiding here? As his subordinate rushes in shouting "Captain," the final confrontation draws near. Overlooking the ruins of a recent battle, he declares with chilling finality, "It's over." A once mighty fortress now lies in ruins, its grounds littered with the fallen. Bodies are strewn across the steps of a shattered temple, a testament to a brutal slaughter. Every warrior was cut down where they stood, their blood staining the cold stone. Suddenly, a lone figure lands amidst the carnage, surveying the absolute destruction. He turns to his men, his voice cold. "Good job, everyone." But one thing he begins, a shadow of doubt creeping into his tone. His subordinate reports that a message sent 10 days ago has gone completely unanswered. 10 days? The captain repeats, his single eye narrowing with suspicion. He worries that something terrible has happened to the main squad, as a delay this long is unprecedented. But another scoffs, certain that with Cheongma, Jekwol, and their leader present, the main squad is invincible. Anyway, the mission is over today, the captain announces, deciding to investigate the missing squad later. But before that he trails off, a different destination suddenly on his mind. He turns to his confused men, declaring, "There's a place I need to stop by." His subordinates are left completely bewildered by the sudden change of plans. The captain's single eye burns with an intense, unwavering conviction. "I have to meet the benefactor who made me who I am today," he vows, recalling a mysterious woman with white hair. This enigmatic figure is known only as the Moonlit Priestess. She is the legend who saved the village of Hwagok from the horrors of the Great Famine. During that desperate time, she shared food with the starving and treated the sick, becoming their only hope. In their gratitude, the people built a shrine and began to worship her almost like a god. The village of Hwagok has become a sanctuary, a growing haven for refugees drawn by rumors of salvation. From a distance, the eye patch, captain and his men watch over the peaceful valley, their intentions hidden. He gazes down at the sprawling village, a place built on the legend of one powerful woman. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he thinks of the one he came for, the mysterious Moonlit Priestess. Within the village lies her serene shrine, a place of supposed peace and worship. But at its gates, a visitor is being turned away, told they can't enter without an appointment. Suddenly, a deafening crash shatters the tranquility, startling the shrine's attendants. The main gate is smashed to splinters as the captain's warriors barge through, leaving guards unconscious in their wake. "I came to meet the Moonlit Priestess," he declares with a chilling grin. "Where is she now?" The shrine maidens can only stare in pure terror, their peaceful world instantly shattered by this violent intrusion. "How rude," the eye-patch captain scoffs, completely unimpressed by the opposition. He strides into the main courtyard, his gaze locking onto the attendants waiting on the steps. An elderly woman calmly informs him they aren't accepting visitors and asks him to leave. But a chilling, dismissive smile spreads across the captain's face. He has no intention of listening. The woman's eyes narrow, realizing her authority means nothing to this violent intruder. In the next instant, he smashes through the inner doors, sending her guards flying like ragdolls. He stands over the wreckage, his attention fixed on the terrified maidens and their leader in yellow robes. The women can only stare in silent horror, their gazes shifting to the image of their goddess on the wall. "Oh, priestess, there you are," the captain exclaims with a deranged grin, his long hunt finally at its end. An attendant screams for them to leave, but it's far too late. The sacred shrine has already fallen. The priestess calmly steps forward, her voice cold and unwavering. "It's no use. Step aside." The captain and his men stand before the entire shrine, a tense standoff between the intruders and her loyal followers. He gets right in her face, his voice dripping with venom as he asks, "Do you know who I am?" His one visible eye glares with a decade of pent-up hatred, the promise of violence clear on his face. But the moonlit priestess doesn't even flinch, meeting his gaze with an unnerving, almost defiant calm. In a flash of brutal motion, he strikes her across the face, sending blood splattering through the air. She's sent flying across the room like a broken doll, crashing through the furniture as her attendants scream in shock. Her followers rush to her side, crying out her name in disbelief at the sacrilegious assault. The captain glares down at the cowering women, his patience completely gone. His voice drops to a lethal whisper. "If you interfere again, I'll kill you." The attendants stare in utter shock, paralyzed by the brutal display of power. But the priestess, struggling to her feet, calmly tells them, "It's fine, just step back." The captain's men have the entire room on lockdown as he looms over her fallen body. He yanks her up by her robes, his voice dripping with venom. "You say you don't remember?" With a violent tear, he rips her sacred garments apart, searching for a truth he's chased for a decade. But as her robes fall away, the reveal is not what he expected at all. Even his own men are stunned by the unexpected sight before them. Her followers can only cover their mouths, their minds reeling from the sacrilege. The captain's eye narrows, his entire 10-year-long quest suddenly thrown into chaos. "There's no way you wouldn't know you're a man," he mutters, revealing the bizarre mystery at the heart of his obsession. The captain stares in utter disbelief, his decade-long quest thrown into chaos by this impossible revelation. His mind races, trying to reconcile the monster he hunted with the woman lying before him. But as he looks closer, he spots a familiar, spider-like mark branded onto her back. In an instant, his confusion vanishes, replaced by a horrifying, soul-deep recognition. With a guttural roar, he lunges forward and violently grabs her by the hair. "Fine, if that's how it is," he snarls, pulling her face close to his. He declares that whether she remembers him or not is now completely irrelevant. "I'll break everything you have and torment you until you do," he vows, "and then I'll kill you." With a sickening crack, he smashes her head into the wooden floor, his promise of pain beginning. Her followers can only scream her name in terror as the captain stands over her broken form. The shrine erupts in panic as attendants rush to their fallen leader's side. But as the captain glares down, a sudden jarring thought stops him cold. What is this? He stares at the spider mark branded onto her back, the symbol he's hunted for a decade. The full tattoo is exposed as her robes are torn away from the violent assault. Yet something is wrong. He realizes the tattoo's pattern is completely different. For a split second, he questions himself, wondering if this is the wrong person. But then he meets her cold, defiant gaze, and a horrifying certainty returns. "No, that can't be," he snarls. "Those are definitely the eyes of that monster I know." He vows that soon, he'll make her tear off that deceptive mask with her own hands. As her followers desperately tend to her wounds, his promise of torment hangs heavy in the air. Her defiant red eyes hold a silent, unbreakable challenge. The spider tattoo on her back is the key, a brand marking her as a monster. But then, the ink begins to shift and writhe with a sinister energy. Its 8 eyes suddenly ignite with a malevolent red glow, mirroring her own. She says nothing, her expression hardening as the mark's power surges within her. A sharp, ringing sound cuts through the tension, pulling us into a memory of the past. The scene shifts to a deep, sprawling forest, long before the bloodshed began. Here, 3 small children are seen wandering far from the safety of their village. "The priestess told us not to go this far," one of them whispers, his voice trembling. "That's why I said I'd go alone." Their leader snaps back, annoyed by their cowardice. "You can't catch a deer unless there is one, dummy," he snaps, annoyed at their naivety. But suddenly, one of them spots movement in the woods, pointing frantically and shouting, "A rabbit!" Their eyes widen at the sight of their potential meal, already dreaming of the feast to come. They excitedly whisper about the meat and making gifts for the priestess, but their leader quickly shushes them. It's too late. Their noise spooks the creature, and it bolts into the undergrowth as they cry out in panic. With a grunt of frustration, the young hunter draws his bow, taking aim in a split second. His arrow flies true, cutting through the air with a sharp swish towards its fleeing target. But it misses completely, embedding itself in a tree as his friends mock his failed sure shot. "You made me miss because you were being so noisy," he yells, his face flush with anger and embarrassment. He lectures them that a true hunter must be absolutely silent, not even making a sound with their breath. "Brother, behind you!" his friend cries. But the hunter simply turns in confusion. Before them stands a monstrous, muscle-bound bear, a creature of pure nightmare towering over the terrified boys. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its white eyes glowing with feral rage. The young hunters can only scream in absolute terror, their simple hunt turning into a slaughter. But in a flash, a thunderous boom echoes through the forest, ending the fight instantly. The colossal beast collapses to the ground, its immense power extinguished in a single moment. Now, the monster lies motionless as the stunned hunters stare on in utter disbelief. They are completely baffled, unable to comprehend how they survived or what just happened. Suddenly, a foot plants itself on the bear's back as a quiet voice asks, "Huh, what is this?" It's the boy Asura, sitting atop the defeated beast and holding their lost arrow, calmly asking, "Is this yours?" The terrified hunters can only stammer in agreement as the boy sits atop the monster he just slayed. "Tch, I thought I had caught it myself," Asura says with a hint of disappointment, as if this was child's play. In exchange for some meat, he offers them a ride, using the colossal beast to pull their carriage home. Arriving at the village, one of the boys excitedly calls out for his father. "Big brother caught a bear!" he shouts, expecting a hero's welcome for their mysterious savior. But the village is eerily silent, and a chilling question hangs in the air. Where did they go? Asura confirms their fears, asking if anyone is there, only to be met with confused silence. Suddenly, his sharp eyes catch a sign of trouble in the distance as he mutters, "There's smoke." The horrifying truth is revealed: a massive fire is consuming the heart of their town, turning their home into an inferno. Realizing their parents are in danger, the boys scream "Fire!" and rush towards the disaster, dragging Asura into a brand new crisis. Asura watches impassively as the frantic boys sprint towards the smoke-filled horizon. He and his ancient companion share a moment of silent understanding about the unfolding tragedy. But as they approach the small village, the scale of the disaster becomes terrifyingly clear. A raging inferno consumes the entire valley, a sea of fire where homes once stood. Wooden homes splinter and collapse, turning a peaceful community into nothing but ash and embers. Desperate villagers form a futile bucket brigade, their efforts swallowed by the overwhelming flames. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious warriors watches the chaos they've unleashed, their work seemingly complete. The survivors can only weep in despair, their lives and homes utterly destroyed in a single night. Fear and hopelessness are etched on every face as they stare into the devouring blaze. And from the back, the lost commander gazes upon the scene, his ancient eyes weighing this senseless destruction. In another time, the moonlit priestess was worshipped as a god, a savior to these very people. But now, she can only watch as a sea of fire, unleashed by unknown enemies, consumes their homes. Her expression remains cold and unreadable, betraying none of the chaos raging before her. Yet, a burning inferno is reflected in her eyes, a silent promise of what's to come. Meanwhile, the arsonists observe from afar, noting the villagers' impressive organization against the flames. One of them grows concerned that the fire will be put out before it spreads as planned. But their eye-patched captain scoffs. "It doesn't matter. This is just a light first greeting." His subordinate hesitates, clearly troubled by something more than just the fire. Another warrior calls him out, tired of him beating around the bush with their leader. The captain finally reveals his true target, demanding to know how she killed his father, the Sword Emperor. The captain's subordinate stammers, insisting he would never dare question his leader. But the captain's gaze is cold and unyielding, his mind already drifting back to a painful history. The priestess watches him silently, understanding the rage that drives him. He begins to speak of the infamous Black Jade organization, a ruthless group of assassins. They forced his Take Sword sect into a bloody, all-out war after murdering his uncle. Against all expectations, his sect achieved a sweeping victory, wiping the assassins from existence. They even destroyed their backers, becoming the undisputed rulers of the northern martial world. It was in this crucible of war that his father earned the legendary title of Sword Emperor. But a shadow fell over this victory, as the emperor never wielded his sword again until his death. Suddenly, the horrifying truth is revealed. His entire squad already lies defeated at the priestess's feet. The captain's story begins on the day his victorious sect returned from war, bringing with them a single trophy, the sole survivor of the Black Jade organization. This child, Wolyong, grew up alongside him, becoming an unlikely companion in his youth. But the day inevitably came when he had to leave, setting off on his own path. With a determined gaze, the young warrior prepared to forge his own destiny. She watched him go, her crimson eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. He turned back for one final moment, a question on his lips. "Wol Young, what's your dream?" he called out across the field. Confused by the sudden question, she could only stammer a quiet, "Huh?" He then proudly declared his ambition, to become the greatest sword emperor, surpassing even his legendary father. She could only stare back, her crimson eyes filled with a quiet, unreadable emotion. When asked her dream, she admitted she had none, earning a sharp rebuke for being a pathetic boy with no ambition. But the captain's narration reveals a horrifying secret. His father implanted a deadly 9-sectioned poison inside the child's body. This poison was a leash, a death sentence that could be activated at any moment, ensuring complete control. Years passed under this silent threat within the cold walls of the Sword Emperor's estate. Now, a decade later, the poison's power is set to expire on this very day. The Sword Emperor himself calmly reflects on how quickly the time has passed. When an advisor suggests renewing the poison, the Emperor delivers a shocking, one-word refusal. No. He calmly declares his plan to abandon the insect, leaving his subordinate completely stunned. After all, he argues, 10 years have proven Wol Young is just an ordinary, kind servant boy. The advisor desperately argues that the boy is from the evil demon tribe, a beast that can't be tamed. He insists this isn't just any poison, but a tool that allows the caster to sense the host's slightest emotional changes. But the Sword Emperor reveals this psychic connection is exactly why he's so confident in his fatal decision. "If he had ever tried to deceive us, I would have known immediately," he states, certain the boy is completely oblivious. "It's time to end this," the Emperor declares, refusing to burden the child with his clan's sins any longer. His advisor can only stammer in protest, unable to comprehend this monumental gamble. He then begs the Emperor to at least keep the boy away from his son, but the Lord scoffs at the thought of any danger. He dismisses the warning as unnecessary worry, while his oblivious son, Cheonggung, passes by completely absorbed in a book. Unaware of the life or death debate, the young master decides to simply come back later. Suddenly, in the distance, an arrow strikes a pheasant from the sky, a chilling omen of the fate to come. Years ago, a young Cheonggang playfully chases his companion through a vast, snowy landscape. He finally catches up to the servant boy, Wol Young, who stands waiting in the winter forest. Wol Young proudly lifts a pheasant into the air, a picture of pure, unguarded joy. But the young master's face is uncharacteristically serious, his gaze piercing through the falling snow. He suddenly breaks the silence with a chilling question. "Have you ever heard of 9-sectioned poison?" Completely oblivious, Wol Young simply asks, "No. Why?" A shadow crosses Cheonggang's face as he prepares to reveal a truth that will shatter their world. Driven by a strange impulse he can't explain, he ignores the voice telling him to stay quiet. "They say it's injected into your body," he confesses, the words hanging heavy in the cold air. He then reveals it's a 10-year poison that his father has no intention of renewing, sealing their fate with his fatal arrogance. Cheonggang continues, mentioning he overheard something about her and a 10-year deadline. 10 years have passed, right? He asks, his gaze piercing as the horrifying truth begins to dawn on him. In that instant, something snaps in his mind, realizing the catastrophic mistake his father made. But Wol Young stands frozen in the snow, her innocent expression slowly beginning to crumble. "Oh yeah," she whispers, a terrifying memory surfacing of a door that should never have been opened. A twisted smile spreads across her face as she realizes a dark premonition is finally coming true. Suddenly, an immense power or agonizing pain surges through her face contorting in shock. She's thrown violently backwards, the world blurring around her as control is lost. Cheonggang lunges forward, his hand desperately trying to stop her from drawing a hidden blade. In a flash of blinding speed, their childhood bond is shattered by an unavoidable clash. A single flash of light shatters the silence of the past, leaving behind a trail of blood and vengeance carved into the frozen earth. The brutal path of slaughter stretches for miles, a testament to an unstoppable force. It leads directly to the gates of the Sword Emperor's own fortress. A place of power now stands deathly silent, awaiting a final reckoning. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a courtyard painted in absolute carnage. Dozens of elite warriors lie dead, cut down by the ghost of a battle just fought. At the center of the storm was a single girl, a whirlwind of white hair and red fury. She moved like a demon, her every strike an unavoidable sentence of death. This was not the power of a human, but the awakening of the venomous spider within. The monstrous spider lunges forward, a blur of pure venom and rage. Its glowing eyes lock onto its prey, promising a swift and brutal end. This power is channeled through a single girl, her back marked by the spider's curse as she carves a path of destruction. The tattoo itself seems to writhe with a life of its own, the source of her terrifying strength. She stands as the sole victor in a courtyard of the dead, the snow stained red with the blood of an entire clan. From above, the scale of the massacre is absolute: one girl against an army, and the army lost. But the immense power takes its toll, and a racking cough escapes her lips as the adrenaline fades. A sound makes her turn, her expression shifting from exhaustion to surprise. A lone survivor crawls towards her, and she scoffs, as expected of the young master of the great Taeok sword sect. Since your whole clan is dead, she taunts the broken boy. You're now in the same position as me, right? She looks down at the broken boy, admitting, originally, I was going to kill you too. But since I achieved my dream thanks to you, she declares, turning away. I'll let you live this time. Years pass as the sun sets on a quiet mountain range, but a storm of vengeance has been brewing. Now a man, the eye patch captain, sits perched in a tree with his subordinate, watching from the shadows. His companion questions the plan, wondering why he didn't just kill his target when they first met. But the captain's eyes are cold as he reveals his true motive. Simply killing him isn't enough. First, he needs to see his enemy writhing in absolute, soul-crushing agony. He envisions a future of pure suffering, a symphony of both mental and physical pain. Only after his foe has been shattered beyond repair will he finally grant the mercy of death. With his orders given, the stage is set, as he commands. At midnight, the massacre begins. The scarred warrior acknowledges his grim orders with a simple understood. His captain smirks, eagerly anticipating the despair his enemy will feel upon finding the slaughtered villagers. But just as the plan is set, his subordinate rushes back with an urgent report. He's discovered something suspicious on the outskirts of the forest that the captain must see personally. The captain's cruel smirk vanishes, replaced by a single, sharp question. Suspicious? Meanwhile, nestled deep within the mountains, an unsuspecting village sleeps under the cloak of night. This is the very village fated for destruction, a future of ash and ruin already sealed. At its heart stands a large sanctuary, a place of supposed safety and peace. Inside, dozens of innocent children lie sleeping, watched over by the gentle moonlit priestess. She tenderly comforts a small child, completely unaware of the bloody fate her protector has planned for them all. The moonlit priestess remains lost in thought, completely oblivious to the approaching storm. For under the dark, foreboding sky, a sinister investigation is already underway. Chonggang's men navigate a narrow canyon as his subordinate begins to reveal their findings. Several times over the past years, local bandits have attacked this Hwagok village. The captain dismisses it, noting that raiders are to be expected in such a remote place. But the warrior hesitates, insisting there's something far more unnatural at play. After meeting the priestess, even the most violent men would return stolen goods and leave like gentle lambs. Stranger still, those who left were never seen near the village again, a detail too suspicious to ignore. The captain's cold gaze sharpens, his interest finally piqued by this impossible story. This way, the warrior urges, leading his master toward the damning evidence. Chonggang's eye widens in shock as his subordinate reveals the chilling truth about the village. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary, the elderly sleep soundly, completely unaware of the approaching threat. Entire families rest in blissful ignorance, believing they are finally safe. The compound itself seems to sleep under the cold moonlight, a fortress of peace. But on the rooftops, a silent guardian watches over them. The wind howls softly, carrying a premonition of the violence to come. A lone silhouette stands against the moon, her long hair whipping in the breeze. It is Wolyong, the moonlit priestess, lost in thought as she gazes at the mountains. Her crimson eyes hold a deep sorrow, oblivious to the hunters closing in on her home. Far below, Chonggang's forces light up the canyon, their torches signaling a coming massacre. Deep in the mountains, Chonggang's forces stumble upon a gruesome sight, a mangled corpse half buried in the rocks. His men gather around the body, their torches revealing the grim truth as one asks, "Isn't that a human corpse?" But the scarred tracker warns them that a single body would be normal. This, however, is something far more sinister. He points to the edge of the cliff, his voice low and serious as he commands them, "Look down there." What they see is a nightmare, a ravine overflowing with hundreds of slaughtered bodies, a silent testament to a massacre. The soldiers can only stare in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the carnage before them. These are the very bandits who have been terrorizing the villages, all wiped out in a single, brutal stroke. A twisted smile spreads across Chonggang's face. This is the overwhelming power he has been hunting for all these years. Suddenly, the wind stills as a strange presence ripples through the night air, silencing the forest around them. The men snap to attention, their eyes darting to the cliffs above as they realize they are no longer alone. "Enemy signal!" one of the men cries out, but they can't tell where the threat is coming from. Chonggang grits his teeth, furious that they're being attacked in a place like this. But before they can react, one of his soldiers' eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. An unseen force lifts him off his feet, his life draining away in a single, horrifying moment. He lets out a final gasp and collapses, revealing the silent predator standing right behind him. In an instant, the clearing is littered with bodies, all cut down by the lone figure in white. It's Wolyang, her gaze completely empty as she surveys the men she just slaughtered. She turns her head, her expression hardening as she senses more enemies approaching. The rest of Chonggang's forces charge through the trees, screaming for her blood. Yet she stands unmoved, a solitary god of death waiting to greet them all. She lets out a slow breath, her expression chillingly calm as she faces the horde. But far away, a strange, reptilian eye dilates, watching her every move from the shadows. It moved, the old alchemist whispers, a grin spreading across his face as he peers through his scope. He had been wondering how to lure out his cautious target, but it seems she crawled out on her own. As his young companion sleeps soundly nearby, he ponders the real reason for this sudden, reckless move. Suddenly, Asura begins to thrash in his sleep, caught in the throes of a terrible nightmare. With a swift kick, the old man shouts, "Wake up!" The boy jolts awake, clutching his head as the commander shushes him, refocusing on his prize. "They say it's difficult to catch a spider because it's so cautious," he explains to the dazed boy. "But while I was planning how to lure it out, the bastard started moving first. At first, I thought the villagers were prey," the commander realizes, "but now I see they were bait. They were bait to lure in other predators who would fly straight into her web. Like vicious hornets descending on a feast, her enemies were drawn into the trap. But the spider was always waiting, ready to consume those who trespassed. And those predators are exactly what she's targeting as her true prey." As the old man finishes his thought, Asura lets out a huge yawn, completely oblivious. "Can I sleep a little longer?" he asks, only to be met with a sharp threat from his master. Elsewhere, the spider herself, Wolyang, stands with a sinister calm, as if expecting company. But in an instant, a blade slices past her face in a lightning-fast ambush. It's Chonggang, the sole survivor of his clan, moving in for the kill. Chonggang lunges, his hand clamping down on her head with what should be a killing grip. But with impossible grace, she flips over his head, completely reversing their positions. In a shocking turn, her hand now grips his face, his eyes whitening in pure terror. She slams him face first into the dirt, the ambush utterly broken in a single move. Before he can recover, his subordinates swarm in from both sides to overwhelm her. Wolyang meets the first attacker with a devastating palm strike that glows with raw power. The warrior is sent flying, his body ragdolling through the air from the sheer force of the blow. She instantly grabs the second attacker by the collar, her movements fluid and deadly. Using him as a human shield, she aims him directly at his own charging comrade. The warrior can only watch in horror as his own sword impales his friend, a pawn in her brutal counterattack. She follows up with a brutal kick, snapping his head back with sickening force, and he crumples to the ground, completely neutralized by the single, devastating blow. Before another can react, she seizes him by the collar, her grip like iron, lifting him effortlessly into the air as his eyes widen in shock. A volley of projectiles slams into his back as she uses him for a shield, and her white robes are stained with blood, but her expression remains utterly unfazed. Enraged by the slaughter, the remaining warriors charge forward with a unified battle cry, but she simply meets their rage with a cold, terrifying smile. "Bastard!" one of them screams, his face contorted with fury and disbelief. Moments later, she stands alone amidst the silent, broken bodies of her attackers. Chonggang and his elite warriors descend from the cliffs, confident their ambush is set, but his expression instantly twists into one of pure shock and disbelief. He finds himself face to face with Wolyang, whose cold, crimson eyes promise only death. Meanwhile, far from the battle, the ancient alchemist calmly observes, "All right then. He's completely absorbed in the hunt, so let's go too," he decides, ready to make his move. Back at the ambush site, the ground is already soaked in blood and littered with bodies. The horrifying scale of the massacre is revealed. An entire squad has been annihilated in moments. His reinforcements arrive, only to freeze in their tracks at the gruesome sight before them. A warrior's eye widens in sheer terror, unable to comprehend the one-sided slaughter. "How can this be?" they stammer, realizing they've just walked into their own graves. "You're quite late, aren't you?" a warrior taunts, completely unaware of the danger lurking just behind him. But before his men can react, a choked gasp escapes his lips as a sudden force strikes. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror as he feels an unimaginable pain. Blood erupts from his mouth as his life force is instantly extinguished from behind. The true killer is revealed: Wolyong, her hand plunged straight through his chest. His body thuds lifelessly to the ground, leaving the remaining soldiers frozen in disbelief. "I thought you'd run away," she muses, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she reveals a blood-soaked hand. Their shock instantly turns into a burning, all-consuming rage. "Bastard!" they scream, charging forward to avenge their fallen comrade. Yet their furious assault stops dead, completely neutralized before they can even reach her. "We'll block this wicked demon's path," two warriors vow, drawing their blades for a final stand. But in an instant, a brutal impact sends them flying backwards, already defeated. "End this, Captain," one screams, his last words a desperate plea for his leader. Their bodies are ripped in half, a gruesome testament to her overwhelming power. Wolyong simply stands over their remains, completely unfazed by the slaughter she has caused. Fueled by grief and rage, another soldier lets out a furious battle cry. He throws himself forward in a desperate, all-or-nothing lunge to avenge his comrades. She effortlessly evades his attack, moving like a phantom he can't even touch. Suddenly, she's right in front of him, her cold gaze meeting his shocked eyes. His fury melts into pure horror as he realizes his own death is now inevitable. Her hand plunges into the last soldier's chest, a final, brutal execution. He lets out a final groan as his life fades, another victim in the one-sided massacre. But suddenly, a powerful hand clamps down on her wrist, stopping her cold. "Oh?" she says, her surprise clear as she meets the furious gaze of the eye-patch captain. Chonggang leaps back, creating distance as he draws his twin swords for the real fight. He enters his Tayak form, his single eye glowing with a terrifying, vengeful light. "Heavenly martial sword," he roars, pouring all of his hatred into one ultimate technique. A blinding torrent of sword energy erupts from his blades, aimed at the monster who ruined his life. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses Wolyong's face as she witnesses his true power. The attack carves a massive scar across the landscape, an explosion of pure destructive force. The forest is utterly obliterated, trees reduced to nothing but flying splinters. The ground itself is shattered, carved up by the sheer force of his ultimate attack. From the settling dust, Chonggang emerges, his twin swords still drawn and ready. He stares out at the wasteland he created, a testament to a decade of burning rage. But then he sees them, the bodies of his own men, caught in the indiscriminate blast. Their corpses are mangled, becoming nothing but collateral damage in his quest for vengeance. His single eye widens in pure, unadulterated horror as he realizes his fatal mistake. And then, a broken, manic laugh escapes his lips, echoing through the silence. "Are you attacking your own subordinates now?" A cold voice mocks from behind him. Wolyong smirks, twisting the knife with a chilling question. "Should we say, like father, like son?" Enraged by her mockery, Chonggang unleashes a devastating slash that sends Wolyong hurtling backward through the air. She smashes through the ancient forest, the sheer force of the blow bisecting massive trees in her path. Huge sections of timber rain down from the sky, a testament to the captain's monstrous power. The ground erupts in a cloud of splinters and dust as the forest is instantly turned into a wasteland. But from the chaos, she lands perfectly unharmed, looking down on him from the wreckage. His eye widens in pure fury, his teeth clenched as he refuses to accept her resilience. In the next instant, Wolyong closes the distance, a blur of white robes and killing intent. Their blades meet in a blinding flash, locking in a desperate struggle for dominance. A cage of light forms from her attack, seemingly trapping him within its glowing confines. But the tables have turned, as he now stands over her fallen body, declaring, "Although you've improved a lot, you're still not strong enough," he snarls, unleashing a devastating downward slash to finish her. But in a shocking reversal, Wolyong explodes upwards with a brutal kick right to his jaw. She lands without a scratch, as he smashes through solid rock from the sheer force of the blow. He collapses to one knee, groaning in agony, completely caught off guard by her hidden power. With a furious scream, Chonggang swings again, pouring all his strength into one final, desperate attack. But she's too fast, gracefully tapping off the blade's energy to launch herself forward. His eyes widen in pure shock as her strike connects, drawing blood in an instant. The impact carves a massive trench through the forest, a testament to her overwhelming power. She stands over the wasteland she created, her back turned to her fallen enemy. And in the dust, Chonggang lies utterly broken, his twin swords cast aside in total defeat. Chonggang groans in agony, utterly broken on the ground after his humiliating defeat. But then, Wolyong's footsteps approach, stopping right before him as he kneels in the dirt. With a final surge of rage, he lunges forward, refusing to accept this one-sided outcome. She stops his desperate charge with a single, contemptuous kick to the chest. The impact is absolute, his momentum instantly halted by her overwhelming power. He chokes on his own blood, the last of his strength shattered in an instant. As dusk falls, she stands over his broken form, a silent executioner in the wasteland. Picking up a stone, she coldly asks, "It would be fair if I killed you this time, right?" She mocks his entire life's purpose, a life he wasted chasing a pointless revenge. And with a final, chilling grip, she prepares to deliver the final blow. Instead of killing him, she crushes the stone to dust with a single squeeze. "For my tribe," she explains, "this power isn't earned, it's something we're born with." She scoffs at his life's quest, telling him they are different species, and his revenge is a futile dream. He can only kneel in silence, his body and spirit completely broken by this impossible gap in power. But as she looks down on him, her expression shifts, and she decides to reveal a far more devastating truth. "Your father isn't worth this," she says. A statement that cuts deeper than any blade. She reveals the ultimate betrayal. His own father, the Sword Emperor, ordered her tribe to assassinate his own brother. The foundation of his entire world shatters as he learns his father was the one who caused the disaster. She sees the denial in his eyes, knowing full well he can't accept the horrifying truth. "But it doesn't matter," she declares. "Your father was worse than you could ever imagine." She explains how the Sword Emperor isolated her as a child, using her youth to keep her tamed. He used her like a plaything, enjoying the abuse he inflicted just to test her hidden motives. The horrifying revelation shatters Chonggong's mind, his entire world collapsing in an instant. He lies broken on the ground, a mere shadow before the woman he spent his life hunting. Coughing up blood, he can't even lift his head, utterly defeated in both body and spirit. With the truth revealed and her enemy broken, she simply turns and walks away, the battle finished. "I see," he whispers, the pieces of his shattered life finally forming a terrifying new picture. He realizes his father knew exactly what kind of power he was dealing with all along. But she stops, her cold gaze turning back as if sensing his thoughts have taken a dark turn. "To deal with a monster like you," he mutters, a grim understanding finally dawning on his face. He must become a monster too, Chonggong realizes. But his revelation is cut short by her final, brutal strike. His blood splatters across her face, yet her expression remains as cold and empty as the night sky. Leaving his broken body behind, she stands alone, a lone silhouette against the darkness. With her long-awaited revenge finally complete, a strange emptiness seems to wash over her. She walks away from the battlefield, her purpose fulfilled, and her future now an unknown path. But as she journeys into the quiet wilderness, she isn't alone for long. A familiar figure emerges from the shadows. Her young companion, Asura, has finally caught up. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock at what he sees. It's not the carnage that surprises him, but the look of serene clarity on her face. "What's going on?" he asks, utterly bewildered. "Why does it look like you're actually sane?" "Well, anyway," Asura sighs, deciding he has to knock some sense into her himself. But Wolyong is faster, lunging with a terrifying cry, "Let's knock you out first." He counters, leaping high and bringing his staff down with what should have been crushing force. Suddenly, his attack freezes mid-air, his eyes widening in pure shock. A hand has appeared from nowhere, gripping his head and stopping his momentum completely. It's his master, the old alchemist, shouting a desperate warning, "Watch out!" Wolyong instantly exploits the opening, using Asura's body as a vault to launch her own attack. "Are you together with those guys?" she snarls, completely mistaking him for an enemy. Before he can even process the question, a brutal grip tightens around his throat. She lifts him effortlessly, blood splattering as the power gap between them becomes terrifyingly clear. Asura is sent flying by her raw power, but he twists mid-air, preparing a desperate counter. He unleashes a devastating downward strike, a blinding flash of white energy erupting from his staff. The attack is so immense it completely engulfs Wolyong in a wave of pure force. She's slammed into a massive rock formation with bone-shattering impact, the ground shaking violently. Her eyes widen in disbelief, as blood trickles down her face from the unexpected blow. The entire cliffside shatters and explodes from the sheer power of his single strike. As the dust settles, Asura stands alone, the victor of this sudden, brutal exchange. He stares into the cloud of debris, his expression grim and unreadable. He slowly touches his neck, remembering her suffocating grip from just moments before. "So, there's someone besides the commander," he thinks, shocked, "who's able to grab my neck like that." Asura stands alone, surveying the absolute devastation his single attack has caused. The air hangs heavy with dust and the silence of destruction. He stares into the abyss, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Did I hit too hard again? He wonders. I didn't mean to kill him. But suddenly, a tremor runs through the shattered earth below. A terrifying dark energy erupts from the very center of the impact zone. Asura whips around, his eyes wide with shock as debris flies past him. From within the swirling darkness, two malevolent eyes flare to life. You can still go on? He gasps, unable to believe what he's seeing. A shadowy figure bursts from the smoke, moving with impossible, terrifying speed. The two monsters collide in mid-air, a flash of white against brown in a battle of impossible speed. Their raw power shreds the air around them, a testament to the terrifying forces being unleashed. For a moment, it seems Asura has the upper hand, slamming her back into the crater below. But in the next instant, he's caught, his world flipping upside down as he gasps in shock. You're so fast, and your power is monstrous too, she says calmly, completely unfazed by his strength. Gripping him tight, she issues a chilling challenge. Then what about once more? She drives him into the ground with cataclysmic force, the impact shaking the entire landscape. A brutal, one-sided beatdown begins, each blow echoing like thunder across the wasteland. The fight becomes a chaotic whirlwind, their forms barely visible amidst the sheer destruction. It's a completely one-sided fight, as Asura is utterly overwhelmed by a power he cannot comprehend. The relentless assault continues, a blur of white and black against the sky. Asura is sent reeling back, completely unable to defend against her monstrous speed. Her fist closes in, a blur of motion aimed straight for his core. The blow connects with a sickening crunch, shattering his defense entirely. She seizes him by the throat, his eyes wide with shock at her overwhelming power. But just as she prepares the final blow, her own eyes widen in sudden surprise. It's quite the shame, Asura smirks, his demeanor completely changing. But I'll have to end this now. In a stunning reversal, he drives his fist deep into her gut with blinding speed. She chokes, spitting in agony, as the unexpected pain rips through her body. If I drag this out, he explains, the commander would scold me, revealing he was never fighting seriously. Wolyung's eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible, could he be the same as me? But she quickly realizes the horrifying truth. No, he's even stronger than our tribe's people. Asura unleashes his true power, slamming a column of pure energy down from the heavens. The blast carves a massive, destructive path straight through the entire forest. In the aftermath, only a wasteland of shattered trees and rising smoke remains. The sheer scale of devastation reveals a power level far beyond anything she could have imagined. Amidst the wreckage, Wolyung lies broken and motionless in the crater he created. She is completely defeated, face down in the dirt, and utterly unconscious. His opponent neutralized, Asura turns and calmly walks away from the battlefield. Her last thought before darkness takes her is a single, terrifying realization. He's dangerous. Asura stands in the wasteland, realizing his foe is so dangerous he must act quickly. But a sudden presence makes his eyes widen in alarm. A sickening snap echoes from the crater where the girl's body lies. A terrifying dark energy erupts from her back, tearing itself free from her unconscious form. You came out. Asura grins, revealing he was baiting this hidden monster all along. The shadow solidifies into a horrifying spider demon, its many red eyes glowing with pure malice. He taunts the creature, knowing it had to abandon its host before she died completely. Come, he roars, challenging the true entity to face him. But before their battle begins, a mysterious pillar of light descends from the sky, striking the ground. The light ensnares the spider demon, yanking it away from its host as Asura can only watch. Stunned, Asura looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the demon he was about to fight. But from the shadows, a new predator seethes. Such a disgraceful thing to do, where did you go? A monstrous spider queen bursts through the forest, not to attack, but to flee for its very life. It realizes its mistake too late, thinking, I didn't even realize someone like that was near me. Its only thought is to abandon its nest and run, hoping to erase its presence completely. But no matter how fast it flees through the trees, there is no escape from this new hunter. The beast freezes in absolute terror as it finally comes face to face with the source of its fear. The lost commander stands calmly, his ancient aura warping the very air around him. A silent scream escapes the monster as an unseen power begins to crush its very existence. With a mere thought, the commander obliterates the colossal beast, revealing a power beyond comprehension. The colossal spider stares with its countless crimson eyes, paralyzed by an unimaginable pressure. What it thinks, its monstrous form wavering before a presence it can't even comprehend. The lost commander calmly regards the beast, asking, I wonder how many souls have you devoured to grow so big? Without another word, he summons his simple wooden staff, which glows with an impossible power. The weapon flies forward, a mere speck against the spider's immense size, yet the monster can only shriek in terror. It strikes down with absolute finality, a completely one-sided attack that offers no chance of survival. The forest queen is instantly reduced to a splattered mess on the ground. Its reign of terror ended in a single blow. Its body dissolves into a bubbling puddle, its final agonized groans echoing through the silent woods. The commander watches impassively, his expression revealing nothing about the godlike power he just unleashed. But as he turns to leave, the creature's remains begin to twist and reform into something new and unnatural. The commander effortlessly draws the spider's dark, chaotic essence out from its remains. All of its terrifying power is violently compressed and sealed into a single, ancient talisman. He calmly holds the artifact, having contained a monster that could level a forest. Meanwhile, in a dark wood, a mysterious figure thanks Asura as he runs off into the night. But back in the present, Asura freezes as a vital memory hits him. Oh, wait, he asks about another spider host he fought, one who was disturbingly sane and mentally stable. That host is revealed a mysterious white-haired warrior, lying broken and unconscious on the ground. As they discover the body, the commander can only sigh in grim understanding. Oh dear. His gaze then shifts to Asura, realizing, this kid has a unique physique more like a wild beast. He mutters that the boy's body reminds him of an ancient warrior tribe, a power that shouldn't even exist. The commander reveals the unconscious warrior was cursed with a parasite that craved endless slaughter, forcing him to live a life of hardship. Yet, it was the boy's own will that miraculously protected villagers from the spider's infinite murderous desire. In the end, the old man can only sigh, accepting the harshness of this reality. He concludes that if something is destined to happen, then it simply must happen. While traveling, the commander looks at Asura and wonders, should I offer this child a present? Suddenly, the scene cuts to a tranquil forest, where a deer grazes peacefully in the sunlight. The creature enjoys a quiet moment, completely unaware it's being watched. But then its head snaps up, its instinct screaming that something is wrong. In a flash, it leaps away, fleeing from an unseen but terrifying presence. From the shadows emerge two hunters, including the supposedly defeated Chonggang, who smirks. I had a feeling you might miss it again. An angry boy confronts his friends in the woods, demanding to know why they followed him. I told you not to follow me today, he seethes, his words dripping with frustration. But their argument is silenced by the sudden appearance of a colossal, muscular bear towering over them. The children scream in terror, shocked that anyone could have provoked such a monster and lived. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through their panic, calling out to them from an impossible height. They drop to the ground, shielding their heads from a phantom threat. Looking up, they see the priestess Wolyong casually riding the massive beast they thought would kill them. How am I supposed to correct these troublemakers? She wonders with a weary sigh. With the lesson taught, she turns the tamed monster and rides deeper into the forest. In a quiet clearing, she then rewards her monstrous companion, revealing a bond that defies all logic. The children wave goodbye as the massive bear disappears, leaving them with the mysterious priestess. She explains their bond isn't one of master and pet, but of mutual rescue. We became close after I saved it as a cub. With the danger gone, Wolyong gently guides the children back towards their homes, a newfound warmth in her voice. But one child looks up at her, a flicker of deep thought crossing his face as he tries to understand her. The kids now treat her with pure affection, a stark contrast to the fear she once inspired. A quiet thought reveals the truth. Since the day the village burned down, something about the priestess has changed. She was once distant and intimidating, a figure of power who was hard to approach and even frightening. But now, she's like a beloved older sister, embraced by the very children who once kept their distance. This change began in the ashes of their former home, a tragedy that seems to have reforged her very soul. And as the priestess changed, so did the village, rising from its own ruins into a new era of hope. From the ashes of destruction, the shrine was reborn as an academy for the people. Teachers elected by the elders began to pass down their wisdom to the next generation. Its doors were open to all, teaching children by day and adults by afternoon. But it was the priestess who taught the teachers, her knowledge spanning everything from farming to the art of war. And so, the small, recovering village began its slow but steady path to recovery. With each passing season, the settlement grew larger and more prosperous under her guidance. It soon became a thriving city, known as the most livable place in the entire region. Wolyong watched over the home she had built, a silent guardian overlooking her life's work. Then one day, without a word or a trace, the priestess simply disappeared. As the village fell into chaos, the chief spoke quietly. She must have gone back to where she originally came from, The village chief insists their priestess was a heavenly being who has simply returned home. But one small child stands alone in the empty village square, unconvinced. He stares up with wide, questioning eyes. His gaze is fixed upon the full moon hanging in the dark sky. It watches over the village, a silent, indifferent witness to their loss. The boy's silence breaks as he rejects the comforting lie. "What nonsense are you talking about?" he shouts. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Elsewhere, deep within a sun-dappled forest, a carriage travels along a hidden path. Inside, the young warrior Asura lets out a massive, weary yawn. The endless travel has completely drained the boy of his usual energy. Asura's patience finally snaps as he yells for the carriage to stop, but their path is suddenly blocked by a group of imposing mountain bandits. Their leader, a mountain of a man with terrifying facial markings, stares them down with pure menace. Asura can only stare in disbelief, while the old commander remains completely unfazed by the threat. The horse rears back with a sharp cry, bringing their journey to an abrupt and dangerous halt. The carriage now sits silently on the forest path, completely at their mercy. Asura realizes with a jolt that they're completely trapped. The bandit leader's cold, calculating gaze locks onto the carriage, sizing up his prey. His deep voice cuts through the silence with an undeniable command. "Both of you, get down and come closer." Asura is left speechless by the audacity, but the commander's expression reveals nothing. Asura points defiantly, completely unfazed by the threat, while the old commander calmly observes the unfolding chaos. They step out from their carriage, now facing the bandits who have completely blocked the forest path. Looking up at the figures on the cliff, Asura coldly states the obvious, "You seem like thieves." He then gives them an impossibly arrogant ultimatum. "If you leave now, I'll let you go." The bandit leader's eye narrows, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his gaze at the boy's sheer audacity. "How rude," he growls, his voice dripping with condescending amusement at the child's courage. Asura's glare doesn't waver for a second, even as the bandit mocks his empty threat. But in that instant, the bandit's amusement vanishes, replaced by a wide-eyed surge of pure fury. With a roar, his muscles explode with power, shattering the very air around him. Before Asura can even react, he's sent soaring through the sky from a single, devastating blow. The bandits grunt in disbelief at the boy's sheer audacity, but Asura just smirks, his eyes glinting with menace. "You should have run when I gave you the chance." In a flash, he plows through the grunts, sending them flying like rag dolls, and lets out a confident, "Hey," believing the fight is already over. But his triumphant expression instantly freezes as he senses an impossible presence behind him. A massive force slams into him, stopping his attack dead in its tracks. The bandit leader's weapon carves a massive trench in the earth from the sheer force of his block, and he emerges from the dust completely unharmed, a true monster of a man. A cruel smirk plays on his lips, mocking the boy's pathetic display of power. Asura can only stare in wide-eyed horror, his arrogance shattered by the one-sided gap in strength. The old commander senses something, a flicker of surprise on his ancient face. Suddenly, Asura is ambushed on the road, his journey brought to a violent halt. A sharp command to stop rings out, but the attack has already begun. The boy finds himself completely surrounded, blades pressed against him from all sides. Yet, Asura shows no fear, only a cold, defiant glare that promises bloodshed. "Everyone, back off," a new voice commands, revealing the group's true leader. His underlings immediately retreat, clearing a path as their captain makes his presence known. This mysterious man completely ignores the boy, walking past him as if he were nothing. "I am Yujarim from the Black Jade Organization," he announces, revealing his allegiance to the Emperor. And the commander's expression hardens, realizing they've just run into the Empire's most notorious agents. "Our deputy chief wishes to meet you," the agent states, his words a polite but undeniable command. The commander immediately challenges him, questioning this request made at sword point by asking, "What if we refuse?" But the agent's response is shocking. He bows deeply, promising to let them go without another word. The old alchemist's eyes narrow, sensing a deeper game at play behind this unexpected show of respect. Yujarim holds his deferential pose, his submission a calculated move in this tense negotiation. Relenting, the commander finally agrees to the meeting, accepting their strange offer of peace. At that moment, a new voice thunders, "Bring the horses," and the true leader of this group is revealed. It's the monstrous bandit chief, his presence so overwhelming he seems to command the very air around him. His own underlings stare in shock, clearly terrified of the man they call their deputy chief. Even Yujarim seems unsettled, his calm facade cracking as he glances towards his powerful, unpredictable superior. A warrior blocks Asura's path, demanding, "Where are you going?" The man's eyes widen in shock as the boy doesn't even flinch. Asura grins with a wild look in his eyes, declaring, "The fight isn't over yet." At the same time, Ujarim steps forward to halt the old commander's departure. But the ancient alchemist remains perfectly calm, his gaze unreadable and steady. "Try to grab me again," Asura dares, his confidence bordering on madness. The warrior is completely stunned by the boy's sheer audacity. A smug smile spreads across Asura's face as he relishes the tension. Suddenly, the hulking deputy chief grabs his weapon, his patience clearly at its end. He roars his subordinate's name in absolute fury. "Wang Yom!" The deputy chief's voice thunders. "Do not commit any more rudeness toward the formally invited guests." His rage is palpable, a crushing pressure emanating from the monstrous warrior as he glares down his subordinate. With a dismissive scoff, the hulking leader lowers his weapon, the immediate threat seemingly over. He then turns his attention to the defiant boy, leading him away from the tense standoff. But a calm voice cuts through the air, calling out the boy's name, "Asura." "Stop it now and come back here." The command echoes as the boy continues to walk away. The ancient commander's gaze is sharp and unwavering, a silent order that cannot be disobeyed. Suddenly, Asura breaks into a run, shouting back that he heard as he sprints towards the cart. Now, seated beside his master, the boy's rebellious energy finally settles into a quiet sulk. The commander sighs with disappointment. "I thought you finally learned to control your strength." The commander presses Asura. "Was your opponent just stronger?" Making the boy blush with shame. "Of course, I controlled my strength." Asura insists, but the old man's skepticism hangs in the air. With the tense moment over, their escort leader announces it's time for them to depart. A scarred tracker on horseback impatiently shouts, "Walk faster, you slowpokes!" as they ride on. Inside the cart, Asura can only glare silently at his master, still fuming from the lecture. The entire procession, a mix of Imperial agents and our strange duo, travels deeper into the wilderness. Suddenly, their destination is revealed: a massive, impenetrable fortress city carved directly into the mountainside. Their caravan enters the narrow canyon pass, the only approach to the formidable stronghold. As the cart rumbles on, Asura's defiance fades into quiet observation, the gravity of their situation sinking in. Finally, they arrive before the towering gates, the sheer scale of the Black Jade organization's power laid bare. The massive gates open, and the small caravan is swallowed by the imposing Black Jade fortress. Inside the cart, Asura and the commander ride in tense silence, the air thick with anticipation. But their arrival is met with a brutal spectacle, prisoners being whipped in the main courtyard. A guard screams, "Those who dawdle will have their skin peeled off," as the lash cracks down. One of their escorts begins to explain this grim scene, noting how the world has changed. "There are still many who cannot accept reality," he continues, as Asura watches with disgust. The scarred warrior elaborates that their job is to find and punish those who rebel against the emperor. Ujarim apologizes for the grim sight, hoping the commander understands their harsh methods. The ancient alchemist listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes their brutal philosophy. Their cart rolls past the broken prisoners, a clear and chilling message about the power they now face. They are led into the heart of the Black Jade organization's imposing fortress, their humble cart left behind as they are escorted deeper into the compound. Inside, they are brought before the deputy chief himself for a formal meeting. Asura remains on high alert, but the ancient alchemist calmly sips his tea, unfazed by the tense atmosphere. The deputy chief finally breaks the silence, addressing the commander directly with a probing question. "Have you ever heard of a technique called poison spirit art?" he asks, his gaze intense. The commander's silence is telling, prompting the deputy chief to assume it's a new concept to him. He then reveals the nature of this power, a mystical art that allows one to read the memories of objects. "It's a secret divination technique," he explains, passed down exclusively through his family line. The revelation shocks Asura, but it's the commander's explosive reaction that truly shatters the room's tension. The deputy chief explains his visions are unclear, like seeing through a foggy mist. Asura, however, is completely bored by the long-winded explanation. He can barely stay awake while the ancient commander listens intently. But the mood shifts when he reveals a catastrophe. An entire imperial organization was wiped out. While investigating, he used his art and witnessed strange, dark visions he wants to share. Suddenly, a vision floods his mind, showing a mysterious figure surrounded by crows. It's the tracker they met earlier, his eyes now glowing with an unnatural, chilling light. He then sees Asura, unleashing an incredible power against a multi-headed beast. The boy leaps through the air, driving his weapon down with immense force. And in a flash of blinding speed, he slices clean through the monster's neck. The vision ends in a blinding flash of white light. He saw Asura, not as a boy, but as a being of pure, untamed power. The deputy chief's eyes snap open, the memory of what he witnessed still terrifyingly clear. He explains he was investigating the disappearance of number 4 of the Black Jade organization at a place called the Divine Tree. When he touched the tree's bark, its memories flooded his mind. "I saw you two and the man who was with you," he reveals, recalling the destroyed room. Suddenly, an unbelievable power erupted from the building. A force beyond all comprehension. It was a swirling vortex of raw, monstrous energy consuming everything in its path. The entire estate was swallowed whole by this terrifying, tree-like phenomenon, leaving nothing but splintered ruins and a chilling mystery in its wake. In that vision, the scarred warrior's eyes began to glow with a strange, terrifying light. The deputy chief recalls the aftermath, a colossal crater lake, so vast it defied belief. He stood there himself, a silent witness to a power that could reshape the very land. In his mind's eye, the world turned gray as the memory of that day began. Then, a blinding flash of light erupted from the mountains, a prelude to total annihilation. The blast wave expanded in an instant, a silent, world-ending explosion. It was a pure, white energy that vaporized everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. But amidst the chaos, another figure stood untouched. Ujareem of the Black Jade organization. He watched from a distance as the landscape was carved into a massive, lifeless crater. A silent observer to a cataclysm that should have been impossible, a mystery that now connects them all. The deputy chief's eyes glowed, replaying a memory he couldn't comprehend. He saw a carriage carrying the old man and the boy, moving towards an unknown fate. The ancient alchemist and the boy were traveling together, their purpose shrouded in mystery. But the vision was far from over, growing darker and more ominous. Then, in a flash of white, their eyes all ignited with the same chilling light. Back in the present, an unnerving silence filled the room as the story concluded. The boy sat stunned, trying to process the impossible things he was hearing. The deputy chief's gaze locked onto the commander, his mind racing with questions. Reading the memories of objects, he finally realized, what an incredibly useful ability. The ancient alchemist calmly took a sip of tea and admitted, "That's right." The deputy chief is left utterly stunned by the old man's casual confession. "Are you saying you were behind all the incidents?" the commander asks coldly. "Isn't that what you wanted to hear?" A shocked "ah" is all the warrior can manage, realizing he's stepped into a trap. He quickly tries to regain control, warning, "If you admit to that, we will have no choice but to arrest you." But the commander simply scoffs at the empty threat, challenging him with a chilling, "Go ahead and try. Did you think I couldn't figure out your intentions and just followed along?" he continues, revealing he was never the one being played. The deputy chief freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as he understands the true power gap between them. The commander then explains that while he regrets past events, their unavoidable circumstances mean larger clashes will happen in the future. "I was hoping to avoid conflict," he declares. "But if you come at me like this, it might be better to draw a line now." With absolute authority, he gives one final, terrifying order. "Mobilize everyone here, arrest or massacre, do whatever you want." The commander calls out the deputy chief's bluff, asking, "Didn't you bring us here with that intention from the start?" Asura watches the tense standoff, completely silent as he tries to understand the shift in power. Suddenly, a wide grin spreads across his face as he realizes the old man was always in control, exclaiming, "Ah, I see now." The deputy chief is left speechless, a cold sweat dripping down his face as the terrifying reality of his mistake sinks in. With ice in his veins, the commander delivers a final, chilling message. "What happens here today will serve as our warning to your emperor." Meanwhile, in a remote fortress perched high on a cliff, a far darker operation is underway. Inside its walls lies a grim, desolate courtyard, a place where hope goes to die. A line of prisoners, chained together by the neck, are marched through the narrow corridors by armed guards. They are shoved into a barred cell, their tattered clothes and bound hands telling a story of complete subjugation. Inside, the defeated captives slump against the cold stone walls, their faces a mask of despair and exhaustion. One captive glares from the darkness of his cell, a spark of defiance still burning in his eyes. He watches the despair around him, his gaze unbroken by the hopelessness of their prison. With a heavy clank, the cell door swings open, revealing more warriors slumped in defeat, their spirits seemingly gone. Suddenly, a new group is violently shoved inside, collapsing onto the cold stone floor under the guard's command. A prisoner gasps in disbelief, recognizing the new arrivals. "No way, Hu Chang, So Jinkyung. Even you two?" The prison yard is now filled with legendary fighters, all captured and brought to this single, desolate place. A leader among them issues a stern warning against causing trouble, trying to maintain some semblance of order. He watches the brief reunion with a cold expression, remarking on their ability to find camaraderie even in this hell. The others can only look on in dismay, the capture of their strongest comrades confirming the worst. But their white-haired elder silences them, his voice grim. When I think about our future in prison, I can't feel joy. The elder's grim words fall heavy, met only by the silence of defeated warriors. But one disciple kneels, his voice cutting through the despair. Master, we deliberately got captured to rescue you and the other masters. The older masters stare back in utter disbelief at this reckless declaration. What foolishness, one scoffs. Do you not understand what kind of place the Black Jade organization is? The elder silences the argument, calling out to the lead disciple by name, Chang. He knows his student isn't reckless, believing there must be more to this desperate plan. Chang confirms his master's suspicion with a simple, determined yes. We went to Heavenly Dance Valley to explain our plan and seek help. The very name sends a shockwave through the prisoners. Heavenly Dance Valley? Chang admits that Heavenly Dance Valley declined to help directly, fearing they would provoke the emperor. But instead, they entrusted the disciples with one of their divine items, hoping for their success. The masters are completely stunned by this revelation, gasping in disbelief. A divine item? He then reaches into his tattered robes to retrieve the mysterious object. With a soft rustle, he pulls out a small, carefully wrapped package from a hidden pocket. He carefully unwraps the cloth, revealing a small, unassuming wooden cylinder. With a slight twist, the cylinder pops open, revealing its hidden contents. A single, tiny seed, with an otherworldly glow, falls from the container into his open palm. They called it a seed from another world, he explains. A gift from an unknown sage. With their hope now resting on this single seed, the disciples bow before their master, their resolve solidified. The thought of a seed from another world hangs in the air, as the old alchemist notes that the true lord of the Black Jade organization has yet to appear. He directly accuses the deputy. You have armed forces nearby, waiting for a signal, isn't that right? The room falls into a dead, tense silence, as the powerful warrior is caught completely off guard. Realizing he's been utterly outplayed, the scarred man raises his hand in concession. It seems I was not wise in handling this, he admits, his intimidation tactic having failed spectacularly. He then changes his approach, formally introducing himself as Yu Jareem, the deputy lord of the organization. Asura and the commander listen impassively, their expressions unreadable as the man reveals his true identity. Yu Jareem apologizes for the deception, hoping to smooth over his disastrous first impression. But the ancient alchemist is unimpressed, coolly asking if this revelation truly changes anything at all. The commander pressures the deputy lord, asking why they haven't been arrested for annihilating one of his allied groups. Asura chimes in with a smirk. Yes, I heard the same, adding to the warrior's growing stress. The powerful deputy admits the situation is rather awkward for him, his authority completely undermined. Frankly, he confesses, I'd rather not make enemies of you if I can avoid it. So, with the tables turned, he leans in to make a shocking suggestion. Instead of punishment, he offers to sponsor them as official members of the Black Jade organization. The duo is stunned by the proposal, with Asura quietly questioning, official members? The deputy explains that as unaffiliated newcomers, they would receive immense support for their unknown mission. He dismisses the destruction they caused as a mere misunderstanding, not a direct attack on the Empire. If you join, he promises, I can personally take responsibility for clearing up those past incidents. Asura and the old alchemist sit in tense silence, considering the deputy's shocking proposal. But the commander's response is swift and absolute. I refuse. The deputy chief is stunned, retorting that they don't even know what the organization's true mission is. The old man calmly explains that while he appreciates the offer, they will simply continue with their own goals. An intense stare-down follows as the two powerhouses lock eyes, the negotiation at a dangerous impasse. The air crackles with unspoken threats, with neither side willing to back down from this critical confrontation. But then, the deputy makes an unbelievable decision, stating he'll let them go for now. Asura can't believe his ears, blurting out, You'll let us go? The deputy reaffirms his stance, preferring not to make them enemies and vowing to find a peaceful solution. The ancient alchemist simply listens, his expression unreadable as he processes this unexpected turn of events. The deputy chief offers them a place to stay, but the old alchemist bluntly refuses with a simple no. Asura declares their business is finished and that they are leaving immediately. But as they turn to leave, the deputy chief suddenly calls out for them to wait. His tone turns demanding, ordering them to stop right where they are. In an instant, a cage of thick metal bars erupts from the ground around them. The floor shatters as the trap springs, imprisoning the duo completely. They are trapped, standing amidst the rubble of the very floor they just walked on. Asura looks up in utter confusion, completely baffled by the sudden imprisonment. The deputy chief's voice cuts through the silence, admitting he needs to correct something he said. He then reveals the terrifying truth. No outsider who entered Black Jade has ever left alive. Letting you go was a lie. Asura furiously shakes the bars of their new prison as the deputy chief watches from the shadows. It's sturdier than it seems, the boy notes, realizing his raw strength is completely useless here. The deputy chief scoffs, revealing the cage is millennium-cold iron, and orders them to stay quiet. Asura turns to his companion, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face at this sudden betrayal. But his shock quickly morphs into a confident smirk. Look at that sudden change in attitude. I like people like that. Ignoring the boy's taunt, the deputy chief slides open a massive door, revealing the true nature of his fortress. An entire courtyard is filled with soldiers, all surrounding a massive execution platform held down by enormous chains. The deputy chief, now stripped for battle, stands before his army, his gaze filled with absolute murderous intent. His warriors stand ready, their spears poised to strike down any who dare to resist their lord's will. Suddenly, a strange metallic object erupts from the ground, hinting at another, even deadlier layer to this inescapable trap. In a dark prison cell, a master tells his disciples, "Look at it," as a strange object lies on the ground. The object suddenly erupts, growing at an astonishing rate into a thorny, monstrous form. It rapidly expands into a massive, spiked cage, shaking the very foundations of their prison. The other prisoners can only stare in shock and terror, screaming, "What's the—" The thorny cage then violently expands, throwing everyone back in a chaotic explosion of dust and debris. Meanwhile, the lost commander remains utterly calm, a faint smile playing on his lips despite the betrayal. "I expected it would come to this," he says, completely unsurprised by the deputy chief's treachery. But the deputy chief only scoffs, sneering that they threw away their only chance to live. He then reveals his army, explaining their blades are coated with a deadly poison where just a scratch is fatal. "Let's see how long you can last in that narrow cell," he taunts, his eyes filled with cold certainty. The deputy chief roars, "Attack," confident in his poison-laced army and inescapable trap. But as his men charge the cage, a strange power radiates from within, pushing them all back. A deafening boom echoes through the prison as the ground itself seems to shatter from the force. The deputy chief's eyes go wide with disbelief, his perfect plan suddenly falling apart before him. His elite soldiers are thrown back like ragdolls, their formation completely broken by the mysterious shockwave. He can only grit his teeth in shock, unable to comprehend the power that has just been unleashed. Inside the cell, Asura and the old man watch calmly as the chaos unfolds around them. Far below, the entire fortress begins to tremble as a dark, thorny entity erupts from its very core. Monstrous vines tear through the cliffside citadel, a prison break on a scale no one could have ever imagined. A massive explosion erupts from deep within the prison fortress, shaking it to its core. In the chaos, the prisoners are thrown about as the old master cries out for his disciple, Chang. "What is this calamity you've brought down on our heads?" one man screams in pure terror. From the very peak of the cliffside citadel, a dark power begins to violently emerge. Monstrous, thorny vines burst forth, growing at an impossible rate as the mountain itself rumbles. The ancient fortress is smashed to pieces, its walls crumbling before the unstoppable, destructive force. "Get every last man out of the buildings, now!" a commander bellows as soldiers flee for their lives. The thorny tendrils continue their rampage, crushing stone and men alike with a deafening roar. Even the central tower, the very heart of the Black Jade organization, is ensnared and torn asunder. And at the center of it all, a single chained figure in a courtyard is revealed as the source, its power finally unleashed. "Watch out! The ceiling's caving in!" A soldier screams as the fortress collapses from within. A massive section of the roof crashes down, instantly crushing the men below in a shower of stone. More soldiers leap into the dust, surrounding the lone figure responsible for this absolute destruction. They can only stare at the mountain of rubble, their formation completely broken. But suddenly, the debris explodes outwards as the enraged deputy chief, Yu Jarim, bursts free. He lands with a thunderous impact, his sheer presence rallying his terrified soldiers. "I want a situation report. Now!" he bellows, demanding answers amidst the chaos. Before anyone can respond, the monstrous thorny vines erupt once more, tearing through his men. "Damnation!" Yu Jarim growls, his face a mask of pure fury and disbelief. He screams a single name into the chaos, revealing the identity of the one causing this calamity. Yum! A storm of thorny vines tears through the battlefield, aimed directly at the deputy chief. "Captain!" his subordinate screams, watching in horror as his leader is engulfed by the attack. But the assault isn't over, as 4 blinding spheres of energy materialize from the chaos. They detonate with catastrophic force, seemingly annihilating everything in their path. Yet from the smoke and dust, Yujarim emerges, completely unfazed by the onslaught. Ignoring his own safety, he barks a single, urgent question. What became of the prisoners? His subordinate freezes, the horrifying realization dawning on him as he looks around. Yujarim scans the utter devastation, his eyes searching for any sign of his targets. Suddenly, he spots something in the rubble and lunges forward with earth-shattering force. His face contorts with disbelief and rage as he realizes the impossible has happened. Impossible, he breathes, staring at the bent Millennium Frost steel bars. The deputy chief's shock turns to cold fury as he finds his prisoners standing calmly in the wreckage. He recognizes a strange tree growing nearby as a seed he planted long ago. But the old man seems more concerned with the plant's purpose, wondering if a certain girl is nearby. Before he can ponder further, a hand clamps down on Asura's head from behind. The old commander looks up, surprised, as his young companion is lifted into the air. With a devastating smash, Yujarim slams the boy face first into the shattered ground. His eyes burn with absolute rage as he reasserts his dominance. He grinds the boy's head into the rubble, pinning him with overwhelming power. "Clap him in irons," he roars. Yet the old man simply watches on, completely unfazed. "Kill them all, the old man included." Yujarim roars, his patience completely shattered. He glares at his stunned soldiers, demanding to know what they're waiting for. With a unified cry, his warriors finally obey and charge forward as one. The entire squadron swarms the lone commander, a tidal wave of steel and fury. But the old man simply scoffs, completely unimpressed by the pathetic show of force. As his men leap through the air for the kill, the ground itself seems to reject them. Suddenly, massive thorny vines erupt from the earth, turning the battlefield into a death trap. The soldiers are impaled and torn apart, their attack turning into a one-sided massacre. Through the chaos and bloodshed, the commander stands untouched, a silent, grim observer. "Plants," he calmly explains, "are perfectly capable of recognizing their master." The deputy chief stares in disbelief as the old commander stands calmly amidst the wreckage of his men. "Ja!" Yujarim roars, his power erupting and shattering the ground in pure rage. But the commander remains unfazed as the thorny vines writhe, ready for another command. The deputy chief lunges forward, deciding to tear apart the monstrous plant with his bare hands. With a single, devastating blow, he smashes through the thorny barricade, proving his immense strength. His eyes burn with fury, realizing the old man is a far greater threat than he ever imagined. Ignoring the commander, he suddenly grabs Asura by the hair, lifting the boy effortlessly. Asura's eyes widen in terror as the deputy chief sneers. "That's it, you're done." With a sickening snap, he twists the boy's arm, breaking it without a second thought. A brutal punch sends Asura flying, a completely one-sided display of overwhelming power. The deputy chief recoils in shock, blood spraying from his mouth as the tables suddenly turn. But it was Asura, fueled by pure rage, who launched the impossible counterattack. He lands a devastating punch square in the monster's chest. The sheer force sends the deputy chief flying, shattering the wall behind him. For the first time, the seemingly invincible warrior looks genuinely stunned by the boy's hidden power. He stumbles, coughing up a mouthful of blood, proof that the boy's strike was no mere fluke. Gritting his teeth through the pain, a terrifying fury builds in his eyes. You've got some heat behind your hands, kid." He smirks, his voice dripping with condescension. Suddenly, a dark, thorny power erupts from his body, revealing a fraction of his true strength. In an instant, massive spikes burst from the ground, brutally impaling the boy where he stands. Asura stands over the broken body of the deputy chief, the battle seemingly won. But in the warrior's eyes, there is no defeat, only pure, unadulterated shock. That shock quickly hardens into a terrifying, murderous rage. Buried in rubble, the deputy chief is far from finished, his power beginning to surge once more. "It's not possible," he mutters, blood trickling from his nose, as he processes the impossible. From the sidelines, the eye-patch captain, Chonggang, watches the unbelievable outcome unfold. He turns to the boy, scolding, "Asura, what do I keep telling you about your lack of control?" But as they discuss the fight, the commander simply sighs. "You say that every time." Suddenly, the entire building shatters around them as a new threat explodes from outside. The deputy chief has returned, unleashing a colossal wave of thorns to end them all. Leaping from the rubble, the deputy chief is far from finished. His eyes burn with absolute killing intent as he prepares to end it all. But as his forest of thorns erupts, his own attack is met with his shocked cry of, "What?" He spins around, his face a mask of pure disbelief. An impossible power is manifesting right behind him, stopping his technique cold. Asura can only stare, frozen by the sudden, unbelievable shift in the battle. A new figure suddenly appears, cloaked in an overwhelming, ethereal blue aura. The boy is stunned speechless by the sheer pressure emanating from this being. The entity bears the deputy chief's face but speaks with ancient power. "Heed me close, boy." Its glowing eyes lock onto him, delivering a chilling warning about the fate of those who oppose Fort Sovereign. The entity's final threat echoes through the air: "You will soon regret your insolence," as its form begins to dissolve. In a flash of brilliant blue light, the mysterious being completely vanishes from existence. Asura stands alone amidst the ruins, staring at the last wisp of energy fading on the ground. Utterly bewildered by the impossible event, he can only mutter to himself, "Come again?" But then he rationalizes the encounter, scoffing at what must have been a simple illusion technique. The commander appears behind him, calmly observing, "It seems your new friend is more talented than I thought." He then asks if Asura caught the man's parting words as he fled their wrath. Asura just shrugs it off, dismissing the warning as the usual empty threats from a sore loser. The old man, however, falls silent, stroking his beard as he ponders the deeper meaning behind the encounter. He then surveys the fortress, now completely consumed by his thorns, admitting their escape was far more chaotic than he'd planned. The commander grimly admits these enemies are more than just a passing annoyance. His power is absolute, as monstrous thorns have completely consumed the mountain fortress. Yet deep within the rubble, a lone soldier coughs, somehow surviving the devastation. His eyes widen in sheer terror as a new threat emerges from the shadows. A mysterious figure descends upon him, swinging a crude wooden plank with lethal force. The strike is brutal and final, a sickening thwack echoing through the ruins. Breathing heavily, the attacker reveals himself a lone swordsman, whose work is not yet done. His eyes burn with cold fury, determined to let everything here crumble to dust. He then turns his gaze towards another group of soldiers desperately trying to regroup. "How many of them left breathing?" he calls out, his voice dripping with menace. A soldier reports that monstrous vines have completely crushed the building, making it impossible to confirm any survivors. He speculates that the rest of their targets were likely crushed to death amidst the rubble, but their leader is merciless, ordering them to set the entire complex ablaze to erase all traces of the Black Watch unit. Suddenly, a strange rattling sound echoes through the ruins, stopping them in their tracks. The men look around in confusion, trying to pinpoint the source of the unsettling noise. The sound grows louder, originating from the colossal mass of thorny vines that destroyed the fortress. "Didn't you say it had caved in?" the swordsman demands, his men confirming it was completely still just moments ago. Then, with a sickening crack, the seemingly dead plant structure begins to shift and break apart. A powerful force erupts from within, sending debris flying as the entire thorny prison expands. The swordsman's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he realizes the horrifying truth. The vines are alive? The swordsman realizes a creature is still roaming the fort, a survivor of the Black Watch unit. His commander furiously orders, "That thing is in league with those scoundrels, do not leave it alive." But before they can act, the entire squad freezes in shock at a sudden disturbance from the ruins. They draw their blades in unison, preparing for a threat they can't yet comprehend. Deep within the thorny prison, two figures are revealed as the entire structure begins to stir. It's the old alchemist and the boy, Asura, trapped but completely calm amidst the chaos. The vines constrict around them, but it's already too late for their would-be executioners. A blinding explosion of pure power erupts from the heart of the prison. The colossal vine structure is instantly obliterated, torn apart by an unstoppable force from within. The cleanup crew can only stare in horror as the ground rumbles and their true enemy is unleashed. From the dust and debris, a lone carriage rattles forward, its path blocked by two mysterious figures. Inside, Asura nervously glances back at the old alchemist, whispering, "Well, on second thought." The guards are visibly terrified, but their commander smiles calmly, suggesting, "I think these fine gentlemen deserve a pass, don't you think?" His voice echoes through the dust, inviting them over for a friendly conversation instead of a fight. Meanwhile, their destination is revealed, a desolate, overgrown village, reclaimed by nature and steeped in ruin. A lone scout from the commander's party sprints through the wreckage, heading for a dilapidated central building. He quickly enters the dark, abandoned structure, searching for something or someone. Suddenly, he rushes back out, having clearly made a startling discovery within the ruins. Deep in the woods, the commander identifies their meeting point and orders his men forward. The entire squad charges towards the building, where a lone figure emerges from the shadows to meet them. A leader promises his followers sanctuary and provisions, courtesy of the mysterious Sky Mist Valley. But on the road, the veteran commander extends a friendly invitation to Asura and his master for a meal in a ruined village. The lost commander attempts to decline, explaining they have other business, but their host seems unwilling to take no for an answer. His men press the issue with unsettling smiles, insisting they at least join them for a single meal before they leave. With no real choice, they are guided towards the dark building, urged to hurry before the food gets cold. Elsewhere, under a dark sky, a lone, jagged mountain stands as a silent, ominous monolith. A winding path snakes up its face, leading to a single, dark entrance hidden within the stone. Deep inside, a solitary figure in white kneels in a spotlight, a picture of absolute defeat. The acolyte remains bowed in submission, their form trembling under the weight of their failure. A hooded master looms over them. Speaking of a time when your entire unit lies in utter devastation, how dare you crawl back with not a hint of shame? The hooded master seethes, his voice dripping with contempt. The acolyte tries to explain his failure, but is immediately cut off by a booming silence. With a heavy step, the master grinds his boot onto the captain's head, pinning him to the floor. "I shall be the one to determine whether you are granted mercy," he declares with chilling finality. In a terrifying display of power, a hand clamps down on the head of the mighty deputy chief, Jarim. The grip tightens with a sickening hiss, the pressure immense and completely inescapable. Veins bulge across Jarim's face as the once unbeatable warrior is rendered utterly helpless. His eyes widen in pure agony and disbelief, unable to comprehend this impossible level of strength. The hooded figure's power radiates outwards, a silent testament to the absolute gap in their abilities. And behind that mask, a single, glowing eye promises nothing but annihilation for those who fail him. A blinding flash of energy explodes, leaving nothing but scattered dust in its wake. Later that night, under a silent moon, a single thought breaks the stillness. The old master considers a fascinating notion: a man with the power to enhance the abilities of others. He explains to a group of warriors that such a trait is not common, but quite the opposite. Their commander agrees, speaking of legends where warriors gain immense inner chi by a twist of fate, but he dismisses them as fanciful fables, rarities that occur only once in a century. The master then reveals a terrifying truth. This power enhances the dead far more than the living. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the memory. "What did you just say?" The commander turns in confusion, his men startled by their master's sudden intensity. Asura's eyes narrow, contemplating the horrifying potential of enhancing a warrior's might beyond all known limits. The commander asks in disbelief if he means raising the dead from their slumber, but the old master turns the question back, asking if he truly believes their lord is capable of such godly feats. Meanwhile, in a desolate white void, the defeated deputy chief Jarim lies broken on the floor. A mysterious hooded figure stands over him, their presence utterly dominating the space. "He's as hardy as a cockroach, this one," the figure remarks with cold amusement. The sheer power difference between them hangs heavy in the silent, empty void. Elsewhere, a path winds through a deep, dark cavern, leading to an unknown destination. The same cloaked figure walks this treacherous path alone, their purpose a complete mystery. As they approach a massive stone gate, a sharp voice suddenly rings out, "Halt!" But the figure simply stops, unafraid, standing silently before the imposing entrance. "I come bearing information for the notice of Lord Divine Physician," a hooded figure announces from the darkness. A powerful voice booms from the gate, questioning if the matter is truly grave enough to disturb his master's meditation. The cloaked subordinate stands his ground, unwavering before the imposing entrance. "This is a matter that cannot be taken lightly," he insists. "But I believe I may take care of it myself." With authority granted, the figure bows and proceeds into the dark cavern, his mission now clear. He walks alone through the winding passage, leaving the gatekeeper behind to stand guard. The path suddenly opens into a hidden, ethereal grotto where a white-haired master meditates beneath a colossal tree. The serene figure remains perfectly still, radiating an aura of immense power and tranquility across the water. "Is there something I ought to know?" the master asks, his voice echoing through the cavern without even turning around. But the gatekeeper quickly interjects from the entrance. "No, my lord, nothing worthy of your attention." The divine physician finally speaks, his back still turned to the intrusion. There is no time to waste upon trifling matters, he decides, his patience clearly at an end. With a simple gesture of his hand, he reaches toward the placid water. The surface immediately begins to swirl, responding to his unspoken command. The vortex grows more violent, churning with raw, untamed energy. Suddenly, the water erupts upwards in a massive, twisting column. He stands unfazed before the colossal waterspout, a master in absolute control. I already sense a long-awaited presence drawing near, he announces to the empty grotto. Within the watery screen, a mysterious visage begins to take shape. The ancient master's eyes narrow, his focus now locked on this new development. A face forms in the water as the divine physician greets him. Welcome home, old friend, the king of fallen emissaries. The story flashes back nearly 14 years, to a time of impending war. The entire martial arts realm stood on the precipice, facing the unstoppable northern demon cult. So great was the threat that for the first time, the righteous and deviant sects set aside their blood feud to form an alliance. But just before the final battle, an urgent message arrived from the sky. It carried impossible news. The fearsome demon cult had already been completely vanquished by an unknown faction. In disbelief, the alliance dispatched its fastest riders to verify the truth. They arrived not at a battlefield, but a wasteland of pure, apocalyptic destruction. The scouts could only stare in horror, speechless at the scale of the annihilation. And as the realm celebrated the cult's demise, they remained oblivious to the terrifying new power that had just announced its arrival. The realm's cries of joy drowned out any concern for the mysterious faction that had saved them. Then, some days later, a band of messengers arrived from these newfound saviors. They presented a heavy, ornate casket before the leaders of the Grand Alliance. The assembled lords could only watch in silence as a dark presence filled the air. The messenger delivered a chilling ultimatum. He desires a reply within 10 days, no more. Leaving their grim package behind, the mysterious figures departed without another word. Inside the casket lay the desiccated remains of the Iron Blood Demon Liege, a terrifying display of power. The scroll they delivered was no peace treaty, but a callous demand for complete surrender and subjugation. This sudden ultimatum plunged the entire righteous deviant martial alliance into chaos and confusion. The alliance now faces a desperate debate, torn between a hopeless war and humiliating submission. The 10 days of debate ended in failure, and as promised, the mysterious messengers returned to force a choice. They stood before the leaders of the Grand Alliance, their silent presence an omen of what was to come. In the great courtyard, with all eyes upon them, the final negotiation began. The alliance leader spread his hands, attempting to plead for reason, or perhaps buy more time. But negotiations were over, and in a flash of crimson, his head was torn from his shoulders. His headless body collapsed as the entire assembly watched in stunned, silent terror. From beneath a blood-splattered hood, the executioner stared them down, his eyes glowing with malice. Their choice was now brutally simple: utter obliteration, or a life of humiliating disgrace. It soon became clear the realm would be afforded no other option as a great calamity swept the land. This terrible event shattered the age-old rivalries, uniting all martial artists under the shadow of a new, unstoppable threat. A calamity was wrought by the hand of the so-called pale-faced divine physician. He was served by 3 faithful guardian commanders with selfless devotion. Alongside them fought 8 protector beasts, brought to life by the physician's own craft. From the rooftops, they watched as their power turned entire cities to ash and snow. Even impenetrable mountain fortresses were carved out and utterly annihilated by their might. A monstrous, twisted power erupted from the very ground, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. His followers stood as silent witnesses, gazing upon the absolute destruction they had unleashed. Every corner of the land was scorched, leaving no hope for those caught in their path. In just 100 days, these 12 beings brought the vast central plains to its knees. And in the face of their overwhelming might, countless people flocked to become followers of this new faction. A new power rose, gathering followers from all corners, even from the once great alliances. Led by the divine physician, their forces swept across the central plains like an unstoppable wildfire. Any remnants of the old martial unions were brutally crushed, their banners left as trophies on fields of the dead. The rest, the old commander begins, as they say, is history. This bloody conquest ended the old era, giving birth to the vast organization now known as Fort Sovereign. The lost commander listens in grim silence, his ancient eyes reflecting the weight of this dark past. The commander acknowledges their suffering but insists that some still fight for what is right. But his true fear is the rumor that the divine physician can amplify others' abilities and even animate the dead. A follower confirms the terrifying truth. It's nothing less than an open secret across the realm, Master. The lost commander's face hardens as he processes the horrifying implication. An open secret, eh? The old man reveals a horrifying truth. The 8 protector beasts were created by these same unnatural powers. Asura asks if the master of Fort Sovereign is responsible, and the commander grimly confirms it. He explains that the identities of at least 3 of these so-called beasts were already known to all martial artists. They were once the 3 monstrous phantoms, a trio of killers from the Deviant Arts League. No, not for their power, but for their sheer cruelty. One of them once murdered a merchant over a senseless quarrel. The act caused such an uproar that the alliance was forced to act to prevent a civil war before a looming battle. Their own leader personally beheaded the ringleader and severed the meridians of the other two, banishing them forever. The lost commander asks in disbelief. The one who was beheaded returned as though nothing had happened? Just so, master, the commander confirms, his face like stone. He explains the other two, with their chi pathways destroyed, should have been powerless forever, making their return an absolute impossibility. The commander reveals that two of the phantoms, Go Huang and Seong Ji-sa, returned with a fiendish might that beggars belief. Asura and the old master listen in stunned silence, the impossible implications of this resurrection sinking in. Not only that, the commander continues, his expression hardening with a grim truth about the third. He explains that one of them, Gujo, now stands on a level of power that completely eclipses the other two. His martial arts have evolved beyond mere combat, becoming a terrifying force of nature itself. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, a hooded figure stands before a prisoner, chained between two massive pillars. The prisoner is a scarred warrior, his body broken and held in place by heavy shackles. The cloaked master approaches, their intentions hidden in the oppressive darkness of the hall. "Go Huang," the figure calls out, their voice echoing, "I know full well that you are awake." And as if summoned from a deep slumber, the prisoner's head slowly begins to rise. Go Huang's eyes open, filled with a cold, defiant glare as he looks down from his prison. Chained between two massive pillars, he spits in contempt at the cloaked figure far below. Well, the visitor mocks, questioning what brings the legendary abyssal beast to his domain. Go Huang reminds him that his sentence isn't over yet, demanding to know the reason for this visit. The hooded master reveals a grave truth. The assassin company and the Black Watch unit have been annihilated. A deal is offered, bring the enemies back as prisoners, and his remaining punishment will be erased. The monstrous warrior's gaze hardens, considering the proposition with a simmering fury. "If you mean to have me capture them alive," he scoffs, "then I suggest you find someone else." But his captor gives a chilling clarification. Bringing them back alive is preferable, but far from a necessity. With a mighty yank, the heavy chains begin to strain, signaling the beast is finally being unleashed. The stone wall shatters as the chains are ripped from their very anchor. With a final, monstrous heave, Go Huang tears his restraints free, tossing the massive stones aside as the hooded figure watches impassively. The newly freed warrior glares, his simmering rage now focused on the mission ahead. "Fine, then I accept," he growls, seeing this as a far better fate than rotting in chains. Under the pale moonlight, the deal is struck, and a legendary monster is set loose upon the world. Meanwhile, the veteran commander asks a critical question. Where are we to find these monsters of Fort Sovereign? He reveals a shocking truth: their enemies have no fixed base of operations, making them impossible to track. "Indeed not, master," he confirms, addressing the ancient alchemist with grave respect. Asura and the lost commander listen intently, realizing the scale of the impossible challenge ahead. The alchemist questions their lack of intel, but the commander cryptically replies, "I'm afraid you misunderstand my meaning. What I meant is that they lack a base of operations in the literal sense." The commander begins, pondering where to start. He explains the title of Fort Sovereign originally belonged to 12 founding lords, each a fortress unto themselves, sworn to protect the divine physician. Wherever they go and wherever they make a stand, he declares, is the seat of Fort Sovereign in itself. The ancient alchemist speculates they must travel together for safety, but the commander quickly shuts down that theory. "Not exactly, master," he refutes gravely, "for they have all the safety they need." While they once moved as a group, he reveals that, in recent years, all 12 have never been seen together at the same time. In fact, the divine physician and his 3 guardian commanders have vanished completely, with only rumors of their 8 protector beasts remaining. But these beasts only ever appear alone, their true nature and purpose shrouded in total uncertainty. It's gotten so bad that some whisper the Dreadlords have abandoned the Central Plains, leaving their followers to cling to a hollow name. "No base of operations to speak of," Asura murmurs, as the impossible nature of their enemy finally sinks in. The veteran commander adds a crucial detail, speaking of a place that defies all logic. He describes the divine physician's lair, a stone palace hidden in a cavern that snakes deep into the earth. "A stone palace?" Asura asks, completely bewildered by this impossible new information. The commander confirms it, admitting that tracking the precise location of this cavern is nearly impossible. It was first sighted in a remote crevice, a single entrance carved into the face of a rocky mountain. But then one day, the palace simply vanished, leaving behind an untouched wall of stone, as if it were never there. It reappeared hundreds of miles away in a forest cave, only to disappear again without a trace. Since then, the fortress has manifested randomly, from barren deserts to forgotten isles in the marsh. These strange appearances across the realm are why he hesitated to name a single location for their base. His words land with heavy silence. The true, nomadic nature of their enemy finally understood. The veteran commander apologizes, assuming his tales of a moving fortress sound like nonsense to a newcomer. But the old master assures him he was completely engrossed, having lost all track of time. As the long briefing concludes, the commander's men watch on, sensing the gravity of the situation. The lost commander thanks him for the insight, but as he speaks, a single butterfly mysteriously appears. It flutters its wings, a silent, impossible herald in the dead of night. Butterflies at this hour? The commander asks in disbelief, as a whole swarm begins to materialize. Suddenly, the air fills with a kaleidoscope of wings, their vibrant colors painting the night sky. One of the wings glows with an ethereal, golden light, revealing this is no natural occurrence. The world blurs into a golden haze as reality itself seems to warp around them, and the scene shifts to a misty realm where a lone figure lies motionless before a strange, glowing lantern. The strange vision ends, revealing a hall filled with the unconscious bodies of the commander's men. They are all trapped in a deep, unnatural slumber, completely unaware of what has transpired. "You'll have no recollection of our encounter," the old man says, revealing he erased their memories to protect his secrets. Asura, still processing the bombshell revelations, questions him about the so-called divine physician. "That's the one we've been chasing after, right?" he asks, his eyes burning with a new sense of purpose. The lost commander simply scoffs, his expression unreadable as he contemplates their next move. "We shall find out," he declares, promising a direct confrontation with this mysterious new enemy. With their allies left behind, he announces that their lonely journey must continue into the night. But as they prepare to leave, he notices his young companion has suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's the holdup back there, Asura?" he asks, sensing the boy has discovered something unexpected. "I just thought it'd be a shame to leave them high and dry like this," Asura protests, looking over the unconscious men. The old commander turns back, a flicker of surprise in his ancient eyes as he listens. "For once you have a point," he concedes, his voice echoing in the silent night. Meanwhile, at the fortress ruins, a soldier reports that the monstrous vines are too dense to penetrate. They stand before a wasteland where the unnatural growth has annihilated everything in its path. Among them, the monstrous phantom Go Huang watches the scene with chilling indifference. A soldier proposes recovering the bodies of the Black Watch, but their new commander remains silent. A sudden, sharp crack from the vines puts every soldier on high alert. The vines violently erupt, throwing the soldiers back with an unstoppable force. A blinding explosion of energy erupts from the core, hinting that the true monster has been unleashed. From the heart of the ruins, the cursed vines erupt in a final, cataclysmic blast. The shockwave shreds the very ground, leaving nothing but dust and splinters. But amidst the chaos, the monstrous phantom Go Huang emerges, his power effortlessly repelling the blast. With a mere gesture, he reduces the entire monstrous growth to nothing but fading ash. "No use leaving behind an unsightly mess," he scoffs, his contempt for the fallen fortress absolute. Moments later, a scout rushes to him with an urgent report, breaking the silence. "We've discovered their tracks," the tracker confirms, pointing to a fresh trail leading away from the carnage. A cold, predatory glint appears in Go Huang's eyes. The hunt has officially begun. Meanwhile, deep within a sun-dappled forest, the targets are on the move. A desperate squad flees through the trees, completely unaware of the monster now hunting them. A young warrior desperately tries to rally his group, shouting another mountain to climb. "Then we'll be safe, master." The old master struggles to keep pace, panting that he can still keep up with the youngsters. But his loyal student glances back, his face filled with deep concern for his exhausted leader. Suddenly, a terrifying sound rips through the forest, stopping the entire squad in their tracks. A massive explosion erupts just ahead of them, completely obliterating their path forward. The shockwave throws the men back, forcing them to shield their faces from the blast. Their escape route is gone, replaced by a massive, smoking chasm carved into the earth. And on the other side of the crater stands a lone, terrifying figure, the monstrous phantom, Go Huang. He looks down on them with absolute contempt, the architect of their despair. The fleeing warriors can only gasp in utter horror, realizing the hunt is already over. "I see you managed to scurry away like the rodents you are," Go Huang sneers, his contempt absolute. The squad leader gasps in terror, recognizing the legendary monster before them, Go Huang, the Crimson Beast. But their horror only deepens as more enemies emerge from the forest, blocking their only path of retreat. "We're surrounded," a soldier cries out, realizing their desperate flight has led them into a perfect kill box. Go Huang watches from across the chasm he created, a one-man army holding their lives in his hands. He lets out a chilling laugh, clearly enjoying the absolute despair painted on their faces. The trapped warriors are frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming difference in power. But instead of finishing them, the monster offers a twisted glimmer of hope, a cruel game for their survival. "Tell me where the old man and the boy went," he demands, "and I shall personally see to it that you live." The squad leader stands paralyzed, facing an impossible choice between certain death and betraying his former allies. "I would not give them up, even if I knew who they were," the leader declares, protecting his former allies with his life. But Go Huang remains completely stone-faced, his cold eyes betraying no emotion. The old warrior stares back, his will unbroken even in the face of certain death. A flicker of amusement crosses the phantom's eyes, seeing such futile bravery. I see he scoffs, a cruel smirk forming on his lips. His patience finally snaps as he snarls. "Then you will share the same fate." In an instant, his terrifying energy erupts, shaking the very ground beneath them. The soldiers can only watch in horror, cursing their powerlessness against such a being. Suddenly, the rattling of a nearby cartwheel breaks the tense silence. Go Huang's head whips around, his focus shifting from the soldiers to the unexpected noise. The desperate soldiers make a run for it, fleeing from the monstrous phantom's wrath. But Go Huang's attention is captured by a strange sight, an old man casually talking to his horse. The fleeing men turn back in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the interruption. A frail old man and a dim-witted youth, one of them thinks, completely bewildered by their sudden appearance. Meanwhile, the old commander calmly explains he had a hunch they'd find a lead by following these poor souls. Asura steps off the cart, walking alone down the path to face the overwhelming enemy force. One of Go Huang's men calls out, "Hey you, get over here. I've got a bone to pick with you." The monstrous phantom himself says nothing, his cold eyes sizing up the boy who dared to interfere. Finally, he speaks, his voice deceptively calm as he addresses the young master. "Might I surmise," he asks with a piercing gaze, "that you share some manner of prior acquaintance?" Asura scoffs at the idea of helping strangers, demanding they just get this over with. Go Huang stares back, his cold eyes sizing up the insolent boy who dares to challenge him. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he sneers. Well, we'll see about that." But before a move can be made, the frail old man suddenly blurs into action with terrifying speed. He strikes with impossible force, sending the monstrous phantom flying with a single, devastating blow. Asura can only watch, his mind reeling in utter disbelief at the old man's hidden power. Go Huang's entire army freezes, their faces a mask of shock and rage at their leader's fall. But in the next instant, the slaughter begins. A warrior falling before he can even draw his sword. The boy's eyes widen in horror as the battlefield is instantly painted red. This isn't a fight, it's a completely one-sided massacre, leaving only blood and shredded cloth in the air. The earth itself is torn asunder, a testament to the absolute power just unleashed. Asura can only stare, his reflection showing the utter chaos before him. Go Huang, one of the three monstrous phantoms, is frozen in pure disbelief and rage. His eyes widen, unable to comprehend the power that just wiped out his forces. His elite warriors are nothing but broken bodies half buried in the dirt. He looks out over the field of his fallen men, a lone survivor in the carnage. "Useless buffoons," he scoffs, his own words echoing over the corpses of his men. But the source of this destruction, the old man, shows not a hint of remorse. He simply turns to his young companion, who stands trembling amidst the silence. "Be calm, Asura," he says softly, as if he hadn't just committed an act of godlike destruction. Asura hangs his head, still processing the silent, brutal massacre that just unfolded. But there's no time to rest as Go Huang, the lone survivor, rockets towards the old man in a blur of pure rage. The lost commander simply watches the incoming monster, calmly muttering, "Goodness," as if it's a minor inconvenience. He turns his back for a moment, an act of supreme confidence in the face of a monstrous phantom. Then, with a sharp glance, he prepares to meet the attack that could level a mountain. Go Huang closes the distance in an instant, his fist cocked back to deliver a devastating blow. "Baha, it's no use," he screams, convinced his power is absolute and victory is certain. His punch connects with a cataclysmic smash, tearing the very earth apart with its raw force. Yet his expression shatters from triumph to disbelief, as his attack stops dead against an unseen barrier. The old man stands completely unfazed, having blocked the monstrous phantom's full power without even moving an inch. Asura can only watch in horror as the impossible happens. The old man's impenetrable defense suddenly cracks under the immense pressure. A wave of pure destructive force erupts from the point of impact. For the first time, the seemingly invincible commander is sent flying back helplessly. He's thrown into a storm of shattered earth, his fate uncertain. The very ground continues to crumble from the phantom's terrifying power. And from the dust emerges Go Huang, transformed and radiating an entirely new level of energy. He floats over the devastation, looking down on the boy who remains. "Well, would you look at that?" he scoffs, his victory seemingly absolute. But amidst the ruins, Asura stands defiant, ready to face the monster alone. Go Huang's hand cracks with power, confident in his victory over the lone boy. But suddenly, an immense blue energy erupts from Asura's small frame. The power detonates in a blinding, world-shattering flash of light. Its shockwave is so massive it carves out a huge chunk of the surrounding forest. The very earth trembles and shatters from the sheer force of the blast. Go Huang is caught completely off guard, his own aura flickering against this unbelievable display. A single, determined foot steps forward onto the crumbling ground. Through the settling dust, Asura's silhouette emerges, completely unscathed by the explosion. Go Huang's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. What is this kid? The boy now stands alone in the center of the devastation, the power balance of this fight completely shattered. Go Huang's eyes widen in pure disbelief as his own power crumbles. He parried my yellow demon palm? He thinks, realizing the boy somehow deflected a near-fatal blow. His mind flashes back to the shadowy figure who sent him on this impossible mission. That sly fox, he seethes, understanding he was nothing more than a disposable pawn. But his focus snaps back to the present as he glares across the wasteland at his target. Suddenly, Asura launches forward, his aura exploding into monstrous, demonic wings of pure energy. A devastating wave of power slices through the air, aimed directly at the monstrous phantom. The blow connects with sickening force, sending Go Huang skidding back as blood erupts from his mouth. Before the dust can even settle, Asura lands in the crater, closing the distance in an instant. Now face to face, the hunter has become the hunted, and Go Huang can only stare in horror. "You'll never touch a single hair on my head at this rate." Go Huang scoffs, effortlessly dodging the boy's attack. But Asura plants his feet, stopping his momentum instantly. A terrifying new power erupts from the boy, catching the monstrous phantom completely off guard. The two warriors become blurs of motion, their clash tearing the very ground apart. For the first time, Go Huang feels the pressure as his defenses begin to crack. Asura relentlessly presses his advantage, giving his foe no room to breathe. "You meddling little boy!" Go Huang roars as his body begins to shatter under the immense force. The next blow sends a cataclysmic shockwave across the wasteland. Asura stands victorious over the fallen phantom, whose arm has transformed into a grotesque weapon. With a final scream of rage, Go Huang unleashes his ultimate technique, the yellow demon chain strike. The phantom's ultimate technique screams through the air, a blur of unstoppable force. But Asura meets it head-on, his own power erupting in a perfect, unyielding defense. The resulting explosion tears the battlefield apart in a blinding flash of light. When the dust settles, the boy stands completely unharmed, his eyes glowing with terrifying intent. This fight was never a contest of equals, it was an execution. He closes the distance in an instant, unleashing a counterattack that Go Huang cannot possibly follow. The very air shrieks as his final blow descends upon the monstrous phantom. Go Huang can only watch in horror as the attack smashes through his desperate guard. A cataclysmic impact sends a shockwave for miles, shattering the ground beneath them. The phantom's reign of terror ends here, with a single, silent trickle of blood. Asura stands over the broken body of Go Huang, the very ground shattered by his overwhelming power. His cold, unwavering gaze shows no mercy, only the finality of a battle won. But from the smoke, a new challenger emerges, musing. It's not often somebody manages to give Go Huang a run for his money. With a terrifying grin, he declares the real fight is just beginning, promising to unleash his most powerful technique. The earth itself trembles as the mysterious old man gathers an unbelievable amount of energy, his power exploding outwards. He roars out the name of his ultimate attack, the Bloodmark Lightning Blast. Asura can only watch as a blinding sphere of pure destruction hurtles towards him. The resulting explosion is so immense it engulfs the entire forest in a silent, white light. From miles away, the blast looks like a second sun has been born on the battlefield. The very landscape is vaporized, leaving nothing but a crater of white-hot energy in its wake. The attack impacts with the force of a falling star, seen from high above the forest. It erupts in a blinding flash of pure white energy, tearing outwards in every direction. The shockwave rips through the trees, a torrent of unstoppable destructive power. The blast continues to expand, vaporizing everything in its path without a sound. As the initial light fades, only a thick cloud of dust and debris remains. The smoke slowly begins to settle over the now silent, devastated landscape. A final hiss of energy dissipates, revealing the true scale of the annihilation. A colossal crater, hundreds of feet deep, has been carved into the earth. Yet impossibly, at the very center of the devastation, a lone figure is still standing. The survivor collapses to his knees, coughing up a spray of blood, barely clinging to life. The monstrous Go Huang groans, utterly defeated and on his knees before the overwhelming presence of the new assailant. Across the desolate crater, Asura stands his ground, facing down this terrifying enemy who just leveled the entire battlefield. The old warrior glares down at the boy, his sheer size and power casting a shadow over the lone survivor. His eyes burn with an ancient fury, analyzing the child who somehow withstood his ultimate attack. But Asura shows no fear, calmly asking with a chilling smirk, "So, is it my turn yet?" A savage, bloodthirsty grin spreads across the old man's face, thrilled by the boy's unexpected challenge. He begins to gather an even greater power, a condensed sphere of pure destruction forming between his palms. The immense pressure slams into Asura, forcing him to brace against a storm of raw energy before the attack is even launched. With a deafening roar, the blast is unleashed, a blinding wave of annihilation that vaporizes the very earth itself. And as the dust settles, the entire landscape is once again erased, leaving only silence and devastation in its wake. From the epicenter of total annihilation, a single figure emerges from the dust and smoke. Asura stands tall, the sole victor in a battle that leveled the very mountains. His opponent, one of the legendary three monstrous phantoms, is broken and barely clinging to life. The monstrous warrior can only cough up blood, his immense power completely shattered. Asura looks down on the fallen monster, his voice cutting through the silence. "You're done, right?" Go Huang can only gasp for air, his pride and body crushed by this unknown child. Humbled, the phantom demands to know the identity of the boy who defeated him. But before he can answer, a blinding flash of light erupts from nowhere. A thunderous impact shakes the battlefield, signaling the arrival of an entirely new threat. And watching from above, the lost commander appears alongside a mysterious new figure. The battlefield is a swirling vortex of dust and raw power, the aftermath of a cataclysmic clash. From a distance, the lost commander silently observes the devastation his young companion has wrought. Asura stands over the mangled remains of his foe, the new assailant utterly annihilated. A cold resolve settles on the boy's face, his power once again proven absolute. But his elderly guardian seems unimpressed, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "A wiser man might have taken him captive instead," he mutters, clicking his tongue. A few days later, the pair rests at a remote tavern nestled deep in the woods. While Asura eats, the old man watches, the tension between them still lingering. Meanwhile, at another table, a group of warriors discusses the recent shocking events. The scarred warrior's eyes go wide as he and his comrades hear the unbelievable news. But elsewhere, a strange trio travels down a dusty road, two men crawling on all fours like beasts of burden. Their master, a warrior in fine robes, rides one of them with casual cruelty, in an absolute display of dominance. One of the mounts is a weathered old man, his face etched with exhaustion and humiliation. The other is a powerful warrior, his eyes burning with a defiant fire despite his degrading position. Inside a nearby tavern, patrons stare in disbelief, one muttering, "Men on all fours?" The bizarre procession finally comes to a halt right outside the tavern entrance, kicking up dust. As they enter the courtyard, the other guests shrink back in fear and confusion from the shocking sight. The rider coolly ignores the stares, simply raising a hand to summon the tavern hand. "Bring me whatever you have," he commands, "and lay out some grub to feed those beasts as well." Moments later, a meal is served, but the chilling presence of the new arrivals hangs heavy in the air. "Do you take me for some insatiable glutton?" The rider scoffs when the server brings food for his companions. His cold, scarred face remains utterly impassive, radiating a chilling menace that silences the room. With a sudden flick of his weapon, he shatters the bowl, sending food splattering across the humiliated old man. But the pained grunt that escapes the old man's lips catches the rider's attention. From the ground, the white-haired beast glares up, his eyes burning with defiance through the filth. "Perhaps you still have some human left in you after all," the rider muses with a cruel smirk. He then brings his weapon down with a sickening thwack, punishing the old man's insolence. The other patrons can only listen in horror to the sounds of the brutal whipping echoing through the tavern. "That's more like it," he laughs maniacally. A much more fitting cry for a pair of animals. His two beasts are left kneeling amidst the shattered remains of their meal and their dignity. The rider barks an order at the terrified tavern hand, his presence dominating the room. "Do you allow dogs or horses to dine at the table as humans do?" he asks with chilling contempt. The tavern hand returns not with proper meals, but with 2 bowls of disgusting slop. He places the bowls on the floor before his 2 beasts, commanding them to eat like animals. Have your fill, he sneers while taking a drink. You will force it down. The 2 powerful-looking men are forced to kneel and eat from the floor, their dignity shattered. He watches them with a cruel gaze, impatient for them to finish their humiliating meal. But beneath his matted white hair, the old man's eyes burn with a silent, dangerous fury. His companion shares the same look, a promise of violent retribution simmering just below the surface. As the rider dines in comfort, the sound of his captives eating from the dirt floor echoes through the silent tavern. The tavern staff listen in horror to the humiliating sounds of the meal. A few coins clink onto the table, a dismissive payment for their broken pride. That hearty meal did me a world of good, the rider declares, leaving the terrified staff bowing in his wake. He then rides his human mounts out of town, treating them like common beasts. But as they disappear, the other patrons begin to whisper, their eyes wide with disbelief. I recognize those 2, one man mutters, a shocking realization dawning on him. They were the legendary 2 tigers of the Easterly Gale, famed warriors of immense power. A duo so feared that even the mighty Fort Sovereign wouldn't dare to cross them lightly. What kind of monster could possibly break and tame such masters as if they were stray dogs? A chilling silence falls over the tavern as they contemplate the terrifying power of the man who just left. After his brutal display of power, the mysterious rider makes camp in a desolate, snowy forest. His human mounts, the legendary 2 tigers, are left broken and unconscious on the frozen ground. Meanwhile, their new master sleeps soundly in a hammock, seemingly without a care in the world. The once feared warriors are discarded like trash, a chilling testament to the man who tamed them. But the silence is shattered as a volley of deadly projectiles suddenly rains down from the sky. A swift and silent ambush streaks through the trees, aimed directly at the sleeping monster. The ground erupts in a violent explosion, turning the peaceful campsite into a war zone. His hammock is instantly shredded by the devastating, direct impact of the attack. A choked cry of pain echoes through the woods as he's violently struck in his sleep. Just as he falls, shadowy assassins emerge from the darkness, their leader shouting, "There, he's down!" The 2 legendary warriors, now revealed as sect leaders, lie broken and defeated on the forest floor. Their reinforcements finally arrive, a sea of warriors calling out in concern. "Sect leader, are you all right, sir?" The men recoil in horror, asking, "By the heavens, what did that monster do to you?" Their captain, the scarred warrior, bows his head in shame, apologizing for arriving too late to prevent their main sect's fall. But as he looks closer at their battered forms, a chilling realization begins to dawn on him. The defeated sect leader can only manage a single, desperate whisper fly. With his last ounce of strength, he screams a terrifying warning, "Fly, you fools!" Suddenly, a hand clamps over his face as their master, the rider, calmly chides, now, don't be a bore." The true monster reveals himself, declaring, "I won't have you spoil my fun when it's just starting to entertain me." The warriors can only gasp, their hope turning to absolute terror as they realize they've walked straight into a predator's den. The reinforcements draw their blades, charging forward to avenge their fallen masters. But the monster responsible simply scoffs from the shadows. "Oh my, is that how it is?" He mockingly admires their pluck, calling them a posse of good-for-nothing wastrels. A wave of pressure washes over the men, freezing them in place with sheer terror. The defeated sect leader can only glare, his spirit unbroken despite his battered body, while his companion, the vice leader, looks on with absolute despair in his eyes. Their master's cruel face is finally revealed as he taunts them. "Show me what a waste of air you are." He stands alone before the entire army, utterly unimpressed by their numbers. The old sect leader seethes with rage, helpless to stop the coming slaughter. And the monster simply smiles, ready to begin his twisted game. The old sect leader's eye burns with bloodshot fury, a silent vow of vengeance. But his tormentor's gaze is cold and dismissive, utterly unimpressed by their defiance. The vice leader hides his face in his hands, his spirit completely crushed by their humiliation. Suddenly, the reinforcements draw their blades, ready to avenge their fallen masters. The monster smirks, his voice dripping with condescension. "Is that your answer?" Ignoring the taunt, the scarred warrior rallies his men for a desperate charge. "Escort the leaders out," he screams, ordering the rest into the Sapung Six Elements formation. But with a single, contemptuous motion, the rider moves faster than they can see. He becomes a blur of destruction, a whirlwind of violence that rips through their ranks. Before they can even react, their bodies are pierced and thrown aside, their formation utterly shattered in an instant. The rider's spear impales another warrior with a sickening squelch, and he contemptuously flings the body aside like a broken doll. But a scarred hand snatches the weapon mid-air, halting the massacre for a heartbeat. The monster's cold eyes show only annoyance at the brief interruption. His remaining soldiers can only stare in frozen terror at the impossible power gap. Suddenly, the broken vice leader rises, his body cracking with a final, desperate resolve. He stands alone against the overwhelming force, a final shield for his men. "You heard the sect leader," his soldiers cry out, torn between orders and loyalty. "Flee for your lives," he growls. "I will keep his feet tied down." But a chilling voice echoes from above. "No, that won't do at all. What are you dithering for?" the vice leader roars, his face twisted in desperation. He stands as a lone bulwark, his final command echoing across the battlefield. "Go." But the rider's gaze is utterly unmoved by this display of loyalty. In a flash, a brutal strike sends blood flying from the vice leader's face. A gaping, smoking hole is torn through his chest, silencing his defiance forever. His men can only scream in horror as their last hope is extinguished. "You obstinate old goat," the rider scoffs, casually readying his weapons for the next slaughter. He then vanishes in a blur, a streak of death aimed at the terrified soldiers. The first man is obliterated by a flurry of impossibly fast strikes. In a single, horrific instant, the entire line of reinforcements is completely annihilated. He moves like a phantom, a streak of death cutting through the ranks of terrified soldiers. A single, explosive impact shatters their formation completely. Limbs and weapons are torn asunder by his overwhelming, brutal force. The first man doesn't even see the blow that rips through his chest. Another falls, a gaping hole where his heart used to be. In an instant, the massacre is over, leaving only silence and falling blades. But elsewhere, in a frozen wasteland, another monster stands over his own field of slaughter. The bodies are mangled beyond recognition, a testament to his feral power. Not a single soul was left alive in this desolate, snowy grave. And as the lone survivor rises, a new, unknown threat begins to stir. The old warrior kneels in defeat, his spirit shattered after watching his men die. A voice cuts through the silence. "What a disappointing mess." As a cruel figure surveys the carnage, the writer mocks their futile final stand, calling it the touching scene he had envisioned. He commends the old man's obedience, surprised he didn't join the suicidal charge with his disciples. "But it's easy to inspire loyalty," he sneers, "when you've taken his grandchildren hostage." With a casual toss, he throws a collection of personal trinkets that clatter through the air. The warrior's eyes widen in pure horror as the familiar items land right in front of him. Bloodstains cover the precious mementos as the rider offers a sickening, twisted apology. He admits he never expected the old man to survive, revealing he'd already murdered the hostages before he arrived. A memory flashes of a happy family, the very souls whose lives were just snuffed out for a cruel, sadistic game. The old warrior's mind shatters as tears of pure agony stream down his face. He collapses into a broken heap, his will to live seemingly extinguished on the barren ground. But the rider simply watches, his expression utterly devoid of pity for the man he just broke. A cold, calculating gaze reveals he expected this outcome, savoring every moment of the old man's despair. Yet, something begins to stir within the defeated warrior, a flicker of defiance in the dust. With a sickening crack, his hands clench, not in surrender, but in a surge of earth-shattering rage. The rider can only offer a condescending smirk, amused by this pathetic final struggle. Against all odds, the broken man begins to rise, his body trembling with an unnatural power. Bones crunch and muscles contort as his very form begins to warp with raw, untamed fury. He looms over his tormentor, no longer a man, but a beast reborn from the ashes of his grief. The transformed beast roars, "Your sundered carcass will pay my grandchildren's passage to the afterlife." The rider merely smirks, unimpressed by this display of unimaginable might. In a flash, the beast lunges forward with blinding speed, but for a split second, a flicker of shock crosses the rider's face. A deafening impact echoes through the trees as the two forces collide. Blood drips from a clenched fist, the battle already decided in an instant. The rider hovers over the gory remains of his opponent, a completely one-sided fight. "Honestly," he scoffs, "I was a fool for expecting any better from you." Turning his back on the massacre, he walks away without a second thought. But he freezes, sensing a new presence as he demands, "What business do you have with me?" A mysterious figure is approached in the dead of night by a squad of warriors. They bow respectfully, delivering an urgent message from someone called the Abyssal Beast. The man scoffs at the name, completely unimpressed by their master's authority. "Away with you," he threatens, his voice dripping with contempt. "Before I slaughter you all." The messenger quickly reveals the true news. Go Huang, the Crimson Beast, has been slain by 2 fugitive outlanders. This unexpected information finally gets his attention, and he falls completely silent. Outlanders, you say? He asks, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, somewhere else, fresh drops of blood begin to fall from the sky. They splatter against the pristine white snow, hinting at a recent, unseen battle. A young man gasps in shock, blood dripping from his nose as the consequences of the fight become clear. Asura sits by the river, exhausted, while the old man calmly reads nearby. The nosebleeds again? The commander asks, noticing the boy's lingering weakness from the last battle. He reminds the young warrior of his repeated warnings about the boy's hidden power. You'll regret unleashing that power of yours heedlessly, without a care in the world. He then asks about the throbbing in his head, a clear side effect of the fight. Asura admits he's still dizzy as they travel onward in a rattling cart. The commander simply advises him to keep his head down and recover for a while. His attention then shifts to the boy's training, asking if he's grown accustomed to his new weapon. Asura complains that the simple staff is far trickier to use than he ever expected. He begs to use a real sword, but the old man's answer is a firm and final, absolutely not. The old commander sternly warns him, your body is incapable of handling the excessive force and fury that you channel through it. He explains that treating the staff like a sword will only add to the strain and cause more harm, but his wise words are wasted, as Asura has already fallen fast asleep from sheer exhaustion. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, a new group of pursuers has arrived asking about a very specific cart. Tell me, their leader demands of a local, where exactly did you see such a cart? The villager simply points towards the road. Ain't that the cart you're speaking of over yonder? The trackers all turn, their leader's eyes widening with a sudden jolt of alarm. In the distance, the very cart they seek rumbles along a dusty path, completely unaware it's being watched. Inside, Asura remains passed out while the mysterious old man calmly guides the horse onward. The pursuer stares in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking as he realizes exactly who he has just found. A message is quickly secured to a falcon's leg, sending out a new report. The bird is released, soaring high into the sky to find its master. But the news is grim, as the leader wonders. The tracks have disappeared without a trace. Again, his men can only confirm their failure, having found nothing that matches the cart's strange path. Lying down in frustration, Chonggang mocks their incompetence, questioning if they're chasing a cart or a leaping flea. His patience wears thin as he voices a dangerous suspicion, that you useless fools might have banded together to humiliate me on purpose. The chilling accusation hangs in the air, absolutely terrifying his subordinate. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cuts through the tense silence, alerting the entire group. A different falcon descends from the sky, landing on the arm of another tracker who has just arrived. The ruthless rider receives a report while being carried like a king. The fugitives have been found, sir. His subordinate confirms their agent has sighted them heading towards Full Moon Valley and is already in pursuit. But the rider offers a chilling warning to his men should they fail him yet again. You will learn how I earned the title of Blood Beast, his voice echoes, striking terror into his followers. Meanwhile, the fugitives' path leads them to a treacherous bridge spanning a seemingly bottomless chasm. Their cart comes to a halt at the edge of a steep, winding cliffside path. Inside, Asura lies completely drained, the after effects of his last battle finally catching up to him. The lost commander tells the boy to stay behind and rest, deciding to handle what's ahead by himself. Asura protests, claiming he's fine, but the old man simply tells him, just stay put, will you? Powerless to follow, Asura can only watch as the commander descends the impossibly long staircase alone. Asura struggles to stay conscious, his hair tied up as he drifts off in the moving cart. He finally collapses, completely drained from the toll of his last battle. In his delirium, he murmurs a forgotten name, Takyan I miss Sally the salamander. The horse pulling them through the wilderness seems to listen in silence. Their path takes them deep into a dense, sun-dappled forest. High above on a gnarled branch, a tiny, shadowy creature watches them pass. Suddenly, Asura's eyes snap wide open, sensing an impossible presence. The creature on the branch lets out a faint cracking sound. Sally? He yells, springing upright with a jolt of disbelief. But in a flash, the figure scurries away through the trees, gone as quickly as it appeared. Without hesitation, Asura launches himself from the cart, diving headfirst into the dense woods. He crashes into the foliage as the startled horse brings their journey to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, in a distant, sprawling valley, another search is already underway. The landscape itself seems to hide its secrets within a deep, impenetrable mist. A lord, carried on the shoulders of his men, turns with an irritated glare. What? His voice drips with contempt as he learns of their failure. You lost them again? The tracker stammers, insisting they confirm the target's path right before the trail went cold. His leader's face contorts with rage, his patience clearly worn thin by their incompetence. But the anger quickly melts into a condescending laugh, mocking their pathetic efforts. "Lower me down," he commands, striking his subordinate's head with a sharp crack. The Lord steps down from his palanquin as his men await their punishment in the clearing. "Let me summarize the situation," he begins, his voice cold and condescending. He reminds them of their mission to find the Crimson Beast's killers, a task given by their captain, the Abyssal Beast. Since their captain wouldn't dare lie to him, he concludes their targets must possess some serious skill. This realization leads him to a single, terrifying conclusion that makes his men sweat with fear. "A sense of urgency," he declares from atop the platform. "That is what you utterly lack." He viciously compares their incompetence to the slothfulness of a pig. As they stammer out an apology, he immediately cuts them off, dismissing their worthless words. It's not an apology he wants, but a true effort to make amends for their failure. And so, he will teach them urgency himself by hunting them through the woods like swines. The cruel lord offers a twisted chance at survival. Any little piggy that survives the next hour shall live. As his men tremble, he officially declares with a wicked grin, "Let the hunt begin." But one subordinate dares to speak up, stammering, "Sir, if I may." He asks if this is some kind of test, only to be met with a terrifying silence. The only answer is the swift flash of a blade, silencing his question permanently. As the body falls, the Lord's message is delivered with brutal clarity. True panic finally sets in, as the men scatter into the woods like frightened animals. But there is no escape, as the first victim is immediately cut down from behind. The palanquin lord watches the slaughter with a cold, unfeeling gaze, his lesson underway. "I said, little piggies," he snarls, his voice a chilling promise of death. "Let the hunt begin." A blood-curdling scream echoes as another man falls, the Lord's cruel hunt officially underway. He watches another of his men flee desperately through the dense forest, a predator enjoying the chase. A cold, determined glint fills his eyes, showing no remorse for the slaughter he's about to unleash. The fleeing man is just a speck in the distance, but for this hunter, escape is impossible. The palanquin lord takes a deep, steadying breath, gathering his energy for the kill. Suddenly, the world blurs as he explodes forward with terrifying, inhuman speed. He tears through the forest, becoming a barely visible streak of motion. In an instant, he closes the impossible distance between them. A sharp clang of steel rings out as he effortlessly intercepts his terrified prey. "That's one piggy down," he declares, reaching for the fallen man with a triumphant sneer. A sickening crack echoes as the palanquin lord strikes his first victim. Without pausing, the sadistic lord leaps through the trees, hunting his next target. He spots another fleeing figure, a small, spiky creature, and gives chase with terrifying speed. "Two piggies," he roars, his hand closing in on the mysterious creature. But his hand smacks into nothing but empty air as his target vanishes. Meanwhile, Asura sprints through the forest, chasing something only he can see. Suddenly, a strange presence makes him halt, his eyes widening in alarm. He scans his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. His gaze lands on a strange, spiky creature leaping from a tree branch. In the next instant, the thick branch is sliced clean through by an unseen, terrifyingly fast predator. Asura skids to a halt in the deep woods, the trail he was following suddenly gone cold. He sighs in disappointment, muttering, "Oh, I was hoping that was Sally." But elsewhere in the same forest, the atmosphere grows heavy and ancient. A colossal, gnarled tree looms over the landscape, its hollows like the eyes of a sleeping god. At its base, the lost commander stands dwarfed by its sheer scale, having found what he was looking for. He calmly steps into the darkness of a cave formed by its roots, entering a hidden domain. Inside, he finds himself in a strange, moss-covered grotto, a place untouched by the outside world. Suddenly, a monstrous guardian of wood and vine rises from the earth to block his path. The ancient being's voice echoes through the clearing. An emissary draws near. It acknowledges his impossible feat, revealing this place is protected by an impenetrable labyrinth. The lost commander stands before the ancient being, his expression unreadable. He reveals an old trinket, explaining most are useless now, but this one might come in handy. The guardian's eyes widen in shock, recognizing it as the compass of time and space. "I had a hunch," the old man smirks, confirming he knew a keeper of the woods would recognize it. But the guardian is fading, its spirit force scattered and its body now just an empty shell. The commander seems unfazed, again saying he had a hunch about the creature's condition. He declares his true purpose. The bark of a forest, Keeper holds the power to breathe new life into a forest. After eons of lonely duty, The ancient being simply asks for eternal rest among the trees. The commander pauses, stroking his beard as he considers the dying creature's final wish. But he offers no free favors, demanding information in exchange for granting the guardian peace. The commander asks the ancient guardian about a forbidden practice, bringing back the dead. The forest keeper hesitates, its ancient face carved from bark and moss, remaining silent for a long moment. It finally speaks, revealing a legendary name tied to this dark magic. The Master of Fort Sovereign. A flicker of understanding crosses the old man's eyes, the crucial piece of the puzzle now in his possession. Elsewhere in the forest, a sickening thwack echoes through the trees, signaling a sudden, brutal ambush. A violent slam follows, splattering blood and viscera against the cold, hard stone. Two of the Palanquin Lord's men are instantly obliterated, their bodies now crimson stains on the rocks. A lone survivor coughs up blood, having barely survived the initial, overwhelming assault from his own master. The Palanquin Lord stands amidst the carnage, completely unharmed and radiating an aura of pure, murderous intent. "I'm impressed," he smirks, mocking the man for having the foresight to lie in ambush. "Imagine my disappointment," the Palanquin Lord scoffs, "your thunderous heartbeat giving you away." He looks on with cold contempt, unimpressed by his subordinate's pathetic attempt to hide. His gaze sweeps across the dense forest, searching for the final, trembling soul. A cruel smirk forms as he declares, "Well, I suppose that leaves only one." The forest falls deathly silent as the twisted hunt for the last survivor begins. But the Lord's hearing is unnaturally sharp, honing in on the faintest sound. He pinpoints the source, a man hiding behind a rock in the tall grass. The hunter turns his head, a silent confirmation that his prey has been found. Hidden in the weeds, the last man desperately tries to remain unseen, but a flash of pure terror fills his eyes as he realizes it's already over. The last man is slammed into the ground, his desperate escape ending in a bloody crater. Elsewhere, a figure blurs through the dense forest at impossible speeds. The landscape itself becomes a smear as they race past waterfalls and cliffs. Their destination rushes into view, the world warping around their focused pursuit. Trees part like a curtain as the hunter closes the final distance. And there, resting by a stream, is the unsuspecting target, the boy, Asura. Suddenly, a crazed face appears, roaring, "Here's Seongji!" Asura whips around, his eyes wide with shock at the sudden, terrifying presence. In that split second, he recognizes the immense danger he's in. Before he can even move, the madman descends upon him in a devastating dive attack. The manic assailant, Seongji, lands with a terrifying intensity, his white eyes locked on his target. But Asura stands his ground, unfazed by the sudden appearance of this powerful new foe. The two warriors face off in a silent, tense standoff amidst the quiet forest. The assailant scoffs. A dud? A mere boy, no less, clearly underestimating the child before him. His gaze hardens as he asks with veiled menace, "Do you mind?" Asura explodes with frustration. "If I lose Sally because of your yapping, there'll be hell to pay." The man freezes, taken aback by the boy's audacity as he repeats the threat, "Hell to pay." He can't believe his ears, questioning if the threat was truly meant for him. "Shut up and enjoy nature," Asura warns, "or you'll be feed for the mushrooms." Seongji's expression shifts from mockery to stunned silence, the boy's sheer nerve leaving him speechless. Seongji's eyes blaze with manic energy as a blade slices past his face, signaling the start of their deadly clash. But in an instant, he's sent flying backward, struck by a projectile he never saw coming. The culprit is revealed, a trained falcon, its talons dripping with his blood. He stumbles, clutching his wounded face as blood pours through his fingers. His shock turns to pure rage as he glares at the true source of the attack. Suddenly, a new figure appears from nowhere, plunging a sword deep into his back. The falconer twists the blade, ensuring the wound is fatal. Asura can only watch in stunned silence as his opponent is ruthlessly dispatched by a third party. The manic warrior falls, his body pierced through from the surprise assault. A fruitful gambit, the falconer scoffs, revealing this was a calculated assassination all along. The defeated warrior cries out as the mysterious assassin stands over his fallen body. "Mercy, sir," he begs, pleading for his life on the forest floor. He desperately tries to explain it was all a mistake, claiming his hand simply slipped. But suddenly, the wounded man grins, revealing a grotesque, squelching wound as he declares, "Outstanding, you alone have passed the test." The falconer can only stare back in utter confusion, completely blindsided by this insane turn of events. From the sidelines, Asura realizes the sword must have pierced his heart, yet the man acts as if he felt nothing. The assassin's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock at the impossible sight before him. He stumbles back in terror, stammering, What the?" as the power dynamics completely flip. Don't be so shocked, the manic warrior smirks, as black symbiotes writhe and heal his face, revealing the source of his immortality. The fatal stab wound in his back is also filled with wriggling parasites, a sight his new hound must now get used to. A terrified soldier stammers, pointing not at his commander but at the quiet boy standing just behind him. "He's the one who murdered Sir Go Huang," he screams, the accusation stunning the powerful swordsman. The commander's eyes widen in silent disbelief, the air crackling with sudden, lethal tension. But Asura just looks back blankly, completely mishearing the name and the gravity of the situation. Go Huang defeated by a mere child? The commander seethes, his face darkening with impossible rage. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Asura's mind, the furious face of the monstrous phantom he fought. "I remember now," he gasps, finally realizing who they're talking about. But his realization comes a fraction of a second too late, as a brutal impact rings out. The ground itself explodes in a display of overwhelming instantaneous power that shatters the entire clearing. Asura is left broken in the crater, the fight ending before he could even comprehend it had begun. A single word of confusion echoes through the dust after the overwhelming attack. The shockwave of the devastating blow finally settles across the ruined landscape. But the swordsman's subordinate can only stare with wide, uncomprehending eyes. What in heaven's will is going on here? He wonders, his mind reeling from the impossible scene. He remembers how his master had darted forward like lightning just moments before. The man had pounced on his prey in the blink of an eye, sending the boy flying into a massive boulder with a single, brutal strike. The entire rock formation crumbled into dust, leaving absolutely no chance of survival. Yet now, as he surveys the wreckage, the boy is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a sharp crack from the rubble snaps him back to reality. The subordinate gasps, for the boy wasn't in the rubble, but impossibly embedded deep within a massive tree. But before anyone can react, the entire trunk violently shatters from the inside out. Asura emerges from the splinters and dust, battered but standing with an unnerving calm. He spits a single mouthful of blood onto the dirt, his eyes fixed on his attacker. The swordsman's face twists with disbelief and fury, unable to comprehend how the boy is still alive. He lunges forward again, his hand shooting out to deliver a final, decisive blow. His palm strikes true, a hit meant to shatter bone and stop a heart. He follows through with a vicious punch, determined to obliterate the boy completely. But a blinding flash of light erupts at the point of impact, his fist stopping dead in its tracks. He countered at the very last second, the swordsman realizes, his attack effortlessly caught by the boy he thought was finished. The very ground shatters from the force of the last impact, and Asura is sent flying, crashing hard into the broken earth. But his eyes burn with a cold, unbreakable resolve as he faces a new, arrogant foe. "You must have been friends with that tool bag, Go Huang," the man scoffs with contempt. Before Asura, suddenly, a crippling pain shoots through Asura's head, the after effects of his power flaring up. "Damn it," he cries, collapsing to his knees in agony. He's completely vulnerable, blinded by the overwhelming pain, and his enemy seizes the opportunity, striking with devastating force. Yet somehow, the boy dodges, earning a sliver of shocked praise. "You're as nimble as a feral beast, I'll grant you that." But in that instant, something in Asura snaps, and he explodes forward with a brutal punch to the jaw. The sheer force of the impact sends the arrogant rider slamming into the ground, shattering rock. Asura isn't finished, digging his hand into the earth to maintain his crushing grip. His fingers tighten with bone-cracking pressure, refusing to let his enemy escape. And as strong as an ox, too, the rider thinks, completely stunned by this impossible display of power. Before he can recover, Asura yanks him up by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. He then smashes him back into the ground with a thunderous slam that shakes the very landscape. The once unbeatable warrior lies broken in a crater as the ground crumbles around him, and Asura raises his fist, ready to end this one-sided beatdown for good. Asura brings his fist down, pulverizing the rider with a sickening thwack that shatters the earth. The brutal assault continues with a flurry of devastating blows, each one echoing like thunder. When the dust settles, only Asura is left standing amidst the utter devastation he's caused. But the victory is short-lived as a sharp pain shoots through his head, a familiar side effect of his power. "Getting all riled up just gave me another headache," he mutters, the adrenaline fading into agony. Suddenly, the sound of cracking rock and crumbling earth draws his attention back to his fallen foe. He turns around, his eyes widening as he sees the impossible happening in the crater. The rider's mangled body begins to writhe and reform, pulled together by strange, dark tendrils. The man who should be dead rises to his feet, his broken form held together by a sinister, unknown power. His eyes are now completely white, devoid of life, signaling that something far more terrifying has taken over. The story flashes back to the divine physician, whose eyes snap open in alarm. He looks down with a grimace, having found a child fated for grave misfortune. The boy is collapsed and dying, his body broken against a stone wall. But his wounds are crawling with larvae, ironically consuming his rotting flesh to save his life. The physician grants him a new existence, declaring, "From this day on, you will have purpose." He then infuses the boy with the parasites, a permanent reminder of the miracle. Back in the present, the fully regenerated rider flexes his restored power before a stunned Asura. Maggots that heal even the deadliest of wounds, Asura realizes, questioning if he's another immortal goon. The rider simply cracks his neck, his body completely restored for round 2. He stares down the boy with chilling confidence, asking, "Well, is that what you see in me?" A new enemy strikes with blinding speed, his weapon a blur of motion. Asura is frozen for a split second, completely unable to react to the attack. The blow connects with devastating force, sending a shockwave through the boy's body. His assailant watches as the impact tears up the ground, sending Asura flying. Debris is thrown high into the air, a testament to the sheer power of the impact. Asura crashes to the earth, groaning in pain from the brutal, unexpected assault. "I see that thick skull of yours is as sturdy as you are strong," the warrior mocks from above. Wiping his mouth, Asura glares back, realizing the immense gap in their power. The man continues, "An ordinary foe would have lost their head with that single strike as his serpent weapon hisses. But I suppose Go Huang wouldn't have fallen to such a middling opponent," he sneers, preparing to strike again. A mysterious new traveler scoffs, revealing the serpent warrior's whip is just a weapon made of creepy worms. The warrior freezes, his confidence completely shattered by this impossible revelation. "Explain yourself," he demands, his voice trembling with rage. "How do you know the secrets of my art?" The traveler simply mocks him, asking if he really thought he was the only one with such parlor tricks. He smirks, claiming to have seen true monsters and calling the warrior nothing but small fry in comparison. Enraged by the insult, the serpent warrior's eyes burn with pure, murderous fury. Asura can only watch from the side, stunned by this sudden, high-stakes confrontation. The serpent whip lashes out with blinding speed, a blur of white energy aimed to kill. The warrior unleashes his full power in a single, furious strike, determined to silence the boy. But his opponent remains utterly unfazed, coolly stating, "If being called small fry pisses you off, then that's exactly what you are." The taunter effortlessly dodges the furious whip strike, as the attack misses, obliterating the ground in a massive explosion. He lands perfectly, completely unfazed by the show of force, and continues his mockery. "Do you even realize how weird it is to have worms for both your arms?" Wrapping his fist, he declares he should have finished this before it got any grosser. But the serpent warrior's muscles crackle and bulge with a strange, dark energy as he stands silently, gathering an ominous power that warps the air. Suddenly, a mass of hissing, black tendrils erupts from his back. The taunter's smug expression vanishes, replaced with pure shock. No way. The warrior's body is consumed by the wriggling mass, revealing a monstrous power far beyond what anyone expected. The serpent warrior's monstrous form fully emerges, his body a mass of writhing, black tendrils. He launches himself through the air, a living weapon aimed directly at the taunter. Watching from the sidelines, even Asura is stunned by this horrifying display of power. The tendrils tear across the landscape with unstoppable speed, leaving deep gouges in the earth. They slam into the ground with the force of a massive explosion, obliterating everything in their path. The blonde taunter is sent flying, completely caught in the devastating shockwave. But he lands on his feet, wrapping his scarf around his fist with a look of pure fury. In an instant, he unleashes his own counter, a storm of razor-sharp energy blades. The two apocalyptic attacks collide in a maelstrom of destruction. And to everyone's shock, the taunter's power begins to shred the monstrous tendrils to pieces. The taunter's attack rips the dark appendages to shreds, filling the sky with their remnants. But he realizes with dawning horror, this is a whole different can of worms. The shredded pieces don't die, instead reforming into countless smaller, writhing creatures. They suddenly converge, swirling into a single, massive vortex of flesh and power. The newly formed mass slams down with terrifying force, aiming to crush him completely. With no other choice, the taunter clenches his fist, gathering all his remaining strength. He smashes the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave of his own. The impact is so immense it shatters the very earth beneath them. In the aftermath, the monstrous tendrils lie scattered and lifeless across the ruined landscape. The last of their power dissolves into dust, twitching as the strange life fades away. The shattered monster doesn't die, instead reforming into countless hissing worms on the battlefield. The blonde taunter stands frozen in disbelief, realizing his victory was utterly meaningless. Watching from the sidelines, Asura has seen enough, growling, "You know what? Screw holding back." The chittering pests continue to multiply, their numbers seeming to grow by the second. Soon, the entire ground is a writhing carpet of these seemingly unkillable creatures. As Asura prepares to unleash his power, a sharp pain suddenly shoots through his eyes. But before he can act, the worms surge into the air, forming a single, terrifying swarm. The swarm detonates in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing the very landscape apart. Even the cocky taunter is forced to leap back, barely escaping the devastating blast. And through the dust, the serpent warrior emerges, his eyes burning with pure, unrestrained fury. Ignoring Asura completely, the serpent warrior lunges for the old man with blinding speed. Before anyone can react, his serpent-like weapon coils tightly around the commander's arm. Asura can only watch in horror as his companion is instantly ensnared, completely helpless. With a brutal yank, the serpent warrior effortlessly lifts the old man into the air. He begins to swing him around like a rag doll, building momentum for a devastating throw. The commander is then flung through the forest, a silent projectile aimed at the earth. He smashes into the ground with an impact that shatters rock and tears the landscape apart. Lying motionless in the center of a massive crater, the fight seems to be over. Blood spills from his mouth as his eyes stare blankly, seemingly broken beyond repair. But then, the crater itself begins to crack and explode outwards, hinting at a power that was just awakened. The forest floor erupts in a massive explosion, shaking the very earth. From the tree line, a lone figure stands amidst the lingering sounds of destruction. As the dust settles, two imposing silhouettes slowly emerge from the chaos. The falconer and his bird can only stare in wide-eyed shock at who has arrived. He recalls the legends of the 8 protector beasts, warriors with powers far beyond mortal means. Among them is a master who only unleashes his deadly whips for a truly worthy foe. Or at least so I've heard, he thinks, a cold sweat running down his back. A memory flashes of a brutal, one-sided slaughter shown only in stark silhouette. The victim's body dissolves into shadow, consumed by an unnatural, dark power. And from that darkness, the serpent warrior is revealed, his legendary whip a living part of him. The serpent warrior reveals his true form, a monstrous beast whose back erupts with countless shadowy spikes. The falconer recalls how this monster regenerates from any wound, questioning what supernatural realm could have birthed such a creature. He realizes with dawning horror that if no one has seen this form, it implies something far more sinister. A sadistic grin spreads across the serpent warrior's face, a look that chills the falconer to his very core. Standing in the misty clearing, the falconer senses the warrior is about to do the unthinkable. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the forest, sending shockwaves in every direction. The dust clears to reveal the serpent warrior standing over the crater where he just slammed the old man into the earth. The lost commander lies motionless, buried face first in the rubble, completely overpowered in an instant. The sheer, overwhelming power on display leaves the falconer frozen in absolute terror. Defeated by fear alone, he can only stand hunched over as the mist swallows the horrifying scene. The falconer stands alone, paralyzed by fear after witnessing the old man's brutal defeat. But his terror is cut short when he turns, sword in hand, sensing he is no longer alone. He gasps, discovering Asura groaning in the dirt, somehow still clinging to life. Seeing his chance, the falconer looms over the boy, raising his blade to deliver the final blow. With cold resolve, he brings the sword down, determined to end the young warrior's story for good. But just as the steel descends, Asura's eyes snap open, burning with an unyielding fire. "To think that you still draw breath," the falconer whispers, frozen in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, a new figure walks through a desolate landscape, mockingly envying such indestructible flesh. This mysterious lord approaches the scene, revealing he was watching the entire time. With a chilling smile, he remarks, "Now I see precisely how irritating it is to take on an enemy that seemingly has infinite lives." Tired of the farce, the serpent warrior unleashes his true power, roaring, "Let us end this at once." A tidal wave of shadowy tendrils surges forward, an overwhelming attack meant to annihilate everything in its path. But as Asura charges, the palanquin lord simply waits, sword ready to meet the boy head-on. His smug confidence suddenly shatters into pure panic as he realizes his fatal miscalculation. In a flash, Asura bypasses his guard, seizing his wrist and stopping the blade cold. He then effortlessly snatches the sword from the lord's hand, completely disarming the powerful foe. Now wielding his enemy's blade, Asura spins with incredible force, ready to unleash a devastating counter. The sound of a massive impact thunders through the forest as his strike connects. A single, blinding slash of energy cuts through the chaos, aimed at an entirely different target, and in a shocking twist, the Serpent Warrior's seemingly unstoppable tendril attack is severed completely in two. Blinding slashes of energy crisscross the battlefield, shredding the Serpent Warrior's dark power into countless pieces. The blonde taunter's sash-like weapon whips through the air, the source of the utter devastation. A massive shockwave erupts, leaving the Serpent Warrior seemingly defeated in the center of a crater. His eyes widen in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend this overwhelming level of power. The remnants of his technique lie scattered and broken on the ground, completely neutralized. But the blonde taunter's own face twists in shock, realizing something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, the severed pieces begin to move, reforming as if they were never destroyed. He looks down at his own weapon, now mysteriously whole again, questioning what he just saw. The Serpent Warrior rises, his body erupting with monstrous, shadowy tendrils. "So this is your true power," he growls, his transformation completing the horrifying spectacle. The monstrous Serpent Warrior faces his opponent, ready to unleash the full extent of his horrifying power. But the blonde taunter recalls a past battle, wrapping his blade with grim purpose as his focus becomes absolute. His eyes lock onto his target, a silent promise of the inevitable end. "Time's up," he declares with chilling confidence. "You're already dead." Back in the present, the Serpent Warrior's gaze is pure, unrestrained power, a stark contrast to his opponent's calm. The ground begins to writhe as the cursed worms, the source of his technique, stir once more. They squirm and merge, twisting together into a single, terrifying mass of regenerating energy. With a deafening crack, they erupt from the earth in a violent storm of tendrils aimed to kill. Yet the blonde taunter counters instantly, raising a colossal wall of earth that splits the battlefield in two. The tendrils recoil, burrowing back into the cracked earth as the dust settles on this clash of titans. The Serpent Warrior stands alone, his silhouette a promise of the violence to come. The very earth cracks as his monstrous power begins to stir from below. His body erupts with countless tendrils, a grotesque fusion of man and monster. The dark energy hisses as he faces his opponents, a wall of living darkness. While the Palanquin Lord recoils in fear, the blonde taunter remains utterly unfazed. He smirks, confident in the overwhelming power now coursing through his veins. "You're certainly handy with a sword for a brutish ape," the blonde taunter scoffs. But the monster boasts that no swordplay can save him, for he now possesses an immortal body. "Immortal?" The boy scoffs. "You don't know the first thing about immortality." He raises his blade, declaring, "Didn't I tell you already? I've seen tricks like this 1,000 times before. You're not the first monster I've faced, and you're far from the last," he declares with cold resolve. With that, he explodes forward, a blur of motion across the battlefield. The transformed Serpent Warrior can only watch in shock as his opponent closes the distance in an instant. The monster retaliates, swinging a massive tendril arm with blinding speed to intercept him. But the attack is useless, as his tendrils are instantly shredded into countless pieces. In a flash of steel, the blonde taunter carves a path straight through the monster's defenses. The Serpent Warrior's eyes widen in disbelief, his so-called immortal body already taking damage. His opponent's gaze, however, remains utterly unfazed, promising only destruction. He unleashes a devastating strike that warps the very air around them. The impact is absolute, sending the monster flying backward as his form begins to disintegrate. The Serpent Warrior's monstrous form is carved open by a massive X-shaped slash. The blonde taunter lands gracefully as his opponent stumbles from the devastating blow. But the deep gash across the monster's back begins to stir with unnatural life. The flesh wriggles and writhes, impossibly knitting itself back together. A bloody scoff escapes the Serpent Warrior's lips, his confidence completely unshaken. "You may cut me 1,000 times, he declares, "but it'll all be in vain." His opponent simply retorts with chilling indifference. "Do I look like I care? The cuts were only meant to keep you in place for a moment or two." With a flick of his wrist, the blonde taunter unleashes his red scarf like a whip. It transforms into a colossal, swirling vortex of energy, ready to annihilate its target. The attack connects with a sickening thwack, the Serpent Warrior's eyes widening in pure shock. A massive, gaping hole is blown straight through the monster's torso, his regeneration failing him completely. His very flesh seems to disintegrate, consumed by the swirling red energy of the scarf. A choked gasp escapes his lips as the reality of his utter defeat finally sinks in. The blonde taunter watches with cold, calculating eyes, his power absolute and unquestionable. He stands amidst the destruction, his scarf still coiling with deadly, residual power. With a final clasp, he prepares to end the fight for good, leaving no room for recovery. The once immortal warrior lies broken on the ground, the battle utterly one-sided. Coughing up blood, the serpent warrior struggles to even lift his head from the dirt. But a twisted, bloody grin spreads across his face as he sneers. You were surprisingly entertaining. The serpent warrior snarls a final threat, promising to rip his foe to pieces. Asura can only watch, his eyes wide with disbelief at the turn of events. But the serpent warrior's rage quickly turns to confusion as he stares up from the ground. He looks down in horror, realizing his wounds aren't healing, they're sizzling away into nothing. What's the matter? The blonde taunter mocks from above. Not so immortal now, huh? He then reveals the secret to his victory, a special technique called the spiral pierce. The faster his blade spins, the more heat it generates, burning away the regenerative worms that grant his foe immortality. He explains that he first learned the technique with a staff, but the principle is the same. But if you need me to spell it out for you, he declares with a cold smirk, this is the end of your life as an immortal. All the defeated warrior can do is grit his teeth and curse. You rodent. Dark tendrils writhe and crack, desperately trying to seal the gaping hole in the serpent warrior's chest. The blonde taunter faces the monstrous mass of worms, unimpressed by the display of so-called immortality. He unleashes his final technique, a massive tornado of spiraling energy erupting from his scarf. The serpent warrior's monstrous form is instantly caught in the inescapable vortex. The vortex glows with intense, searing heat as it begins to incinerate its target from the inside out. A blinding flash of red light consumes everything as the technique reaches its peak. The immortal warrior is utterly annihilated in a gruesome explosion of blood and shadow. As the dust settles, only fragments and a bloody mist remain where the monster once stood. The attack has carved a massive trench into the earth, a testament to its overwhelming power. Without a second glance, the victor simply turns and walks away from the utter devastation. Asura stands alone at the edge of the massive trench, staring at the absolute devastation left behind. He looks down into the chasm, where the bloody remains of the so-called immortal warrior lie scattered. But a sickening sound echoes from the pit, as the dark sludge begins to crack and stir. A grotesque remnant of the serpent warrior emerges, pathetically squealing, "Help me, I must live." Its desperate plea quickly turns into a final, venomous curse, vowing that they will all die by its hands. The victor watches silently from afar as the creature's last threat hangs in the air. But suddenly, a new warrior appears beside Asura, declaring, "Never leave a dying enemy unfinished." Without hesitation, he drives his massive blade through the monster's remains, ending its existence for good. Asura is left sitting alone in the crater, forced to contemplate the brutal lesson he just witnessed. The mysterious swordsman then turns and walks away from the scene, his grim duty fulfilled. The young swordsman who delivered the final blow watches the scene with a tired, yet determined gaze. He sees the true victor, the blonde warrior, vanish into the forest, his work now complete. A flashback reveals the palanquin lord fleeing in absolute terror from that same overwhelming power. The swordsman's silence confirms he witnessed the entire, one-sided slaughter. Now, only Asura remains, a lone figure sitting in the massive crater left by the battle. He stares up at the sky, the brutal lessons of the day weighing heavily on his mind. For a moment, the forest is completely silent, the chaos finally over. But that silence is broken by a sudden, heavy thud nearby. The young swordsman, his duty done and energy spent, has collapsed face first into the grass. All that power and discipline gives way to simple exhaustion as he falls fast asleep. A horse stands patiently in a field, its journey momentarily paused. It snorts, nudging the head of Asura, who has inexplicably fallen asleep on the ground. The lost commander turns, his voice laced with concern. "Did you find him?" The scene pulls back, revealing the old man, his cart, and the boy resting peacefully at the forest's edge. "What on earth is he doing taking a nap out here?" he mutters, completely bewildered by the boy's exhaustion. Meanwhile, far across the sprawling green valleys, a lone eagle with a strange glow soars with purpose. A leather band on its leg marks it not as a wild creature, but a trained messenger on a critical mission. It cuts through the vast, empty sky, a silent harbinger of news from an unknown master. Its destination is a remote, misty cliffside, a hidden sanctuary carved into the mountain itself. There, a gloved hand intercepts the message, a secret exchange that will surely set new dangers in motion. Inside a desolate fortress, a warrior delivers an urgent message to the shadowy figure in charge. The hooded leader's eyes flare with disbelief as he reads the impossible news. First, Go Huang and now Seongji-sa, he thinks, his mind reeling from the report. The information is so shocking it leaves him utterly speechless. Go Huang, the Crimson Beast, falling to his own arrogance was one thing, but Seongji-sa, the Blood Beast, was a ruthless monster who never made such careless mistakes. He possessed a near-immortal body, a gift from the divine physician himself. The very thought of his defeat sends a jolt of pure shock through the organization's leader. His mind flashes back to the source of this chaos, a young boy facing down an overwhelming monster. A memory of a battle so fast and brutal, it defied all common sense. The memory of the impossible battle explodes in his mind. He analyzes the boy's raw power, questioning how an untrained fighter could possibly overcome a master of the blood beast's caliber. What crucial factor have I missed here? He wonders, while the defeated serpent warrior stands silently before him. But he violently crushes the thought, declaring he has no time to waste on such nitpicking concerns. With 2 of the 8 protector beasts now fallen, he knows this growing crisis must be halted here and now. He resolves to inform the Lord Divine Physician and follow his instructions to the letter. Suddenly, the falconer appears, interrupting his grim thoughts with a simple, "Pardon me, sir?" By the power vested in me, the leader commands, ordering the remaining protector beasts to be summoned at once. The falconer immediately bows in obedience, accepting the grave command without hesitation. A heavy silence falls over the room as the order is given, the falcon watching over the grim proceedings. With his forces crumbling, the hooded figure realizes time is of the essence. Deep within a hidden grotto, a single butterfly-like message appears in the darkness. It descends towards a solitary figure meditating in the abyss. The legendary divine physician, a man of immense and terrible power, opens his eyes. He receives the urgent summons, understanding the gravity of the situation. His long meditation is finally broken by the news of failure. A flicker of cold resolve crosses his ancient, knowing face. The time for quiet contemplation is over. Slowly, the master of the protector beasts rises to his feet, and a strange, inhuman feature hints at the true nature of his existence. The divine physician's eyes snap open with a sudden, urgent realization. His consciousness plunges into a vast, swirling abyss, a solitary soul on a desperate search. He becomes a mere speck, adrift in an endless expanse of chaotic, formless energy. With a surge of will, he leaps through the darkness, desperately trying to pinpoint his target. But his mind is violently thrown back into his body, the connection suddenly severed. He finds himself seated once more, the disorienting spiritual journey abruptly concluded. Alone in his vast, subterranean chamber, the silence is absolute and heavy. A voice echoes from the darkness. "Was your search fruitful, my liege?" A heavy sigh escapes him as he covers his weary face in thought. "Indeed," he admits, a flicker of frustration in his eyes, "though the precise whereabouts of my quarry continue to elude me." The divine physician stands alone, lost in a deep, unsettling thought. He recalls fleeing from a man's mere gaze like a coward, despite the vast distance between them. His mind flashes back to an inferno of overwhelming power. A lone figure once stood amidst burning wreckage, an avatar of destruction. Even now, the memory sends a chill through his very core. He tries to rationalize that the man is no longer a being of absolute power, just an empty husk. This ghost is not the man who glares from his deepest recollections, but a cold sweat betrays the deep, instinctual fear that remains. His very being protests, screaming that he's somehow afraid of his quarry's approach. The physician glances back, a sudden paranoia gripping him as if that ghost is right behind him. Asura playfully asks, "What's up, Chief? You hiding some snacks back there?" But the lost commander feels something strange, the sensation of some unknown presence. Their horse suddenly whinnies in alarm, putting Asura on high alert. The cart stops dead as they discover a body lying motionless on the path ahead. It's a young man with blue hair, dressed in tattered rags and completely unresponsive. Asura and the old man watch in stunned silence as the stranger suddenly sits up. Without a word, the man grabs a water barrel and chugs it down with desperate thirst. His hunger is so intense he even begins shoveling dirt into his mouth, eating ravenously. After his bizarre meal, he lets out a massive burp, startling the onlookers. Finally satisfied, he bows deeply, declaring, "I owe you my life, good sirs." A mysterious voice echoes over the vast landscape, vowing to one day repay a great favor for a kindness he cannot yet explain. The strange encounter began moments earlier, when a panicked whinny suddenly shattered the silence of their journey. Their cart grinds to a halt, blocked by a lone figure lying motionless on the path ahead. It's a young man with pale hair, seemingly dead and abandoned in the unforgiving wilderness. Asura and the old commander can only watch on, wary that this could be a trap. But the corpse suddenly springs to life, desperately chugging water from their supply barrel. His hunger is so feral he begins shoveling dirt into his mouth, eating ravenously like a wild animal. A massive burp then echoes through the forest, leaving his saviors completely speechless. Finally sated, the stranger prostrates himself, his gratitude beyond any words. "I am on a secret mission," he declares with burning conviction, "but I swear I will return this favor." The group travels in awkward silence, the tension between the two survivors palpable. The commander finally asks if they know each other, sparking an immediate argument where they call each other frauds. A dismissive snort echoes as the argument escalates. The blue-haired survivor is apparently kicked out, forced to run from the moving cart. The commander recalls finding the other survivor, a red-haired man who ate like a starved beast. His monstrous burp had left them all completely stunned, and despite his feral nature, he had thanked them with profound gratitude. The old man remembers questioning him. "Let me guess, you're on a secret mission, hmm?" But the man's mission is a mystery, even to himself, claiming "I don't remember a thing," on account of my amnesia. He couldn't even recognize his own face in the water, a story so bizarre the commander calls it insanity. The two survivors mock their companion. "She's a beggar, she's a fraud." The red-haired amnesiac is completely stunned by the insult, muttering, "A couple?" A silent, wide-eyed stare follows as the accusation hangs in the air. Suddenly, in a bizarre display of shock, the amnesiac rips open their robes. Meanwhile, from a distance, a mysterious voice muses about finally finding the little brothers they've been searching for. Unaware they are being watched, the small group's cart continues its journey through the dense forest. The cart rattles onward, carrying the weary travelers deeper into the unknown wilderness. The lost commander finally breaks the silence, his gaze fixed ahead as he asks, "Where might the three of you be headed?" His simple question instantly puts the three youths on edge, their expressions hardening with suspicion. The blue-haired survivor challenges him directly, his voice laced with caution. "Pardon my impertinence, but is there a reason why you ask?" The old man calmly explains, "How else is a coachman supposed to know where to drop off his passengers?" The two survivors laugh awkwardly, pretending his logic makes perfect sense. But the blue-haired youth's face hardens, claiming his top-secret mission demands the utmost discretion. An unnerving silence falls as the old commander simply stares, his expression unreadable. "Very well then," he sighs, offering to set them down nearby to go about their business. The boy quickly backpedals, stammering that he never meant to cause any offense. The commander then presses further, asking if they'd prefer to part ways or travel with him for the long haul. Asura tries to intervene, but the old man coldly dismisses any need for gratitude. Suddenly, Asura shouts "Chief," as his master's eyes widen, sensing an approaching threat. Just ahead, their path is completely blocked by the silent, menacing silhouette of an entire army. The leader of the mysterious army glares forward, his elite soldiers ready for blood. "It looks like they're after us again," Asura says, turning to his master for a plan. The old commander simply strokes his beard, a thoughtful and unreadable expression on his face. But before he can act, the blue-haired survivor kneels, asking, "If you'll allow me a moment, master." He declares he'll repay their kindness by wiping out the hoodlums who dare to chase them. The commander tries to stop him, but the youth has already launched himself from the cart. He soars through the air like a cannonball, a lone figure charging an entire army. The enemy captain roars, ordering his men into a radial burst formation to intercept the threat. With glowing white eyes, the survivor plummets from the sky, a human missile aimed at their center. "True great firmament style," he screams, revealing the terrifying power he'd been hiding all along. The soldiers brace as a shockwave rushes towards them, and a blinding light erupts from their center, engulfing the entire formation. With a deafening boom, the survivors' true power is unleashed, sending bodies flying everywhere. Men are slammed into trees with enough force to shatter the thick trunks. The battlefield becomes a storm of broken bodies and splintered wood in a completely one-sided massacre. From above, the sheer scale of the devastation is revealed a massive crater carved into the forest. In the eerie silence that follows, the ground is littered with the fallen. Not a single soldier is left standing, their eyes wide with the shock of their instant death. The blue-haired youth stands alone amidst the carnage, steam rising from his body as if it was nothing. But Asura can only stare in utter disbelief, his understanding of his new companion completely shattered. The lost commander calmly notes that the boy's bravado is backed by real power after all. Asura and the amnesiac can only stare in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the one-sided massacre. As their cart begins to rattle away, the blue-haired youth glances back at the carnage he created. Asura quickly tries to downplay the event, shouting back to his master, "It was nothing. I said nothing." But from the wreckage, the defeated captain snarls with his last breath, "Erg, you bastard." Pushing himself from the dirt, the bloodied captain vows that this is far from over. He warns of a greater threat to come, the elite warriors of the infamous Blood Terror unit. In a flash, the blue-haired survivor dashes back, refusing to let the captain's final threat linger. He stands over the now silent battlefield, steam rising from his body as his companions watch in awe. With the last enemy silenced for good, the cart rattles on, leaving the devastation far behind. Asura awkwardly deflects praise. Don't mention it, master, as their cart rattles away from the carnage. But the old man cuts straight to the point, questioning if their pursuers were actually targeting the blue-haired youth. The survivor breaks into a cold sweat, completely flustered by the direct accusation. He tries to laugh it off with a weak, "You flatter me, master." But the suspicion hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, in a secret mountain stronghold, a far more dangerous situation is unfolding. A furious voice roars, "What?" echoing through the cold stone halls. "What do you mean none of the other beasts will answer the call?" The hooded figure rages at his subordinate. The palanquin lord reports that the beasts' hideouts are empty, and not a single messenger falcon has returned. The hooded figure's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the total collapse of his command. And far away, the reason for the silence is revealed, as the divine physician calmly reads the stolen message, a dead falcon at his feet. The hooded figure seethes with rage, his command defied by fickle scoundrels. His eye burns with cold fury at this blatant act of insubordination, but his subordinate clarifies that while most hideouts are lost, there is one exception. He explains that he made contact with a lone, legendary figure, Sir Gu-jo, the Iron Beast. This beast was found surrounded by his followers, with a chilling message to deliver, and his words were a direct challenge. If Gyeongyu has words for me, he can come deliver them himself. The sheer arrogance of the message leaves the subordinate stunned into silence. "Confound it," the hooded figure snarls, his patience finally snapping as he makes a decision. He declares that he has no choice but to seek out the Iron Beast himself. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate canyon, the group is approached with an impertinent question from those they saved. The blue-haired survivor asks a seemingly innocent question, "But where exactly are you two traveling to, masters?" The old man immediately grows suspicious, turning to ask if there's a reason for his curiosity. He stammers nervously, claiming he just needs to know how much longer he'll be guarding their caravan. With a forced laugh, he quickly insists the master doesn't need to answer if the question is a problem. But the old man's reply is dead serious. "We are on our way to vanquish the so-called Lord of Fort Sovereign." The name instantly freezes the survivor, his eyes widening in absolute shock. His expression darkens as the weight of that impossible mission sinks in. Even the quiet, red-haired amnesiac is stunned by the chilling declaration. Sensing the sudden tension, the old man grabs his arm, asking pointedly, "Is that a problem?" The survivor is thrown into a silent panic, desperately trying to hide the truth behind his reaction. The blue-haired survivor lets out a heavy sigh of relief, his panic finally subsiding. He bows deeply, claiming his mission comes first, but the old man scoffs at how swiftly he's changed his tune. Still, the master accepts his gratitude, agreeing to part ways for now. Their destination is a sprawling village nestled amongst the green hills. From a distance, the old man bids them all safe travels, seemingly ending their journey together. The survivor shouts back, promises to repay his kindness as the cart rolls away. He watches them disappear down the road, his true intentions still hidden. A sinister smirk crosses his face, noting the old man's complete lack of fear about facing Fort Sovereign's master. Meanwhile, back in the rattling cart, the old man and Asura continue their journey. Turning to the boy, he reveals, "I suppose one thing is now clear," hinting at the deception he's just uncovered. The blue-haired survivor's eyes flare with suspicion, realizing they are a threat. At the same time, Asura decides their brazen attitude leaves him no choice. The thought echoes between them, a silent, mutual declaration of danger. The survivor's gaze hardens, confirming the immense risk they pose. Asura's patience runs out. He can no longer just watch from the sidelines. So, he slips away, watching from the shadows as their cart disappears down the road. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man turns to his remaining companions, calling them "you two buffoons." He watches the old man and the amnesiac walk towards a distant village. The red-haired boy demands a piggyback ride, but the old commander gruffly refuses. The survivor follows them from behind, his true intentions still a complete mystery. From the shadows, Asura watches the strange trio depart, his suspicion growing. The blue-haired survivor glances back, a strange feeling washing over him as he mutters, "How odd." A silent thought echoes across the vast sky. What an odd bunch, indeed. Their journey takes them far, towards the remote, snow-capped mountains where legends are said to dwell. Meanwhile, in a solitary hut nestled on a precarious cliffside, a secret meeting is underway. The mysterious hooded figure has finally found his target, the legendary Iron Beast, Gu-jo. "I must admit," the visitor begins, his voice low, "this is simply beyond my comprehension." He questions why a warrior of such immense power would choose this unremarkable, solitary life. But the Iron Beast cuts straight to the point, his voice calm yet firm. "What is this urgent concern you speak of?" The hooded figure's eyes narrow as he reveals the true threat. Two unknown outsiders who murdered both Go Huang and Seongji Sa. The Iron Beast listens with cold, unwavering eyes as the grim report begins. The hooded figure reveals that two protector beasts sent after the fugitives were brutally butchered beyond recognition. Any attempt to quietly smooth things over only made the situation far worse. Now, with enemies at the gates, their own organization is consumed by shock and disbelief. I intend to end this by mobilizing Fort Sovereign, he declares. But first, I grant you an opportunity for vengeance. The command is given. Capture the two fugitives who murdered Go Huang and Seongji Sa, with permission to kill if necessary. But the Iron Beast turns, his expression unreadable as he prepares his shocking answer. In a stunning act of defiance, he calmly states, "This is a command I cannot obey." He reveals the divine physician granted him freedom, and he sees no reason to take up his fallen brother's cause. The hooded figure explodes in rage. "But you were sworn brothers. How can you stand idle while their killers walk free?" "Sworn brothers?" The Iron Beast questions, his gaze cold and distant. A hazy memory surfaces of a time when he, Go Huang, and Seongji Sa were inseparable. He admits the recollection lingers, a faint echo of a bond that once was. But he coldly states that the man who made that promise might not be the same man he is today. And if that oath was sworn by a stranger, he declares, I am not honor-bound to keep his word. The hooded figure's eyes burn with pure fury at this stunning act of defiance. The Iron Beast then issues a final ultimatum, stating he will only answer to the divine physician directly. Sheer insolence. The messenger roars, slamming his fist down in absolute outrage. He reminds the beast of his station. Lord Divine Physician entrusted all authority to me. Gyeongyu, the abyssal beast. My words bear his authority. He snarls, and his will flows through my own. Gyeongyu's fury explodes as he demands, Answer me, Gujo, whose commands do you hear? But the Iron Beast remains completely unfazed by the threat, his expression unreadable. His cold, defiant eyes show no hint of submission to the abyssal beast's authority. Suddenly, an even more terrifying presence manifests, shocking Gujo to his core. It's the divine physician himself, his spectral form radiating an authority that dwarfs Gyeongyu's. How dare you delay? The supreme being thunders, his voice shaking the very room. He issues a direct order. Hunt down the outlander scum who killed Go Huang and Seongji Sa. Faced with his true master, the Iron Beast's defiance shatters, and he bows in total submission. He declares his absolute loyalty, prostrating himself before Gyeongyu as a show of obedience to the physician. Yet even in submission, a dark, unreadable expression clouds his face, hinting at a deeper conflict. With the divine physician's will absolute, the abyssal beast looms over the now subservient Iron Beast. Meanwhile, in a desolate village, Asura relentlessly hones his skills with his staff, kicking up a storm of dust. From a nearby rooftop, the lost commander silently observes the boy's explosive power. A heavy silence hangs over the old man as he watches, his thoughts a complete mystery. But far away, deep within a desolate cavern, a forgotten figure sits in silent meditation. His body is withered, and his clothes are in tatters, a prisoner to the darkness that surrounds him. Have your wits returned? A commanding voice suddenly echoes in his mind, breaking the endless silence. The voice calls him by a name of legend, Anactopos, the fabled sage of the East. Your service is in need, the divine physician commands, ordering him to quell the revolt of the impudent emissaries. Yet the ancient sage remains perfectly still, offering only silence in response to the divine order. The ancient sage defies the divine order, his voice cracking as he declares, I am unable to comply. A heavy silence falls in the cavern, his defiance echoing in the oppressive darkness. The divine physician seems to ponder this unexpected rebellion, his presence felt but unseen. The voice then offers a compromise, admitting it cannot fully restore the sage's former power. I shall bestow you with another boon, the entity proposes, attempting to bargain for his service. The offer is something the sage has desperately wished for with all his heart. The boon is a single name that changes everything. Asura. At that very name, the scene shifts to the watchful eye of the lost commander. He observes from a rooftop as Asura trains relentlessly, a whirlwind of motion and raw power. The old man's gaze remains fixed on the boy, a silent guardian overseeing a power he may have just unleashed. From a rooftop, the lost commander notes that Asura is finally getting the hang of the staff. But Asura swings the weapon wildly, admitting he still finds it cumbersome and tricky. He suddenly stops his training to ask a critical question about the Lord of Fort Sovereign. The old man falls silent, stroking his beard as he recalls a chilling memory. He remembers his encounter with the monstrous keeper of the woods. The guardian spoke of an ancient evil, Paisarkamon, the Dark Mage, the manipulator of space. That, it had revealed, is the true name of the Lord of Fort Sovereign. The commander's gaze hardens, the weight of that truth settling in. Manipulator of space? Asura asks, the impossible scale of their enemy dawning on him. He realizes with frustration that they can't track a fortress that might not even exist in a fixed location. What dilemma? Asura asks. But the old man warns the true problem begins after they infiltrate Fort Sovereign. He reminds the boy of his pathetic struggle against just one of the 8 protector beasts, calling him a pitiful sight. Asura tries to save face, claiming he was just feeling under the weather that day. But the commander reveals the fort is guarded by the remaining beasts, each one as powerful or even mightier than those he's already faced. And beyond them are the 3 guardian commanders, whose prowess might far surpass that of the beasts. Then there is the Lord himself, the one they call the white-faced divine physician. To attack now would mean facing their entire, overwhelming force all at once. Asura is left speechless, the sheer scale of their enemy finally dawning on him. When asked for a plan, the boy can only stammer, "Could you help me out for me, Chief?" In a secluded village under the cover of night, our heroes find a brief moment of respite among the ruins. Around a crackling fire, the old commander begins his lesson. Now then, Asura. He asks for the boy's assessment of the 2 protector beasts he's faced so far. What did I make of them? Asura wonders, comparing them to his previous foes. He casually dismisses them as nothing special, claiming they weren't much of a threat. But the commander immediately calls him out. Is that so? Yet, you seem to struggle considerably against them both. He reminds Asura how the first beast exploited his emotions, forcing him to lose all self-control and needlessly suffer damage. And as for the second encounter, the old man dryly notes that he found Asura passed out from pure fatigue. Asura tries to make excuses about not being on top of his game that day, but the commander's voice cuts through him like a blade. That is no excuse. Asura and the old commander rest by a fire in the desolate wilderness. But the commander's horse suddenly stirs, and his sharp gaze puts the boy on high alert. Do we have visitors joining us? He asks, his attention fixed on a distant, solitary house. Meanwhile, hidden in the darkness, the feral warrior and his subordinate watch the same house with predatory intent. They aren't alone. A small army of grim-faced warriors waits silently in the shadows behind them. The leader's subordinate confirms their target with absolute certainty. Yes, master. He reveals their prey as wanted under a top-secret bounty from the infamous Fort Sovereign. The feral warrior grins, eager for the fight. But his subordinate hesitates. But, master, he suggests reporting back for instructions, only for his master to scoff. What are you babbling on about? The leader declares they won't settle for coins when capturing them alive could earn them a place in Fort Sovereign's ranks. Shut your cowardly maw, the leader snarls, silencing his subordinate's warning. He roars that they are feared berserkers who shouldn't cower before a pair of drifters. With a final command, all of you, with me, he prepares to lead the charge. But their advance is suddenly stopped by a lone figure commanding them to halt. The mysterious masked man warns them off. The prey you see yonder is mine alone to hunt. The entire group of hardened killers freezes, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. They stare in stunned silence, completely thrown off by this unexpected challenger. The bounty hunter leader fakes a smile, sarcastically offering to leave. We bid you good night. But his face twists into a snarl as he draws his blade, screaming, You witless maggot! Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated house, Asura and the old man are unaware of the bloodbath brewing outside. Asura and the old man stand guard, sensing the commotion just beyond the trees. Suddenly, the entire band of bounty hunters is sent flying through the air with a single, explosive force. The masked challenger stands alone as bodies and blades rain down around him in a completely one-sided massacre. They all hit the ground with a sickening thud, leaving only one man standing amidst the carnage. As the dust settles, the once threatening army is reduced to nothing but a field of corpses. Maybe they're not here for us after all, Asura muses, seeing them fight amongst themselves. But the lone victor, a dark silhouette against the pale sky, slowly turns his attention towards them. The old man remains silent, his gaze fixed, sensing a threat far greater than the one just eliminated. The mysterious warrior's face is shrouded in shadow, but his glowing white eyes lock onto his new targets. With a swift motion, he raises his hand, making it clear that the real battle is just beginning. The old man's eyes widen in sudden alarm as he senses the true nature of their opponent. A chilling voice cuts through the air. Think again, Asura, a direct challenge from the lone survivor. The boy acknowledges this unexpected guest, realizing this is a threat on a completely different level. Without warning, the masked warrior rockets into the sky, moving with impossible speed. He twists mid-air, his body coiled like a spring as he plummets back towards the ground. He crashes down with the force of a cannonball, the earth itself exploding on impact. A second, even greater smash follows, carving a massive crater into the battlefield with raw power. Asura is left stunned, his mind reeling from the sheer, overwhelming destructive force. Through the dust and debris, the assailant's cold, emotionless mask emerges, promising only death. Both master and student immediately drop into a defensive stance, preparing for the fight of their lives. Asura stares down his new foe, asking, "What, are you one of those beast thingies too?" But the lost commander gives a chilling order. "This time, I suggest you take this one alive," to which Asura simply agrees. With the plan set, both warriors explode into motion, leaping across the massive crater to close the distance. They land opposite one another, a silent standoff before the clash of titans truly begins. The lost commander watches from afar as the two blurs of motion vanish into the dense forest nearby. Suddenly, the sound of immense impact echoes from the trees, a shockwave of raw power tearing through the woods. A giant tree crashes to the ground, a testament to the brutal force being unleashed within the forest. Then, an unnatural stillness falls, as the very air seems to freeze in place. Asura shatters the obstacle with a single, devastating swing of his staff, sending splinters flying everywhere. But his opponent is already repositioned, looking down on him from above, with an unnerving, predatory calm. The two warriors face each other in the ruined forest, the air thick with tension. Asura glares, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he analyzes his strange opponent. But the masked man is just as unnerved, thinking, "Something about this oddball gives me the creeps." Asura realizes his attacks keep missing by a hair's breadth and decides, "Let's try this one more time." He explodes forward in a desperate dash, closing the distance in an instant. The tip of his staff hurtles directly toward the rival's mask with deadly precision. Yet at the last possible second, the masked warrior effortlessly dodges the fatal blow. In a terrifying display of speed, the rival appears behind Asura before his attack has even finished. Asura's eyes widen in shock as he clenches his fist, realizing he's been completely outmaneuvered. A brutal strike slams into his back, shattering the ground and sending him flying in a completely one-sided exchange. Despite the brutal hit, Asura's eyes burn with a renewed fighting spirit as he glares back at his opponent. The masked warrior simply stares down, his face an unreadable, emotionless void. With a powerful roar, Asura spins and unleashes a massive, sweeping attack with his staff. The rival easily leaps back, dodging the seemingly reckless swing with contemptuous ease. He lands with a dismissive humph, believing the boy's desperate attack has failed completely. But a sudden thud makes him pause, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he asks, "Huh?" He realizes too late that Asura's staff has wrapped around a tree and is now hurtling back towards him. "I've got you now," Asura thinks, a look of pure triumph on his face. The staff swings back with terrifying momentum, aimed directly at the rival's unguarded head. In the final moment, the masked warrior's eyes widen in pure shock as the trap is sprung. A massive impact echoes through the forest, as Asura's staff spins with immense force, landing a perfect strike. The blow lands true, pinning the masked warrior against a tree with crushing power. But Asura's look of triumph quickly fades to utter shock. The rival stops the staff with his bare hands, a strange energy gathering at the point of impact. "How unfortunate," he scoffs. "You have no earthly idea how to utilize your inner chi." His eyes gleam with menace as he promises, "Then you will rue your ignorance as you perish here this day." Asura can only watch, realizing the terrifying gap in their power. A vortex of raw energy begins to swirl around the staff's tip, growing rapidly. And then it erupts into a blinding light, a counterattack that promises total annihilation. Asura watches in horror as his own weapon begins to splinter in his hands, and a massive shockwave of energy erupts from the point of contact, blasting them both backward. The sheer force rumbles through the ground as Asura struggles to even remain standing. "Let go of the staff, or you'll lose your arm for good, boy," the rival warns with chilling certainty. With a sickening squeeze, he begins to crush not just the staff, but Asura's hands along with it. The overwhelming power forces Asura to his knees, the very ground shattering beneath him from the pressure. The masked warrior glares down, a silent declaration of the absolute gap in their strength. He stands completely unshaken, his stance a testament to his perfect control over this immense power. A single step forward from the rival cracks the earth, a casual display of terrifying force. Then, using the staff as a vault, he launches himself into the air for another devastating attack. The masked warrior is stunned, thinking impossible, this cannot be. But Asura's eyes burn with defiance, refusing to yield. Despite his spirit, he is launched backward like a cannonball. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest as he crashes into the earth. Asura looks up in disbelief, realizing the sheer difference in power. His staff is left buried deep in the crater, a testament to the brutal force. He watches helplessly as his opponent gracefully flips through the air, completely unharmed. The rival lands perfectly while Asura is still tumbling, a display of total control. The masked man turns, ready to continue this one-sided beatdown. Yet, he admits to himself, perhaps the boy is more of a threat than I'd expected. The masked rival mocks Asura's clever tactics, dismissing them as mere little tricks. Tricks? Is that what you think? He scoffs, his eyes glowing with a menacing light, completely underestimating the boy. But Asura calmly retorts that he has to take him alive, questioning just how much he should hold back. The sheer audacity enrages the masked warrior, who can only hiss, "You insolent brat." With a cold, determined gaze, Asura simply accepts the challenge. All right, have it your way. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from sight, leaving his opponent staring at empty air. Asura reappears instantly, a blur of motion as he swings his staff directly at the rival's head. Why don't we up the pace and intensity a tad? He challenges, pushing the fight to a whole new level. The masked man's eyes widen, a flicker of shock finally breaking through his arrogant facade. With a devastating swing, Asura brings his full power down, aiming to shatter his opponent's confidence and his skull. The ground cracks under the immense pressure of the blocked attack, as Asura's eyes widen in utter disbelief at the impossible sight before him. But the masked man, his face now revealed, glares with chilling intensity, completely unfazed. He catches the full-force blow with his bare hands, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. A wave of shock paralyzes Asura as the sheer power difference becomes terrifyingly clear. Coughing once, the rival scoffs. That was a mere itch, insolent boy. He lectures that without inner chi, Asura's raw strength is meaningless against a true master. With a single, contemptuous motion, he slams Asura back with overwhelming force. The impact carves a colossal crater into the landscape, a testament to his terrifying power. A massive shockwave of energy erupts, obliterating everything in the surrounding area. The cratered ground crumbles as the dust from the cataclysmic blast begins to settle. A sudden gust of wind cuts through the thick, choking smoke, revealing the true scale of destruction. But through the clearing haze, a lone figure is somehow still standing against all odds. It's Asura, battered but not broken, gripping his staff for one final, desperate attack. Yet his rival catches the full-force blow with his bare hands, effortlessly halting the assault. Asura's eyes widen in pure disbelief, the impossible gap in their power becoming terrifyingly clear. Now this truly is beyond surprising, the man admits, a flicker of shock crossing his face. He confesses that Asura's raw strength actually forced him to instinctively raise a defensive chi barrier. But that moment of surprise quickly turns to contempt as he drives his head forward in a brutal counter. The sickening impact connects, and Asura is once again completely overwhelmed by a simple, physical blow. Asura is stunned, realizing his opponent seems sluggish yet impossible to hit. He swings his staff in a desperate, full-force attack. But the masked warrior stands completely unfazed as the blow mysteriously misses. The rival realizes Asura is protected by an invisible shield that pushes his strikes away. Frustrated by this strange defense, he decides to abandon his weapon for a direct grapple. Maybe I'm better off grappling him into submission, Asura thinks, lunging forward to close the distance. His eyes burn with a desperate resolve, refusing to accept this impossible power gap. But his opponent simply counters with a single, precise finger pressed against his chest. One finger thunderclap, the masked man declares, unleashing a devastating hidden technique. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the single point of contact, engulfing Asura completely. The impact sends Asura hurtling through the air like a cannonball, utterly powerless against the strike. He crashes into the earth with enough force to shatter the landscape, kicking up a colossal cloud of debris. Yet, as the dust settles, the masked warrior senses something is wrong, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He reflects on his technique, a meridian strike that grows more potent by turning an opponent's own chi against them. The sheer scale of destruction reveals a shocking truth. Asura's inner energy is monstrously, impossibly vast. But what puzzles him is how someone with such immense power could be so utterly clueless about how to control it. He wonders if this power was a fluke, or if the old man traveling with Asura is a hidden master of unimaginable skill. Through the smoke, Asura staggers to one knee, refusing to stay down even after taking a direct, overwhelming hit. "You needn't strain yourself to stand, boy," the rival calls out, his voice echoing across the wasteland he created. He declares the duel is done, but Asura's trembling hands tighten on his staff, his spirit not yet broken. "My one-finger thunderclap has wreaked havoc upon your blood and chi," the rival states calmly. He warns that to even move now is to invite death, as Asura's meridians will rupture. But with a defiant grunt, Asura raises his staff high, his body cracking under the immense strain. "What are you doing, you fool?" the rival shouts, stunned by this suicidal act. Ignoring him, Asura slams the staff down with every last ounce of his strength. A massive shockwave erupts from the point of impact, tearing the ground asunder. The wave of pure destruction races across the wasteland, aimed directly at the stunned warrior. Asura stands firm in the epicenter, his eyes blazing with raw, untamed power. The masked rival is frozen in disbelief, completely caught off guard by this impossible counterattack. A tense silence falls as the dust settles, the power dynamic between them suddenly and violently shattered. Asura suddenly unleashes a new technique, spinning twin discs of energy to defend against the overwhelming foe. What in the heavens? The masked rival thinks, completely stunned by the boy's impossible power. He can't sense any proper chi circulation, wondering what kind of monstrosity he's truly facing. Asura mutters to himself, realizing his opponent's power is on par with a legendary black chimera. But the rival scoffs, believing that with a 2-level power gap, Asura should be nothing more than putty in his hands. His eyes narrow, a cold, killing intent radiating from his masked face as he prepares to end this. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded cavern, a different kind of power is being cultivated. The lost commander sits in meditation, transferring his immense energy into a mysterious, muscular warrior. The ancient master strains, pouring every ounce of his focus into this secret and vital training. His hands press firmly against the warrior's back, channeling a profound and ancient power directly into his core. The warrior's body steams as the immense power settles within him, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. With a deafening roar, he unleashes this energy, and the very lake before him splits completely in two. Standing in the newly formed chasm, he commands the towering walls of water with a mere gesture. The sheer scale of the technique is breathtaking, a dry path carved straight through the violent waves. Then, with another thought, the water crashes back together, forming a massive, swirling vortex. In an instant, the chaos subsides, leaving the lake perfectly calm as if nothing ever happened. "How fitting," a new voice remarks, recognizing the legendary peach blossom devastation technique. He analyzes the unique chi circulation before calling out the warrior's name, Hyun-gang. Hyun-gang turns to his master on the cliff, promising to join him presently after his display. He then joins 5 other acolytes in a dark cavern, all meditating in silent, disciplined formation. The master speaks of the Sanctuary of Sages, a place for enlightened warriors to escape the endless cycle of the martial world. To these sages, the fiendish struggles for power in the outside world are nothing but a foolish endeavor that means nothing to them. The only thing they share with the lesser warriors, the master clarifies, is that their endeavors are both founded on martial arts. Whether a victor arises from the righteous, deviant, or demonic forces, it doesn't concern them as long as it's decided by martial strength. But can the same be said for the martial arts realm of late? The acolyte asks, sensing a shift in the world's balance. An outsider from the West has emerged, creating loyal monsters with vile sorcery and bringing the Central Plains to its knees. Martial prowess has fallen prey to sorcery, the master declares, realizing they can no longer turn a blind eye to this great evil. Still, he believes the optimal solution is for the martial world to rise up and drive out the master of Fort Sovereign themselves. The master then asks his student, "Are you familiar with the tales of those who have struck a blow against Fort Sovereign of late?" "Indeed I have, master," the acolyte confirms, speaking of 2 fugitive outsiders who eliminated not 1, but 2 of Fort Sovereign's units. The master declares that an outsider's interference is an aberration that the Sanctuary of Sages will not permit. "Heed me, Hyun-gang Baek," he commands his kneeling disciple, a chosen warrior from the Sanctuary of Sages. He reveals that the 5 elders have bestowed their very essence upon him to lead the future against Fort Sovereign. His first mission is now clear. As for the 2 outsiders, you will meet with them at once. Hyun-gang is ordered to discern their true purpose and convince them to withdraw from the coming war. But if they refuse, his orders are chillingly simple. You have my permission to eliminate them. Elsewhere, a battle rages, and a shadowy figure with glowing eyes stands amidst the chaos. This mysterious combatant faces off against Asura, who stands ready for the next brutal exchange. A powerful technique rips through the desolate landscape, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. And watching from the shadows, Hyun-gang realizes with dawning clarity, this outsider is no average foe. The masked rival is stunned as Asura's power suddenly amplifies beyond all reason. He realizes with dread that even his ultimate technique failed to end this duel. Asura stands there muttering, a quiet calm before an unimaginable storm. But then his eyes narrow as he declares, "Fine, you asked for it." His opponent can only stare in disbelief, completely unprepared for what comes next. A sudden shockwave slams into the masked warrior, throwing him completely off balance. In an instant, Asura closes the distance, moving faster than the eye can possibly track. A barrage of devastating blows lands simultaneously in a completely one-sided assault. The once dominant rival is launched helplessly into the air, his power meaning nothing. He's somehow grown even faster, he thinks, his arrogance shattering in the face of impossible speed. Asura rockets forward, closing the gap in a blur of pure, overwhelming motion. He unleashes a furious, shadowy assault with his staff, a storm of pure destruction. The relentless strikes continue, a whirlwind of power that his opponent cannot possibly track. The first blow slices clean through the rival's defensive robes. A second attack rips his armor apart like it's nothing but paper. He's tearing right through my shadowless true armor technique, the rival thinks in disbelief. He can only stare in horror, wondering, what manner of monstrosity is he? But Asura isn't finished, unleashing a blinding flash of power directly from his staff. The masked warrior desperately gathers his own swirling energy to counter the impossible attack. He prepares his final gambit, planning to trap his staff once more using my current halt technique. But Asura's staff begins to spin with impossible speed, completely shattering his opponent's binding technique. The staff it's rotating? The masked warrior realizes in pure disbelief, his final gambit rendered useless. A deafening impact obliterates his energy shield, the raw power of the new technique overwhelming him completely. The force of the blow cracks his mask, splintering the facade that concealed his true identity. A spray of blood fills the air as the attack connects, a brutal and decisive end to the fight. Asura stands over his fallen opponent, the battle seemingly won in a completely one-sided fashion. But as he looks down, a flicker of recognition crosses his face, a sudden sense of confusion. The unmasked warrior looks up through the pain, weakly stating, "Wait, I know you, we met earlier today." Asura's eyes widen in shock as he finally realizes the truth, exclaiming, "You're that beggar." Before he can finish, the defeated man places both hands directly on his chest, a strange energy beginning to flow. The defeated warrior roars, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Black Dragon Palm Blast. The entire landscape rumbles as a lone figure stands at the epicenter of the cataclysm. A terrifying vortex of pure energy carves a massive trench straight through the forest, erupting with enough force to shatter mountains and rip trees from their roots. The sky fills with the splintered remains of the obliterated landscape, and the very ground crumbles under the weight of such overwhelming power. A swirling vortex of dust and chaos obscures the entire battlefield from view, but as the smoke clears, a single silhouette remains standing amidst the utter devastation. The attacker stares down in disbelief, his body completely drained from the impossible attack. His eyes glow with a strange, empty light as blood streams down his face. After taking a direct hit from a legendary technique, Asura's eyes open, cold and unfazed. He collapses into the arms of his shocked opponent, who catches him in disbelief. "Goodness, what have I done?" the swordsman panics, thinking he went too far. He's certain he used a forbidden art against a mere child who can't even circulate chi. Believing the boy's heart has stopped, he concocts a perfect plan to revive him. But as he reaches down to administer first aid, the supposedly dead body stirs. Suddenly, Asura plants his foot firmly on the ground, completely unharmed. He instantly grabs the stunned warrior, whose mind can't comprehend what's happening. The swordsman's world shatters as he realizes the boy he pitied is a monster in disguise. And before he can even scream, a brutal fist smashes into his face with bone-shattering force. The scene shifts to a peaceful, sprawling village, nestled deep within the mountains. Its streets are bustling with life, a stark contrast to the recent brutal combat. Amidst the crowd, people go about their daily lives, completely unaware of the dangers lurking nearby. Here, a mysterious warrior with wild white hair casually enjoys a meal, seemingly without a care in the world. After finishing his food, he walks off, but his presence has already been noted by unseen eyes. From the shadows, 3 deadly figures with glowing eyes lock onto their target. The warrior leaves the village behind, heading down a lonely path into the dense forest. His destination is a decrepit, abandoned house hidden deep within the woods. He approaches the strange building, completely oblivious to the fact he's been followed. And as he gets closer, the assassins watch from the trees, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 3 assassins close in, their eyes gleaming with malice as they prepare to spring their trap. They cautiously approach the dilapidated house, hidden deep within the forest. The abandoned building stands silently, a perfect stage for the impending slaughter. But in a flash of violence, the only thing left is the spray of fresh blood. The ambush is a complete failure, with 2 assassins dead and the last one barely clinging to life. Their target calmly turns to the survivor. The three of you put up quite a fight. To whom do I owe this pleasure? He mocks the survivor's foolishness for charging in, thinking numbers gave them an advantage. Fortunately for you, he says coolly, I mean to send you back alive as a warning. His gaze hardens as he delivers his final demand. Now, tell me who sent you. The lone survivor can only pant in terror, trapped by a man whose power he fatally underestimated. With his last breath, the assassin chokes out a name, Abyss al-B, before his life finally gives out. The lone survivor collapses among his fallen comrades, leaving the white-haired warrior standing over the failed ambush. Oops, I guess he's dead, the warrior remarks with chilling indifference, his interrogation cut short. It was a minor miracle the man had even been breathing, a testament to his sheer will to deliver his message. But his final words were clear enough, a name that changes everything. Abyssal Beast. His unseen companion confirms the gravity of this revelation, as the Abyssal Beast is the leader of the 8 Protector Beasts. This is a man who holds the authority to mobilize the entirety of Fort Sovereign, a terrifying prospect. Yet, they realize they aren't his only targets. The Abyssal Beast has a more immediate fire to put out. A fire so dangerous that, like a tiny crack in a dam, it threatens to bring the entire fortress to ruin. The fire under his feet, are you speaking of the much-rumored outsiders? His companion asks, and he simply confirms, just so. The warrior listens as his companion confirms the outsiders have shaken Fort Sovereign, a fact he already knew. His informant continues, revealing he has investigated the identities of those who accompanied them. While the woman remains a mystery, the man is from a legendary sect, the Sanctuary of Sages. The warrior's calm expression finally shatters at this impossible revelation. The Sanctuary of what? He asks, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. His companion confirms it is the legendary collective of enlightened masters, the very same. But he argues it must be a mistake, as the sages are all meant to be ancient men. He suddenly pauses, recalling a long-forgotten rumor of a young man in their midst. A flash of realization hits him as the pieces click into place. It must have been him. He finally names the legendary figure, Hyun Gang Baek, the Dragon of the Narrow Valley. The warrior laments his foolishness, admitting he failed to recognize the strongest master in the realm. His companion questions this, asking if he's truly suggesting this man is unbeatable in the entire martial arts world. He concedes the point is moot, since the master deliberately stays out of the world's affairs, but he insists that in terms of pure power, not a soul alive under the heavens could match his sheer dominance. Staring at the bodies of the assassins he just killed, he admits even he wouldn't stand a chance in a formal duel. The revelation hangs in the air, his companion stunned by this impossible level of strength. The real mystery then emerges. Why would such a reclusive figure approach the two outsiders? He speculates it was either to observe them due to their infamy, or it was simply a coincidence. But his companion refuses to believe their meeting was mere happenstance. Intrigued, the warrior turns to his partner, asking, and why is that? What do you know? The conversation shifts to Hyungang Baek, who reportedly made contact with the outsiders just last night. Masked to hide his identity, he challenged the younger boy to what was described as a hard-fought duel. The wandering warrior listens in silence, his expression completely unreadable. He scoffs at the story, amused that repaying kindness for a meal meant testing a budding martial artist. But his companion insists the duel was far fiercer than anything that could be called a simple lesson. He speculates Hyungang hid his identity purely to provoke the outsider and draw out his full, terrifying strength. A reckless gamble against Asura, a monster who has already destroyed 2 Fort Sovereign units and their protectors. The reports were chilling. They exchanged lethal attacks, where a split-second error meant certain death. Yet, the wandering warrior seems completely lost in thought, ignoring the grave warning entirely. Finally, he erupts in fury. What part of greatest in the realm do you not comprehend? He has no equal. While his peers were still children, Hyungang Baek, the Dragon of the Narrow Valley, had already reached the heights of the Sanctuary's grandmasters. He is a true prodigy, a master who stands in a realm completely of his own. It doesn't matter who that outsider brat fought, the companion insists. No one can defeat Hyungang in an all-out duel. The boy is only alive because the dragon spared him, for he would be long dead if there was even a hint of lethal intent. Still, the wandering warrior admits this outsider sounds like no ordinary foe, sighing that he missed out on some prime entertainment. His companion falls silent, the air growing heavy with unspoken tension as they sit among the ruins. The wandering warrior simply closes his eyes, lost in his own thoughts about the battle he never witnessed. For a long moment, neither of them speaks, the silence stretching on endlessly. Finally, he breaks the quiet with a single, dismissive word. So, his companion can only respond in confusion, completely taken aback by his sudden indifference. The wandering warrior demands to know the outcome of their legendary clash. The sky itself is filled with the dust and debris of a battle that has just ended. Far below, a lone figure stands in a wasteland carved by unimaginable power, but his companion looks on in sheer, horrified disbelief at what he's found. The outsider, Asura, lies motionless on the ground, blood trickling from his lips. "This cannot be," he stammers, rushing to the boy's side. His hands press against the boy's chest, only to find the chilling truth. "I feel no pulse in his heart." Yet a strange, apologetic voice seems to echo from the lifeless body. A gut-wrenching scream of pure anguish tears through the silence. Meanwhile, from a distance, the lost commander watches the scene unfold, knowing it was not the boy's fault. But this all began with a simple ritual. A knife held with grim purpose. Without hesitation, a finger is sliced open, a necessary sacrifice for the truth. A single drop of blood falls, staining a blank yellow talisman with potent magic. The lost commander tastes the blood, binding his own essence to the spell. He then hurls the enchanted paper forward, a vessel for his will. It slaps onto the mouth of a captured warrior, sealing his lips. Back in a ruined courtyard, Asura and his master sat before their prisoner. The blood on the talisman begins to writhe and spread, a dark energy taking hold. It twists into a grotesque new mouth, a puppet's lips controlled by another. With glowing eyes, the old man commands, "Speak of that young man's identity." The captive's will crumbles as the talisman begins to speak for him, revealing the target's identity. A young immortal, his name is Baek-Hyun-gang, the spell babbles. A 2-8-year-old sent by the elders of Seonyugyong. The commander learns this name belongs to a mysterious sect of retired masters who have abandoned the martial world. He's not an agent of the empire, but something far more dangerous. A man who seeks to bring the entire imperial family down. Asura listens intently as the forced confession confirms the chilling truth. "That's correct." The old commander strokes his beard, processing this revelation of a new, powerful faction moving in the shadows. But this isn't just about internal energy. He delivers forbidden arts, ancient medicine, and even forgotten magic. His true title is revealed: a master commissioned by the elders to deliver anything necessary, known only as Seonyugyong's courier. Suddenly, the captive's own consciousness fights back, his muffled confusion showing he's a prisoner in his own body. He looks back at the impassive commander, utterly powerless as the horrifying truth continues to spill from his sealed lips. The captive glares defiantly, his muffled sounds the only sign of his struggle. He pulls against the ropes with immense strength, but the old commander remains unimpressed. As his muscles strain to their absolute limit, the bonds refuse to give way. "That rope is an artifact for capturing monsters," the commander warns. "It won't break." But with a sudden, impossible surge of power, the magical ropes explode into pieces. Asura and his master can only stare in stunned silence at this unbelievable feat. Instead of attacking, however, the freed warrior curiously begins to chew on the talisman that gagged him. He gags and struggles, seemingly splitting in two as he tries to swallow the artifact. Losing his patience, Asura delivers a solid bonk to the man's head with his staff. The bizarre display ends with the warrior face down, leaving his captors utterly bewildered. Asura is stunned by the man's power, while his master wonders if he used inner energy to shatter the artifact rope. He also notes the stranger is great at deflecting attacks but seems incredibly weak to a simple bonk on the head. With their bizarre captive unconscious once more, they stand amidst the ruins, wondering what to do next. The old commander decides to press on, saying, "I might as well ask a few more things before he passes out again." They offer the mysterious warrior a fresh set of clothes, a strange gesture of respect for their captive. After waking and dressing himself, the man's entire demeanor shifts from feral to composed. He then turns and performs a deep, formal bow, a shocking display of etiquette from the man who just ate a talisman. "Let me formally introduce myself again," he says, his voice calm and clear. The truth is finally revealed. He is Baek-Hyun-gang, the courier of Seonyugyong, a name that carries unknown weight. But the commander cuts straight to the point, accusing him of being a spy sent to destroy the imperial family, to which he calmly agrees. Baek-Hyun-gang asks with a disarming smile how his true mission was discovered. He's completely flustered by the accusation, stammering, "Wait, how did you know? It's written all over your face," the old man says flatly as the prodigy hides in embarrassment. Asura silently judges from afar, concluding he's not kind-hearted, just plain dumb. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, a mysterious figure makes his way down a lonely path. This lone traveler, clad in black and carrying a blade, moves with silent purpose. His eyes, shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, burn with a cold, focused intensity. He stops, his gaze fixed on a solitary gazebo nestled deeper within the woods. Inside, a lone figure waits in the shadows, clearly anticipating his arrival for a secret meeting. But just as he approaches, he realizes he's not alone. A hidden observer is watching his every move. Ju Chong of the Guard Division greets Lord Nasu, a man announces at the secluded gazebo. The hooded lord dismisses him, stating, "From here on out, Soka will take over as your guide." The traveler's cold, piercing eyes reveal a hidden intensity as he accepts the escort. Their destination is a treacherous, narrow canyon shrouded in deep, imposing shadow. Deep within the desolate pass, the path becomes even more foreboding and silent. Suddenly, a colossal, cloaked figure of impossible size stands waiting for them. The sheer scale of this mysterious entity completely dwarfs the traveler, a true giant among men. Even their guide seems stunned by the sight, muttering, "Ha, this is something." The traveler's companion breaks the silence, demanding to know if their guide can truly be trusted. But the traveler coldly dismisses the concern with a chillingly simple response, "Why should I?" A cocky warrior reveals his deadly trap, declaring, "I lured you here by killing Ju Chong, and I'm planning to kill you next." But his target, a mysterious traveler, simply replies with an unnerving calm, "Oh, is that so?" The warrior's confidence wavers, annoyed by his opponent's complete lack of fear. With a final threat, he vows to wipe that calm expression from his face. In an instant, the entire canyon erupts as the walls begin to collapse inwards. The traveler is caught directly under a deadly avalanche of stone and debris. The attacker watches with a twisted grin, relishing the chaos of his dirty fight. Yet even as the rocks rain down, the traveler's eyes remain sharp and focused, completely unfazed. He stands his ground against the overwhelming onslaught, a lone figure against a mountain of destruction. The attack's aftermath is revealed, a massive scar carved through the entire valley, a testament to the terrifying power unleashed. The attack leaves a massive scar gouged deep into the mountain range. At its center, a colossal crater marks the point of impact where the forest once stood. The very earth is shattered, splintered into a wasteland of absolute destruction. From the depths of the barren crater, the sky itself burns a hellish red. This is a scene of pure, world-ending devastation, leaving nothing but ruin behind. And yet, amidst the smoldering chaos, a single figure stands completely untouched. The traveler, Lord Nasu, doesn't have a single speck of dust on his robes. A strange, protective power seems to warp the very air around his body. His eyes open, filled not with fear, but with a cold, silent judgment. Without a word, he turns his back on the devastation and simply walks away. The canyon floor is a wasteland, a testament to an unbelievable display of power. Yet from the chasm, a lone figure in a wide hat stands in silent defiance. High above on the cliffside, the wandering warrior can only let out a breath. Few, impressive. He smirks, revealing the survivor is not the master, but a living masterpiece named Zhou Gu. Now, he eagerly awaits the inevitable clash between this monster and the foreign rookie. Meanwhile, across the misty mountains, a different kind of conflict is brewing. Deep within a quiet forest, a tense negotiation begins to unfold. A decree is delivered from the imperial family, demanding that outsiders step back from the martial world's affairs. But the stoic elder leading the group gives a firm and simple answer, "I refuse." Behind him, the prodigy Hyungang Bayek's eyes widen with grim resolve. The lost commander confronts the prodigy. "So, you're here to kill us on your master's orders?" As Hyungang freezes in shock, the young warrior stammers, desperately trying to explain the misunderstanding as the old master and Asura watch. He insists his master left the final decision entirely up to him, pointing with a sudden burst of confidence. But the lost commander remains unmoved, his voice cold. "And am I just supposed to believe that?" His skepticism cuts deep. "How can I trust the words of someone ordered to kill us?" Hyungang hesitates, searching for the right words to convince the unmoving elder. "Because I'm telling the truth," he declares, insisting he would have attacked already if he meant them harm. The old master's face remains a mask of stone, giving nothing away as he silently judges the boy's plea. He suddenly changes tactics, his gaze piercing. "Do you remember how your fight with this guy ended?" Hyungang admits his memory is hazy, believing he simply passed out after exhausting himself to revive Asura. The lost commander coldly confirms Hyungang's story of using all his strength to revive Asura. Asura grumbles under his breath. It would have been easier to just let him die. But then, the old master suddenly dismisses Hyungang, telling him to leave since he's not affiliated with the imperial family. "We'll handle our business, so you go handle yours," he declares, ending the tense conversation. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, a mysterious traveler in a wide-brimmed hat approaches a lone pavilion. He finds a warrior already kneeling in wait, head bowed in deference. Member of the Royal Guard, Won Myung. Greets Lord Guillaume Nasu, the man announces. The Lord's gaze is cold and unreadable under the shadow of his hat. I thought I was supposed to meet someone named Chu Jong, he states flatly, cutting through the formalities. The guard looks down, explaining it's due to unavoidable circumstances, prompting the Lord's chilling question, is he dead? The Royal Guard flinches, shocked by the Lord's blunt question about his missing comrade. Sweating, he nervously confirms the man is indeed dead. I see, the Lord responds, his voice devoid of any emotion. He immediately pivots to the real mission, asking if the outsiders have been found. The guard eagerly promises to lead the way, guiding them deep into the forest. Meanwhile, back with the old master, a sudden rattling sound breaks the silence. The old master is stunned to see Hyungang still there, defiantly refusing to leave. Go, the master demands, but the young prodigy stubbornly insists, I can't. This unexpected defiance leaves the old master completely speechless, with Asura peeking curiously from behind. Finally, the master asks why, and Hyungang begins to reveal his true, hidden motive. I've changed my mind, Hyungang declares, insisting he will repay his debt before leaving. But the old master just wants him gone, shouting just scram, only for the prodigy to defiantly yell back, I refuse. Hyungang begins to explain his true motives for provoking them, but the master coldly shuts him down. He reveals it was all a test to gauge Asura's strength and their chances against the dreaded imperial family. While Asura's skills are impressive, Hyungang warns that taking on the entire empire would be reckless and suicidal. The hopeful part, he explains, is Asura's immense latent energy, but it's meaningless if he can't wield it. That's why I'd like to help him, he offers, his eyes filled with a strange determination. If Asura can truly harness his inner power, he could achieve a level of growth equivalent to being reborn. The old master falls silent, his expression unreadable as he processes this unbelievable proposal. Finally, he speaks, his voice laced with doubt. Even if I were to believe everything you just said, why would you go against your master's orders? The old man demands, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Hyungang pauses, a serious look on his face as he prepares to reveal his true intentions. But his serious demeanor shatters as he laughs, admitting he's doing this because their side looks way more fun. He then clarifies that since the final decision was left to him, he's technically not disobeying any orders. Suddenly, their horse whinnies, signaling the arrival of another party. A voice calls out Captain, drawing both of their attention to the newcomers. The group announces their arrival, having finally reached their destination. Before them lies a massive, fortified compound, a sprawling estate that looms over the landscape. Both men are stunned into silence, recognizing the impossible sight before them. Hyungang utters the name in disbelief. Supreme Light Clan? A place that shouldn't even exist. Of course, the old master exclaims, confirming he knows the infamous organization all too well. They were traitors who ruthlessly slaughtered their former comrades, rewarded with the emperor's own clothes for their betrayal. The lost commander realizes such a significant gift would never be thrown away. Hyungang confirms they revere it, keeping it locked away as their most valuable treasure. A grim understanding dawns on the old master's face. He finally understands that an item the emperor wore could be a direct path to finding him. Their new mission is set, the clothes once worn by the emperor, Asura. But Asura knows that if they treat it as a sacred relic, they won't hand it over easily. The master's face hardens, declaring they deserve no mercy. Crush anything that stands in your way and take it. And as if on cue, the first obstacle appears, a silent swordsman ready for battle. Deep within a desolate canyon, the wandering warrior confronts two travelers, his intentions chillingly clear. The traveler's companion freezes in sheer terror, realizing the overwhelming power gap between them. But the attacker's eyes hold no mercy, only the cold promise of absolute annihilation. In an instant, a cataclysmic shockwave erupts, throwing them back like leaves in a storm. Their bodies are tossed helplessly into the air as the very ground beneath them shatters. The entire canyon begins to collapse, a rain of stone and death falling from above. A massive structure is torn from the cliffside, burying everything in an unstoppable avalanche. All that remains is a mountain of rubble and a cloud of dust where life once stood. A few days ago, the warriors of the Supreme Light Clan stood ready, unaware of the coming storm. Yet from the absolute destruction, a single, unharmed figure emerges, defying all logic. Asura stands alone in the desolate ruins, his new weapon held tight as he awaits the signal. His eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, ready for the impossible mission that lies ahead. Meanwhile, his master effortlessly blasts through a fortified wall, beginning his own silent infiltration. The ancient warrior's face is a mask of cold determination, his true objective finally in motion. He strides forward without a hint of hesitation, a lone figure against an unknown, formidable power. Deep within a hidden cavern, a mysterious elder sits in silent meditation, his presence weighing down the very air. But his peace is shattered as a dark, oppressive aura emanates from the throne. "Who's there?" he growls, his voice echoing through the stone chamber. His eyes snap open in disbelief and rage, demanding, "How did you get in here?" A lone silhouette appears at the top of the stairs, revealing the intruder who has breached his impenetrable sanctum. The figure in the cavern is revealed not as an old man, but a youth with cold, hauntingly familiar eyes. "You!" the Lost Commander chokes out, recognizing the face of a walking catastrophe from his past. His mind flashes back to the day this boy single-handedly annihilated the entire Taewang sect fortress. The compound was ripped apart by a storm of pure, untamed, destructive power. Entire districts were reduced to nothing but dust and splinters in a matter of moments. The ground was littered with the bodies of elite warriors, all slain in a completely one-sided massacre. And watching it all from a rooftop was a young Hyungang Baek, a silent observer to the apocalypse. "He's a true monster, that one," he muttered, witnessing a level of power beyond comprehension. He analyzed the unbelievable force, noting it was raw strength mixed with an unrefined use of inner chi. As another building exploded, Hyungang could only wonder if the boy's terrifying power was calculated or purely instinctive. Back at the Supreme Light Clan, Asura unleashes a cataclysmic blast that sends their elite warriors flying. His staff becomes a blur, shattering stone and bone with every brutal impact in a completely one-sided assault. Bodies crash through the courtyard like meteors, testament to the boy's monstrous, untamed power. He stands alone amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed on the remaining fighters who can only look on in terror. There is no hesitation in his eyes, only the cold resolve of a boy sent to complete a mission at any cost. "Hold it right there!" the sect leader screams, stunned by the sheer scale of the destruction. Seeing the fight is hopeless, he quickly relents, shouting, "Fine, have it your way, take the sacred garb." But Asura coldly scoffs at the offer, declaring, "It's too late now, I'll put you all into the ground and take it myself." The panicked leader orders his men to fetch the item anyway, but Asura's calm voice cuts through the chaos, telling them not to bother. Meanwhile, watching from a distant rooftop, Hyungang Baek smirks, musing that the boy is still just a diamond in the rough. Hyungang scoffs at the boy's raw display, calling him nothing but a turd that needs polishing. His sheer brute force is a marvel, he admits, but at this rate, he's just a rabid hound bred for the fighting pits. Yet, if he combines that monstrous strength with proper chi control, they might witness the rise of a legendary master. A flicker of cold calculation crosses Hyungang's face as he watches the unfolding chaos. In his eyes, he sees not just a monster, but the potential for an unparalleled weapon. Down below, the boy's rampage has left the entire Supreme Light Clan in utter ruins. But just as the battle seems over, a new challenger suddenly descends from the heavens. A warrior in a wide-brimmed hat lands with imposing force, his presence shifting the very air. He surveys the carnage and the cowering survivors with an unimpressed gaze. And amidst the wreckage, Asura stands alone, ready to face the next impossible foe. The imposing sect leader's confidence shatters in an instant. "Here it is, sect leader," a subordinate cries, presenting their last treasure amidst the carnage. Inside the ornate box lies the sacred garb, the very soul of their clan. They offer it to Asura in total submission, begging him to take it and leave. But the boy who brought them to ruin simply stares back with cold, empty eyes. The defeated warriors can only present their prize, their pride completely broken. Suddenly, a desperate voice screams from above, "Asura!" His gaze snaps upward to a lone figure perched atop the ravaged main hall. It's Hyungang, his face a mask of terror as he yells, "Watch out!" In that split second, Asura senses an overwhelming presence he never saw coming. Asura whips around, dodging an attack that came from absolutely nowhere. A new figure crashes down from the sky, his oppressive presence dwarfing everyone, including the falling Hyungang. The newcomer's eyes burn with cold fury, a man whose power feels fundamentally different. Asura's eyes widen in shock, sensing a level of danger he has never faced before. Even the clan leader, who just surrendered his greatest treasure, is frozen in absolute terror. The remaining warriors can only stare, their brief moment of relief shattered by this new despair. In a blinding flash, an explosion of pure energy erupts, threatening to vaporize them all. The very heavens seem to rumble from the sheer force of this devastating attack. But a few days ago, under the shadow of a dark mountain, a secret meeting was held. There, Hyungang stood before a powerful elder, revealing the true, terrifying scope of the forces now in play. Captain Gawi Byok of the Guardian Unit reporting. A mysterious warrior announces his arrival. He stands before the legendary Lord Divine Physician in his secluded throne room, showing deep respect. The ancient lord listens with a weary, unreadable expression on his face. He offers the captain a chance to return to their ranks, a position he clearly abandoned. But the captain just laughs, casually dismissing the powerful offer entirely. He claims he's only visiting for old times' sake, but his true motive is far more sinister. I actually happened to run into somebody, he begins, bearing a seriously uncanny resemblance to you. The Lord's interest is finally piqued, questioning this strange report of a doppelganger. The captain reveals there are two foreigners, and the elder is the spitting image of the Lord himself. A flash of shock crosses the Lord's face as a forgotten past threatens to resurface. The Lord presses for more information, asking, "And where did you encounter these foreigners?" The captain explains they parted ways at a village near Moonage Hill, but their current location is a mystery. The divine physician's gaze hardens, sensing there's more to this story. Gawi Byok then giggles, admitting he was shocked by how harmless the younger foreigner seemed. Even the name Asura brings to mind some grizzled god of war, he muses, but he was as baby-faced as they come. The Lord's composure shatters as he leans forward, his voice low and dangerous. "What did you just say?" The captain, completely oblivious to the sudden tension, simply repeats, "Baby-faced, my lord?" But the Lord's eyes widen in horror, his mind fixated on one terrifying detail. "Did I hear the name Asura?" That single name triggers a devastating memory of fire, ash, and chaos. A vision of a land utterly annihilated, a testament to some catastrophic power unleashed long ago. A new enemy, Lord Guillaume Nasu, appears on the battlefield, his presence radiating immense pressure. His eyes narrow with cold fury, locking onto the boy responsible for this chaos. He surveys the utter devastation of the Supreme Light Clan, a fortress annihilated by a single child. But his gaze catches an unexpected detail, something that shouldn't be possible. Asura stands his ground, staff in hand, ready to face this overwhelming new threat. The boy's eyes burn with defiance, showing absolutely no fear against a legendary warrior. He turns, the sheer destruction around him a testament to his own monstrous power. Lord Guillaume Nasu is left in disbelief. He cleaved my flame drake formation in half with a mere staff. The ground itself is torn asunder, proof of a power that defies all logic. And then he sees it, the true source of this impossible strength, the robe. Asura sprints across the ruined battlefield, but he's not alone. Lord Guillaume Nasu declares his intent to kill, defying his orders. I cannot allow any enemy of his to draw breath. Before Asura can even react, a hand flashes towards his face with impossible speed. A sickening crack echoes as the blow connects with brutal force. The Lord's grip is like iron, seizing the boy's head in a crushing hold. Asura is completely helpless, his face contorting in pain from the immense pressure. Another brutal crack resounds as the grip tightens, threatening to shatter his skull. The boy is about to be executed on the spot, his life literally in his enemy's hands. Lord Guillaume Nasu's eyes are cold, showing absolutely no mercy for the child before him. But suddenly, Hyungang appears from nowhere, deflecting the fatal attack with a powerful strike. Hyungang stares down the murderous lord, his expression hardening as he prepares to face a true monster. The lord's eye twitches with pure rage, infuriated that his execution was so brazenly interrupted. Before Hyungang can react, Lord Guillaume Nasu seizes him by the collar, his grip like a vice. With a flick of a single finger, he unleashes the one-finger thunderclap, blasting Hyungang away with terrifying power. The impact is catastrophic, obliterating the structure behind him in a massive explosion of stone and wood. Lord Guillaume Nasu watches the destruction he caused with a cold, dismissive glare, completely unfazed by the display. But this triggers a memory for Asura, recalling Hyungang's words after a test. I knew it. That's quite the chi reserve you've got there, kid." It was a strange moment of acknowledgement, a test of the boy's hidden potential that now makes a chilling sort of sense. Snapping back to reality, Asura desperately tries to refocus, shouting his own name to break through the overwhelming fear. Hyungang rushes to his side, trying to snap him out of it by lamenting that the precious sacred garb is now burned to a crisp. "It was through no fault of mine," Hyungang says, pushing Asura's face away as the boy glares, still reeling from the chaos. He then points to the true culprit amidst the ruins, the one who burned the sacred garb. Lord Guillaume Nasu stands silently in the crumbling wreckage, completely unfazed by the destruction he caused. Hyungang smirks, confident his attack should have paralyzed the Lord for some time. But a sickening crack echoes from the rubble as the Lord begins to stir, defying all expectations. Hyungang suggests waiting for an honorable fight, but a sudden surge of power cuts him off. He whips his head around in disbelief, sensing an impossible level of energy rising from the dust. Lord Guillaume Nasu rises from the debris, a storm of splintered wood and stone exploding outwards. His fist clenches with a terrifying crunch, shattering the very air as he prepares to retaliate. An overwhelming pressure erupts from him, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, proving the previous attack did absolutely nothing. Hyungang scoffs, unimpressed that the Lord broke free so quickly, calling it a cheap parlor trick. But as Asura turns in confusion, he senses something is deeply wrong. Asura tries to walk away, but Hyungang calls out, questioning his retreat. Suddenly, the ground erupts in a massive explosion, a devastating counterattack from the Lord. Hyungang whips around in pure shock, realizing the true power he's facing. A terrifying silhouette leaps from the blast, descending upon them with impossible speed. His face is a mask of shadow and malice, eyes glowing with pure killing intent. That's quite the murderous aura, Hyungang mutters, sweating under the immense pressure. Asura seems lost in a daze, completely unprepared for the incoming assault. Now's no time for daydreams, Asura. Hyungang screams, "Here he comes." Hyungang intercepts the attack, causing a massive explosion that shatters the ground. But through the dust, Lord Jeomnasu's eye widens in pure disbelief. Asura remains completely dazed, unaware that his life was just saved. Hyungang glares back with cold defiance, having stopped the unstoppable blow. He's caught the Lord's arm mid-strike, halting the overwhelming assault with his bare hands. "Look here, mister," Hyungang smirks. "I have a feeling you might be barking up the wrong tree." The Lord remains unimpressed, coldly stating, "I was told one of you was an old man. It seems I was misinformed." Suddenly, Hyungang's confidence shatters as he feels an unimaginable power surge from his opponent. A second, far greater explosion erupts, blasting the young prodigy away with absolute force. With a terrifying glare, the Lord unleashes his true power, the flame drake sky-shattering dawn. A cataclysmic blast of energy descends, obliterating the entire Supreme Light Clan headquarters in an instant. The world turns to dust and debris as the shockwave rips through the courtyard, leaving nothing but ruin. From the devastation, massive pillars of flame erupt, trapping Hyungang in their fiery embrace. Lord Jeomnasu watches coldly as his ultimate technique completely engulfs the young prodigy. A pained cry echoes from the heart of the inferno, seemingly signaling Hyungang's absolute defeat. But instead of being incinerated, the dragon of the narrow valley roars, fighting back against the vortex of fire. He forces the raging flames into submission, absorbing the immense power into his own body. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses Lord Jeomnasu's face. Unharmed, Hyungang calmly pats the dust from his clothes, analyzing the strange nature of the flames. A look of realization dawns on his face as he declares, "I have a sneaking suspicion that I know who you are." Hyungang taunts his foe, "Gujo the Iron Beast, here to avenge your sworn brother that Asura destroyed?" But Lord Jeomnasu only thinks of the boy who shattered his ultimate formation with a mere staff. "Now I see why the Lord Divine Physician sent me here," he mutters, his eyes glowing with killing intent. Hyungang's confident smirk falters as he realizes his taunts have completely failed. "Whoa, not so fast," he pleads, seeing the terrifying aura build around his opponent. He desperately points towards the rubble, saying the real enemy is the boy lying over there. Ignoring him, Lord Jeomnasu reaches out, preparing to eliminate the unconscious Asura from a distance. Asura remains completely helpless, unaware of the death sentence about to be carried out. In that instant, Hyungang's expression hardens, his eyes filled with cold resolve. He explodes forward in a blur of motion, racing to intercept the fatal attack. Any potential enemy of Lord Divine Physician must be eliminated, Lord Jeomnasu declares, his eyes burning with cold fury. But Hyungang intercepts the killing blow, taking the full brunt of the attack meant for Asura. The impact triggers a massive explosion, shattering the already ruined battlefield. A swirling vortex of pure energy rips through the rubble, showcasing a terrifying level of power. Amidst the destruction, Lord Jeomnasu stands unimpressed, muttering, "Honestly now." Hyungang laments that this is a perfect teaching moment about inner chi, but his student is completely unresponsive. The Lord's patience finally snaps, his gaze narrowing on the boy who dares to defy him. Well, no point dwelling on it, Hyungang decides, his demeanor shifting from defensive to deadly. He claps his hands together, instantly gathering a terrifying amount of his own energy. With a deafening roar, he unleashes a massive counterblast, meeting the Lord's power head-on. Hyungang's counterattack erupts, sending a volley of powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. The Lord is forced back, grunting as he raises a hand to defend against the unexpected assault. But Hyungang stands firm, his eyes locked on his staggering opponent, refusing to yield an inch. Given the circumstances, he declares with cold resolve, "I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Lord Nasu's eye widens in pure disbelief, a flicker of genuine rage finally breaking his composure. Ignoring his injuries, he retaliates with a terrifying vortex of pure destructive force aimed directly at the boy. The blast engulfs Hyungang's silhouette, a seemingly unstoppable wave of absolute power. His form appears to shatter within the storm as a desperate cry of, "Ah, no," echoes out. But just as he's about to be annihilated, a single word hangs in the air. Wait. Then, there is only silence and a spray of blood where the dragon of the narrow valley once stood. The blast leaves nothing but a bloody mist where the young prodigy once stood. It's a scene that echoes a past tragedy, where another warrior whispered, "I don't want to die." His final thoughts cursed the injustice of his fate, a desperate cry against unknown assailants. But through the haze of death, a voice echoed from a swirling vortex, asking, "Can you recognize me?" An ancient, powerful figure began to manifest from the mist, his presence overwhelming. The lost commander stared down, sensing not a soul but pure, lingering resentment, wondering who. He leaned in, his voice cutting through the silence with a single, life-altering question. "Do you wish to live?" The warrior's eye twitched, his forgotten rage now a desperate anchor clinging to his decaying flesh. Kneeling over the broken body, the ancient master simply found the entire phenomenon interesting. "Very well," he declared. "I shall grant you new life, but you will be something different. Long ago, a promise was made. Wield the power of the fire dragon, and no human will surpass you." Back in the present, Lord Nasu's eyes widen in shock as Hyungang's attack finally connects. The full force of the technique slams into his chest, a vortex of pure energy meant to annihilate him completely. The resulting explosion is catastrophic, leveling the entire compound in a single, blinding flash. Nothing but splintered wood and dust remains where a mighty fortress once stood. The shockwave continues to expand, a testament to the sheer scale of Hyungang's desperate gamble. He stands alone amidst the devastation, having poured everything into that one final blow. But as the dust settles, a flicker of golden light appears in the epicenter, a sign that something is terribly wrong. A figure calmly walks out from the heart of the inferno, completely unharmed and radiating an aura of absolute power. Hyungang can only stare in disbelief, realizing the man he just tried to obliterate is a monster beyond all comprehension. Enraged, Lord Nasu unleashes his ultimate technique, Roaring Flame Dragon Burst. The attack detonates with catastrophic force, engulfing the entire battlefield in a blinding light. But from the blast's epicenter, Hyungang assumes a strange stance, his aura flaring with an unknown power. He gathers his remaining energy into a single point, unleashing his firewheel shattering strike. A concentrated beam of pure blue energy erupts from his hands in a desperate final gamble. The two cataclysmic attacks collide, Hyungang's blue light piercing the Lord's fiery vortex. Their clash creates a pillar of energy that tears the very heavens apart. For the first time, the invincible Lord Nasu is forced to grunt in exertion. The unstoppable monster is actually thrown backward, his defenses shattering under the immense pressure. As the light fades, the entire area is reduced to nothing but dust and echoes. The dust settles over a cratered wasteland, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash. A splash of blood hits the barren earth, proof that the invincible Lord can bleed. Lord Nasu coughs, collapsing to his knees as he feels true pain for the first time. But as he struggles, a memory surfaces, whispering that something within him awakens. Across the battlefield, Hyungang explains that true martial arts are forged through endless refinement. Power gained through sorcery, he declares, cannot surpass the essence cultivated for thousands of years. Hearing this, the Lord trembles with rage, muttering, This bastard." A terrifying white light begins to emanate from his hands as he gathers his true power. In a terrifying flash of speed, he vanishes and reappears, unleashing a devastating blow. He grabs Hyungang by the face, effortlessly crushing the prodigy who dared to wound him. Hyungang's eyes widen in shock as the Lord's true power is unleashed, and a vortex of pure destructive force tears through the battlefield. The prodigy is sent flying like a ragdoll, completely outmatched, slammed into the earth with enough power to shatter the very ground. Blood splatters as his face is driven deep into the rubble in a truly one-sided beating, prompting Lord Nasu to turn his back, dismissing the boy as nothing. "I told you," he scoffs, "it's pointless to keep trying." He even offers a condescending chance at mercy, asking if Hyungang will finally give up. But from the crater, a defiant energy surges as the dragon of the narrow valley rises once more. With a final burst of will, Hyungang lunges forward, shocking the Lord with his unbreakable spirit. With a sickening crack, Hyungang's desperate attack finally connects, snapping the Lord's head back with shocking force. Blood explodes from the Lord's nose as his eyes whiten in disbelief, a sensation he hasn't felt in ages. For the first time, the invincible Lord Gyomnasu is sent stumbling backward, completely caught off guard by the boy's tenacity. I guess there's no choice, Hyungang mutters, his eyes hardening as he prepares to unleash everything he has left. He follows up with a devastating body blow, driving his fist deep into the Lord's stomach with a thunderous boom. The sheer force of the impact ripples through the air, a testament to the prodigy's hidden power. Lord Gyomnasu's eye widens in pure shock, his arrogance shattered by the unexpected pain and humiliation. But the assault takes its toll, leaving Hyungang gasping for air as his body screams from the exertion. The ground itself is scarred with a massive bloodstain, a grim monument to the ferocity of their exchange. And against all odds, the mighty Lord Gyomnasu falls to his knees, utterly defeated by the boy he dismissed. Lord Gyomnasu lies defeated, his consciousness fading as his world goes dark. A memory surfaces of a powerful elder declaring, "Among those born as humans, none shall surpass you in strength." But the Lord can only think in utter disbelief. A human, like you, he trails off, his pride completely shattered by the boy who brought him down. With his last ounce of strength gone, his eyes finally close, succumbing to the darkness. Hyungang stands over the fallen lord, the sole victor in a battle that should have been impossible. But his body finally gives out, and he stumbles away as the cost of victory catches up to him. He collapses onto the blood-soaked ground, his energy completely depleted from the brutal fight. Suddenly, a strange, shimmering energy begins to gather around his exhausted form. His eyes snap open in shock as he senses a new, unexpected presence approaching. Hyungang watches impassively as the defeated Lord Gyomnasu's body begins to crumble into dust and light. The once invincible lord dissolves completely, his very existence erased from the battlefield. Soon, nothing remains but swirling debris in the wind, with Hyungang as the sole figure standing. The battle is over, leaving only a deafening silence and the victor in its wake. His cold, unwavering eyes survey the absolute destruction he has wrought. All that's left of his foe is a massive, bloody crater staining the earth. He stands alone, a single man surrounded by the ruins of an entire clan. From afar, a hidden spectator gasps in disbelief. "Did you see that?" The legend is confirmed as they whisper his name in awe. "That's the dragon, Baekhyun, gang." They realize that not even Gyomnasu's strongest subordinates could have survived such a monstrous display of power. Onlookers realize that while Palnasu was a monster of sorcery, Baekhyun gang is a monster born from martial tradition. They recall their original purpose was to watch the fight between Gyomnasu's subordinate and the young Asura. But standing amidst the absolute devastation, they agree that witnessing the dragon's power was a far greater spectacle. Down in the crater, a single tattered piece of cloth is all that remains of the once mighty lord. Asura kneels, silently clutching the only proof of the man who nearly killed him and Hyungang. Suddenly, a powerful force knocks him aside, interrupting his solemn moment. Hyungang stands over him, calmly asking, "What are you doing? Where is he?" Asura demands, ignoring the question as Hyungang feigns confusion. "The guy who burned this place down," he screams, desperate for answers about their terrifying foe. But Hyungang simply waves a hand, casually revealing a shocking truth. "He's gone, I let him go." Asura is left speechless by Hyungang's casual dismissal, his face contorting in pure rage. Without a word, he lunges forward, smashing his staff into the ground where Hyungang just stood. "So you were working with him all along?" Asura snarls, connecting the dots in the worst possible way. But from a nearby rooftop, two mysterious figures watch in confusion, wondering why the allies are suddenly fighting. The white-haired warrior excitedly snatches a drink from his companion, eager for the show to begin. "You should be grateful to me," Hyungang yells, effortlessly dodging another furious strike from the enraged Asura. Their spectator seems to be enjoying the chaos, peering through a spyglass with a massive grin. "Fight, fight," he cheers, egging them on while his subordinate can only call out to his master in dismay. Suddenly, Hyungang freezes mid-battle, his expression shifting as he senses something is wrong. Tapping his staff, he glares towards the rooftops, muttering, "I think a few rats are hiding around here." The rooftop spectators suddenly freeze, completely baffled by the abrupt halt in the action. What's going on, they wonder, as Asura and Hyungang simply stand motionless amidst the destruction. The white-haired warrior grows impatient, questioning if the fight is already over. But elsewhere, in a secluded cavern, a young captain reports to a legendary figure, uttering a single, fateful name, Asura. The ancient commander's eyes fly open in utter disbelief. "Did you just say Asura?" "Yes," the young man confirms, completely unaware of the gravity of his words. He explains that this Asura is traveling with the very man who so closely resembles the commander himself. The Lord Divine Physician falls into a stunned silence, the impossible implications washing over him. That name echoes in his mind, a ghost from a past he thought was buried. The one who resembles me is with Asura, he realizes, a terrifying connection finally clicking into place. The Lord Divine Physician's mind reels with the impossible revelation, wondering what scheme is truly at play. His thoughts are interrupted by Captain Gawi Byuk, who asks what he is thinking so deeply about. The ancient commander deflects, instead asking about the recent waves being made, feigning ignorance. The captain explains that the destruction of an assassination squad and the Black Surveillance Bureau was the work of just 2 people. That really happened? The commander asks, his surprise genuine and unsettling. Gawi is stunned by his master's lack of knowledge, questioning if he truly hasn't heard the rumors. He continues, revealing that 2 of the Palnasu were also killed by a force of Imperial Guards and the 4 sacred grounds. The commander struggles to process this, wondering how they could have possibly defeated such legendary powers. But the captain delivers the final, devastating truth. The younger one took them both on alone, the one they call Asura. The old man's eyes widen in horror as the true, monstrous scale of Asura's power is finally revealed. Gawi Byuk stands in stunned silence after delivering his shocking report. The old commander's voice cuts through the tension. Could it be? Do you know those foreigners? As the captain turns to leave the vast, empty cavern, he feels a chilling gaze on his back. Come back, the commander orders, his tone leaving no room for argument. He then offers a tempting bargain, promising to reveal everything if the captain returns. Gawi nervously laughs it off, pretending he doesn't need to know that badly. But the commander's face darkens as he coldly states, I'm not asking you. The offer twists into a chilling threat. If I decided to keep you here by force, what would you do then? Suddenly, the distance between them feels immense, trapping the captain in the desolate chamber. Caught completely off guard, Gawi scrambles for an answer, realizing this simple report has become a deadly test. Cornered, the captain's eyes narrow as he declares his only choice would be to fight for his life. The lost commander's eye glares back, a silent challenge passing between them. But Gawi's gaze doesn't waver, holding firm against the immense pressure. Why are you so stubborn? The commander sighs, unable to comprehend the young man's defiance. With a wry smile, Gawi retorts, Did you even understand me in the first place? A tense moment passes before the commander finally relents, his voice echoing through the cavern. Go! But as the captain turns, a final, chilling warning follows. If we meet again, you will follow my will. Gawi offers a deep, respectful bow, his silent answer hanging in the air. He then walks away without another word, leaving the ancient being to watch from his throne. In a flash of swirling energy, the captain vanishes from the path, his mission complete for now. Deep within his cavern, the Lord Divine Physician sits alone, his mind heavy with recent events. His voice suddenly echoes through the darkness, calling out to a hidden subordinate. Guanpo, are you there? A voice immediately responds from the shadows, ready and waiting. At your command. With a cold, unyielding gaze, the ancient master gives a single, chilling order. Summon Huknasu. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, a hooded spy master receives an urgent and disturbing report. His glowing red eyes widen in utter disbelief as he reads the impossible news. Even Giamnasu was defeated, he whispers, his composure shattering. This can't be happening. The news only gets worse, revealing that the entire Supreme Light Clan has been annihilated. A young foreigner and a mysterious martial artist are responsible, forcing him to rage. What the hell is going on? As he seethes, another powerful commander waits silently in the chamber, the air thick with unspoken tension. The commander's voice rings out, announcing that the mysterious Huknasu has finally been summoned. A revelation that sends a wave of pure shock through the spy master. Meanwhile, Hyunggong calmly explains. So, in the end, I was forced to deal with him. As they travel, the group accepts the unbelievable truth of the boy's victory. But Asura explodes with rage, demanding Hyunggong let their defeated enemy go and apologize. The old master ignores their bickering, instead focusing on a strange scrap of fabric. He wonders if he could craft something powerful from it, if only the piece were larger. Back in a desolate throne room, the same spy master now kneels before the ancient master. He bows his head all the way to the cold stone floor in absolute submission. And whatever news he delivered has filled the Lord Divine Physician with an unimaginable fury. The Lord Divine Physician's voice booms, listing the legendary factions moving in the shadows without his knowledge. He glares down from his throne, demanding, Just when were you planning to inform me about all of this? His spy master can only tremble in silence, head bowed before the overwhelming pressure. The ancient being's eyes blaze with an unforgiving fury at this catastrophic failure. His hand clenches the throne as he spits out the words, "Foolish wretch." But then, his anger shifts to a cold command, asking if he can recreate the faces of the traitors. The spy master confirms he has assimilated the memories of the key players involved. "I will verify it myself," the master declares, ordering him to step forward. The terrified subordinate shuffles closer, approaching the seat of immense power, and the master reaches out, his hand poised to tear the memories directly from his servant's mind. The Lord Divine Physician reaches out, his hand poised to tear the truth directly from his servant's mind. His eyes blaze with an unforgiving light, refusing to accept mere words for such a colossal failure. A blinding flash erupts as his power floods the spy master's consciousness, forcing the memories to the surface. He sees a vision of Asura being violently thrown back, a completely one-sided fight against an overwhelming power. The memories become a chaotic blur of destruction, a testament to the disaster that unfolded. He then witnesses Asura standing before the smoldering ruins of the Supreme Light Clan, a monument to their failure. Another memory flashes a cataclysmic explosion that leveled the entire landscape, wiping everything from existence. He relives the tense beginning of their journey, a fragile alliance formed on a lonely road. He sees their determined faces, completely unaware of the tragedy that awaited them at their destination. The vision ends, leaving only the image of Asura standing alone before a massive scar carved into the earth, the grave of an entire clan. The memory shifts to a lone swordsman standing silently in a desolate forest, his aura radiating a quiet intensity. His eyes burn with a fierce, almost desperate resolve, hinting at a past tragedy that forged him. Back in the present, the Lord Divine Physician sits on his throne, receiving a report from a cloaked figure in a vast, dark cavern. "Have you already assigned someone to tail them?" he asks, his voice echoing with cold authority. He gives a chilling order. "Not even for a moment must we lose track of their movements." With a final, dismissive command, he sends his subordinate away to begin the secret mission. The subordinate accepts, without question, his loyalty absolute as he prepares to vanish into the shadows. He bows one last time before disappearing, leaving the ancient master to his grand, hidden schemes. But the audience is not over, as another, more sinister, hooded figure is summoned before the throne. The Lord Divine Physician's eyes narrow, his true, terrifying plan about to be set in motion. Captain Gawi Biok exhales, realizing with relief that the terrifying old master actually believed his report. Meanwhile, the Lord Divine Physician sits on his throne, his mind racing with the implications of the name Asura. His memory drifts back to when he first traveled with the boy, standing before a colossal, thorny tree that pulsed with dark energy. He recalls studying the strange child who accompanied him, thinking about his true nature. "No matter how I look at him," he thought, "he still seems barely past his childhood. Yet this mere boy was given the name of a destruction god. What kind of madness was this?" He wondered if the boy was a divine vessel, because bestowing such a name on a human was unthinkable. A chilling possibility began to form in his mind, a truth he had overlooked. Just then, the boy turned, his eyes meeting the old master's intense stare, and what he saw in that gaze sent a shock of realization through his ancient core. "Could it be?" the boy asks, his gaze piercing the old master's very soul. The commander's mind shatters with a horrifying question. Is that kid a divine vessel for that Asura? Back in the present, the ancient master stands alone, the weight of that memory pressing down on him. He turns from his throne, unable to shake the chilling implications of what he's realized. Bowing his head, he's burdened by a truth far more terrifying than he ever imagined. His thoughts drift to the sheer scale of destruction the boy left in his wake. He remembers a fiery explosion that consumed an entire assassination squad, a power not of this world. Then there was the time a government bureau was utterly obliterated by a monstrous plant, a strange, thorny vine that could only have come from one of the seeds Asura always carried. In the end, the commander scoffs. The only thing that little brat did himself was fight Palnasu. The commander muses that defeating 3 of the Palnasu is impressive for a human, but if Asura is a divine vessel, then it's nothing extraordinary at all. He sits alone, lost in the chilling weight of this new perspective. After all, a divine vessel is meant to contain a summoned god. To withstand such a transcendent being, the vessel must possess an inhuman level of physical ability. But without a god to contain, the boy is nothing more than a low-grade monster with a strong body. He realizes his enemies must know the destruction god Asura can no longer be summoned. "Do they really think they can capture me with that low-grade beast?" he scoffs. Suddenly, his dark thoughts are interrupted by a presence in the desolate canyon. A voice calls out from the rocks. "Are those foreigners troubling you, my lord?" A loyal voice echoes through the canyon, vowing to bring back the severed heads of his enemies. But the Lord Divine Physician simply lets out a dry laugh, unimpressed by the brutal offer. "There's no need for that," he says, calmly dismissing the over-eager subordinate. The voice presses on, asking, "Do you hesitate because you do not trust me, my lord?" "Of course not," the old master replies without a second thought. He explains that they will be forced to face them soon enough, so there is no need to be so impatient. A tense silence hangs in the desolate canyon, yet the voice persists, sensing a faint ripple of unease from him despite his calm words. The subordinate ascends the stone steps, insisting they only wish to ease his lord's concerns. But the commander stops dead in his tracks, the word unease echoing ominously in his mind. His mind flashes to the monstrous figures he once feared, but now, his eyes narrow with a cold, calculating resolve. He remembers his journey with the boy, Asura, a weapon he has carefully cultivated. Fear comes from not knowing, he thinks, his true intentions finally surfacing. But once an enemy's weakness is known, they are no longer an enemy, but mere prey. And how I deal with that prey is mine alone to decide, he declares internally. He finally reveals the truth. What you sensed wasn't unease, it was anticipation for the hunt. A grim certainty settles on his face, the mask of a patient elder falling away completely. He stands alone in the desolate landscape, his true, predatory nature now fully unleashed. His gaze then fixes on a distant impact, the first move in a game only he understands. Asura's raw power shatters the earth, but his master cries out in frustration, "No, no, that's not what I said." Hyungang scolds, but Asura, tired of the lecture, just tells him to shut up. Hyungang explains the need to channel energy from the Dantian, but Asura stubbornly insists his own way feels more natural. "That was just raw strength, you idiot." Hyungang threatens, finally pushing Asura over the edge with a challenge. In an instant, their staffs collide with a deafening crack, the training session turning into a real confrontation. The two are locked in a brutal contest of strength, the ground cracking under the immense pressure of their clash. "I was holding back because Master told me to," Asura snarls, his patience completely gone. Stunned by the boy's audacity, Hyungang can only grit his teeth and call him a little punk. "All right then, bring it on," Hyungang declares, vowing to beat some manners into his unruly student as they charge. But from a distance, the Lord Divine Physician watches the explosive result of their spar with an unreadable expression. "How foolish of me to expect anything from you," the Lord Divine Physician mutters, turning away from the chaotic spar. Later, he ventures alone into a dark, foreboding cavern hidden from the world. He descends an endless staircase carved deep into the stone, seeking something lost to time. With each step, his imposing aura fills the ancient passage, his purpose clear. His eyes narrow as his mind reaches across the ages, focusing on a single, powerful memory. A name echoes in his thoughts, a ghost from a forgotten era, Zarman. The vision sharpens, showing a desperate warrior clutching a staff in a desolate land. "Phasar Kamen, mage of space, answer me." His voice thunders through the vision. The confused mage looks around wildly, shouting into the emptiness, "Who?" But a chilling voice answers from the cosmos, "I am your master. Have you forgotten who granted you all your powers?" The mage Zarman collapses in the wasteland, his faith shattered. He cries out to the heavens, "My master, my god, tell me what I must do." In response, a divine figure materializes from the swirling dust, staff in hand. The master's eyes glow with ancient purpose, his presence overwhelming. Without a word, he turns and begins a silent pilgrimage, his followers emerging from the sands. Zarman watches their footprints trail towards an unknown destination. They march toward a colossal, jagged mountain that pierces the sky. A dark, gaping maw in the rock face promises either sanctuary or a tomb. The faithful enter the narrow, shadowy passage without hesitation. The vision ends with countless disciples scaling the treacherous cliffs, ascending toward their fate. The vision continues, revealing a long pilgrimage of the faithful through a desolate wasteland. Their numbers swell into a massive, devoted army, all marching toward a single, divine purpose. They finally arrive at a dark, gaping cavern, the source of an immense, foreboding power. Inside, they found their god a monstrous being, impaled and broken beyond recognition. He had been imprisoned and abandoned, left in a wretched state after a catastrophic defeat. But even broken, their god desired one thing above all else: vengeance against his betrayers. As his apostles, they answered his silent call, ready to do anything to fulfill his will. Refusing to risk a new vessel, they chose to restore him through a dangerous regeneration ritual. This was only possible because his divine power, though faint, had not been entirely depleted. And so, with their god's revival underway, the followers began their great ascent, a crusade born from suffering. Countless lives had to be sacrificed, they declared, for the rebirth of their great god. Their very essence drained away, feeding the dark roots of a terrifying ritual. This unholy power cracked the very earth beneath them, spreading like a plague. All of it flowed towards a single, abyssal point of terrifying energy. The life force of thousands cascaded into a black, churning river of despair. It gathered in a swirling pool, a nexus of pure, concentrated malice. And there he was, their broken god, impaled and hunched over the very power meant to restore him. The dark liquid began to coalesce, slowly reforming his shattered, monstrous body. A single hand twitched, a sign that the horrifying rebirth was actually working. But outside this dark ritual, all that remained was the silence of bleached bones. From the ashes of death, new life struggles to grow in a desolate land. But this world remains a graveyard, haunted by the grim remnants of the fallen. Suddenly, a terrifying presence tears through the silence with impossible speed. The sound of shattering steel echoes as weapons are rendered useless against it. A monstrous figure emerges from the dust, a being of pure, brute force. Its single eye glows with an ancient power as it channels the very earth around it. With a deafening roar, it turns its attention to the mountain itself. The entire cliff face erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Rock and dust are thrown for miles in a display of overwhelming destructive might. And as the dust settles, the beast stands tall, having pulverized a mountain with a single blow. An army of followers marches across a desolate landscape, united in a single, unholy purpose. A resurrected god roars from the darkness. "I shall return to where I belong." This perfectly resurrected being leads his people on a sacred journey of pure vengeance. But their path was not easy, as monstrous hydras rose to resist them at every turn. The closer they got to their destination, heaven itself, the fiercer the resistance became. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the narrator insists that nothing could stop their advance. Through the clouds, their final destination appears, a lone peak, the seat of their enemies. And so, the final battle in heaven began against those who had imprisoned their god. The god's eyes narrow, filled with an ancient, burning hatred for his captors. But in this moment of ultimate confrontation, a single, unexpected tear falls from his eye. This god's true form awakens, its eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying power. With a deafening roar, its monstrous body is fully revealed, radiating an aura of pure destruction. Its very being begins to distort, as it gathers an unimaginable amount of energy. Then, with demonic wings unfurled, the god of vengeance descends upon heaven itself. The heavens strike back, unleashing a storm of divine lightning upon the mountain peak. The narrator explains that the power of the heavens' lords was beyond all imagination. But the resurrected god's face contorts into a snarl of absolute, bestial rage. His wrath was a cataclysmic force that simply overwhelmed them all. A single, blinding explosion of power erupts, consuming the entire battlefield. In its wake, only a swirling vortex of annihilation remains, a testament to his absolute victory. The god's victory left nothing but a swirling vortex of pure destruction in its wake. A chaotic sea of energy churned, the very fabric of reality torn asunder. But this story began long ago, in a time of myth and legend. An ancient people made a pilgrimage across desolate mountains, seeking their divine master. And their god, a winged figure of immense power, descended to lead them. With the lords of heaven defeated, his followers roared, praising their god's great victory. Yet in the midst of triumph, a shadow of despair fell upon them. And then, as they looked to the heavens, something else arrived. It appeared a monstrous, swirling entity that dwarfed even their god. Its gaze held nothing but the promise of absolute, world-ending annihilation. The fleeing lords of heaven summoned a powerful being of terror from the east. A new entity appeared, Asura, the destruction god, the slayer of gods. With a gaze of pure annihilation, he prepared to face the world's new ruler. The two gods clashed in a battle that would shake the very foundations of existence. On one side was the absolute ruler who had just conquered the heavens. On the other, the eastern god of destruction, a final, desperate gambit. The battle between these two transcendent beings began to tear reality apart. Their power erupted in a blinding flash, consuming everything in its path. The explosion was so vast it scarred the entire continent. And when the light finally faded, nothing but a wasteland remained. The world itself seemed to shatter from the sheer force of their clash. Legions of demonic soldiers were sent tumbling through the sky, their bodies broken and powerless. Even a colossal beast was caught in the cataclysm, falling helplessly into the abyss. It all began with a single, blinding flash of divine energy that consumed the heavens. The god of destruction met the absolute ruler in a final, desperate struggle for existence. The ruler, a winged demon of immense power, roared with absolute fury, refusing to be defied. But the eyes of the Eastern god held a cold, unwavering resolve, a promise of total annihilation. Their powers collided one last time, tearing apart the very fabric of reality in a storm of destruction. The ruler's form began to break apart, his divine power utterly overwhelmed by a force beyond comprehension. And with a final, silent scream, the conqueror of the heavens was erased from existence. The god of destruction's final punch is met with a desperate block, shaking the heavens themselves. But his face twists with absolute fury, channeling an impossible amount of raw power. The force of the impact alone begins to shatter the very air around them. Their clash erupts into a blinding explosion that consumes the entire battlefield. From the light, the Eastern god emerges, his power now completely unbound and overwhelming. He gathers the last of his divine energy into his fists for one final, world-ending strike. With a roar, he smashes his fists down, unleashing a wave of pure annihilation. The absolute ruler stands defiant, a demon king facing a true god of destruction. But in the god's eye, there is no struggle, only the cold certainty of victory. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution from a being of absolute power. The absolute ruler is shattered by the final, divine judgment, his form breaking apart under impossible pressure. A universe-ending explosion of pure white light erupts, vaporizing the very battlefield. The shockwave tears across reality itself, a testament to the god's overwhelming power. The demon king's existence is shredded into nothing more than cosmic dust. The light of annihilation consumes everything, leaving behind an eerie, silent white void. As the light fades, all that remains is a chaotic swirl of primordial energy. The very fabric of space seems to groan and twist in the aftermath of the strike. Then, for a moment, there is absolute nothingness, a complete and total silence. But where the demon once stood, a terrifying vortex begins to form, a scar on reality. This swirling abyss is the only proof that a king of the heavens ever existed at all. The vortex of annihilation churns with raw, chaotic power. From the heavens, we see the desolate aftermath, a world scarred by a battle between gods. A great chasm is torn into the earth, a wound so deep it swallows the light. This abyss is a silent monument to a war that shattered reality itself. We fall into the darkness, into the memory of that legendary conflict. After 100 days of fierce combat, where the heavens split and the earth was torn asunder, one god, having exhausted all his strength, finally met his end in total annihilation. The absolute ruler, conqueror of the heavens, was the first to fall, his reign ending in dust. But the victor paid an unimaginable price, left broken and impaled upon the battlefield. For the god of destruction, summoned to save everyone, tragically suffered the exact same fate. The mists of time part, revealing the aftermath of the god's war. A desolate world of shattered cliffs and endless canyons is all that remains. Waterfalls cascade into the abyss, a silent testament to the world's scars. The returning lords of heaven restored order to this broken world. But for the surviving apostles, only judgment awaited them on the precipice. Their crime was unforgivable, conspiring with a forbidden existence to usurp divine authority. Your punishment, a divine voice boomed, is to suffer for eternity in a state neither dead nor alive. Their forms shattered, their souls cast into an endless purgatory. But after an eternity, deep in the abyss, the one who was sealed away finally opened his eyes. And with a thunderous crack, something ancient and powerful begins to break free. The heavens themselves crack and fall as ancient seals are shattered across the battlefield. When the dust finally settles, only a profound silence remains in the void. Yet amidst the ruins of a divine war, one lone figure is left standing. It is the Eastern god of destruction, Asura, the solitary victor in a battle that erased gods from existence. But his legendary feat did not go unwitnessed by an ancient and powerful observer. The lost commander walks through the field of annihilation, drawn toward another soul left behind in the carnage. He finds a different warrior, broken and defeated amidst the darkness. "How pitiful," he murmurs, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. Looking down upon the fallen man, he declares, "I now hold the power over your life and death. Forget the past," he offers. "Swear to obey my commands and follow me." A memory surfaces of a powerful sage making a grim offer. "If you swear your loyalty to me, I shall release you from this place." The defeated man can only bow his head, his will completely broken by a power he cannot comprehend. Back in the present, the lost commander stands alone, lost in the silence of his thoughts, recalling this distant past. He remembers a time when the world they re-entered had changed in unimaginable ways. The lords of heaven, once absolute, had faded into obscurity, their divine power gone from the world. With their greatest threat vanquished, humanity was left to forge its own path in the ensuing chaos. And in this new era, one man sat at the center of it all, a leader for the lost. He gathered followers from across the land, leading them on a great pilgrimage toward a new destiny. With mysterious hand signs, he prepared to shape the future of this godless world. This was Anactophos, the legendary Eastern sage, a name that would echo through history. He was the savior who freed them from an unending hell of torment. Their comrade, their ruler, and their trusted leader. They saw him as the ideal king, a divine gift from their fallen god. But that was a lie, for they were nothing more than tools to be used and ultimately slaughtered by him. This was Master Huang, a sage who traveled from the distant eastern horizon, a sovereign beyond reproach, a figure of immense power bestowed by their god. His followers became his chosen emissaries, serving his will with unwavering zeal. Their foremost duty was to recover the sacred relics left behind by the gods. But these artifacts embodied a power so immense it far exceeded their ability to contain it, unleashing cataclysmic destruction upon anyone who dared to approach. Even monstrous, multi-headed beasts were no match for their combined power, erupting in a cataclysmic blast. The so-called gatekeeper of the nether realm was left completely obliterated, a mere stain upon the cracked earth. Through overwhelming strength, Master Huang guided them through every crisis they could not resolve on their own. He was a sage, an intermediate being existing on the boundary between humanity and godhood. But one follower began to question if such supernatural abilities were truly born of their kind. It may surprise you, Huang chuckles. These powers were lent to me by an old friend. He claims he ought to return them once he is finally reunited with this mysterious figure. This entire journey, he admits, began with the sole intention of finding that person once more. Sensing a deeper motive, a follower steps forward. Ah, yes, Master, you had another question? He boldly asks the sage to reveal his true intentions for gathering the sacred relics. The sage, Master Huang, stands before his followers, the weight of their question hanging in the air. A cold, calculating look crosses his face as he considers how much to reveal. His loyal followers wait, completely unaware of the terrifying truth they are about to hear. The sage's eyes narrow, a hint of his true, monstrous ambition finally showing through. Zarman watches his master, his faith still unshaken. Since you seem so curious, he begins, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He declares his intent to gather the relics, transcend humanity, and ascend as the new god of this world. Master? His followers cry out, their minds reeling from the blasphemous declaration. But Huang's gaze remains unwavering, his conviction absolute and terrifying. In that moment, Zarman's devotion shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. His followers stammer, utterly lost for words after his blasphemous declaration. But their master simply scoffs, suppressing a sudden laugh. I jest. Mere banter, of course, he proclaims, waving off their concern. He turns away, promising the true answer will come in time. The disciples are left completely bewildered by his sudden reversal. But in Zarman's eyes, a horrifying realization begins to dawn. He knows this was no mere jest. His master could not be deceived so easily. The resolve he saw was sincere, the ambition to become a god was real. It was the same dark dream they had all shared for eons. Their meticulous leader had been guiding them toward this single, terrifying purpose all along. Zarman recalls the faithful comrades who shared life-or-death moments by their side, and the humble companions who brought them peace, all united under one leader. They believed their long-awaited dream would be revived by this wise sage, but they were all deceived, for their shared hope was about to become an absolute nightmare. Then, one fateful day, Zarman was called over by his leader to witness something unimaginable. There, buried in the earth, they discovered the ancient, mummified remains of a monstrous being. A horrifying thought crosses Zarman's mind as he stares at the corpse, whispering, "Surely not. Could this truly be the body of the legendary god of destruction, Asura?" They had only found the upper torso, but the terrible shock of the discovery told them everything. Worse yet, every poison used to destroy it only accelerated its healing, and now it's regenerating on its own. Zarman, this is not a calamity, but an opportunity, the sage leader declares, seeing a path forward where others see only ruin. He explains that a dying deity can only be resurrected through a divine avatar, a vessel for its power. But another argues its restored form is just an empty shell, a monster that can be tamed to serve a master's will. If we cannot destroy it, he proposes as its eye flickers open, then we will claim dominion over its mind. A twisted smile forms on Zarman's face as he imagines training this god as a loyal hound to turn against its former masters. The other sages gasp in awe at the sheer audacity of his plan, praising his cunning foresight. But there is one single, lingering doubt that hangs heavy in the air. One of them voices the group's fear. What would Master Huang say if he ever learned of their blasphemous plan? Worry not, Zarman assures them. Your only duty is to tame this foul beast as well as you can. With a look of cold resolve, Zarman accepts the monumental task, his dark ambition now fully revealed. The sages remember the terrifying truth. This is Asura, the god of destruction and eradicator of deities. Zarman recounts how Asura annihilated the god they once served, yet dares to desire a return to this realm. We shall see to it that you are remembered as an incarnation of evil, he vows, determined to twist Asura's legacy. But back in the present, the sage leader seems lost in thought, distracted by a strange feeling. Forgive me, Zarman, he says, snapping back to reality and asking what his disciple wished to show him. Zarman cryptically insists it's better to witness the object in question firsthand. Intrigued by this delightful surprise, the master chuckles and agrees to follow. Yet a strange uncertainty lingers in his mind, a feeling he can't quite place despite his grand ambitions. Then, he whispers a single, impossible name that freezes Zarman in place. Asura? What did he just say? Zarman thinks, his mind reeling as he realizes his master somehow knows their secret. Zarman mutters in pure disbelief, his mind rejecting what he just heard. The sage leader's internal voice echoes with a chilling question about the wretch's name, but his followers eagerly beckon him forward, excited to reveal their grand discovery. The master glances back, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. What is the matter, Zarman? He asks. You do not seem well at all. Zarman can only stare back, frozen by a terror he cannot voice. Suddenly, the sage recalls an ancient legend. A god of destruction summoned from the east. He also remembers the tale of a wise sage who traveled from beyond the eastern horizon. His eyes widen in dawning horror as an impossible connection is made. They were both arcane visitors from the east. Hold on a moment, Zarman stammers, a sudden chilling premonition taking hold. He clutches his throat, realizing with pure horror that his own voice is no longer his. All around him, a chorus of terrified screams erupts from the other disciples. Even their powerful master is caught in the grip of this unseen force, his face twisted in agony. Before them, a colossal, desiccated corpse entangled in the earth reveals itself a forgotten god of destruction. The sage leader's mind shatters as he finally recognizes the being from the legends, screaming the name Asura. The ancient monster's eye remains sealed, a promise of dormant, world-ending power. But then, it snaps open, its blank, white pupil staring into the very soul of man. The sheer pressure of its reawakening freezes the terrified sages in place, their plan turning to ash. With a sickening crack, the ancient god begins to stir, its gaze locking onto the mortals below. A blinding flash of power erupts from the reawakening god. Asura, the sage leader's scream of recognition tears through the silence. His disciples are paralyzed, their faces twisted in absolute, soul-crushing terror. The sages can only stare upwards, their grand ambitions turning to ash in an instant. Zarman is completely frozen, his eyes white with shock from the overwhelming pressure. The sheer scale is impossible, as the colossal corpse of the forgotten god towers over them all. But the sage's fear suddenly twists into a crazed realization. At last, after all these eons, he stares at the being with manic joy, screaming, "Fate brings us together again." The ancient god remains still, its desiccated form a monument to forgotten destruction. But then, its second eye begins to twitch, threatening to unleash an apocalypse upon the world. The ancient god's eye snaps open, consciousness returning after an eternity of slumber. His disciples can only stare in disbelief, their minds failing to comprehend the impossible sight. They turn to their master, stammering. Master in that case, as a horrifying realization begins to dawn. Zarman stands before the sage, his body trembling as he awaits an answer he already dreads. But the sage leader's voice is calm, revealing his entire journey was to find this friend once more. He chuckles softly, musing how fate has brought them all together for this singular, terrifying purpose. Zarman's face drains of all color, the sage's casual words confirming his deepest fears. He points a trembling finger, asking the unthinkable, "This friend, you mean you've seen this thing before?" The god's face is revealed, its single glowing eye burning with an apocalyptic, world-ending power. And in that moment, the true, impossible scale is shown. A god of destruction towering over a single, insignificant man. The sage's words echo as his disciple's eye widens in pure, unadulterated terror. He stumbles back, his mind refusing to process the impossible truth standing before him. "No, this is a mistake," he cries out, his voice trembling with desperation. He turns to his followers, his command, a desperate plea to stop the inevitable. But then he realizes their folly and screams a new order. "All of you step back." The sage leader turns, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic scene, asking, "What is it, Zarman?" Before them, the ancient corpse of the god of destruction begins to crack and crumble, shedding its stone-like prison. It groans, a sound that shakes the very cavern, as the colossal figure begins to rise from its throne. While Zarman is paralyzed by fear, the sage leader simply watches, a faint, knowing smile on his face. And then, an explosion of pure, divine energy erupts, signaling the return of a forgotten nightmare. The reawakened god unleashes a blinding torrent of pure, destructive energy, and the shockwave expands in an instant, a wave of annihilation tearing through the cavern. The very ground shatters, pulverized into nothing but dust and debris. The sage's followers are caught in the blast, their bodies thrown like helpless ragdolls. There is no escape as the cataclysmic force consumes everything in its path. The epicenter glows, with a power that could erase mountains from existence. And then, after a final, blinding flash, there is only a deafening silence. As the smoke and dust begin to clear, the true devastation is revealed. In the center of the destruction, the sage leader lies untouched, his expression unreadable. But his disciple, Zarman, can only stare in absolute horror at the power they have unleashed. A wasteland of shattered rock is all that remains after the cataclysmic blast, and amidst the vast crater, a single figure stands miraculously unharmed. His followers, however, were not so fortunate, their corpses littering the dead landscape. Both the sage and his disciple can only look on, their faces a mask of shock and regret. Then, a figure emerges from the dust, turning its back on its creators. It is the ancient corpse they resurrected, now moving with a purpose of its own. A single glance back reveals a face twisted with primal fury, devoid of reason. In his eyes, they see not a tool, but an abyss of pure, uncontrollable rage. A cold dread washes over the two men as they realize the catastrophic scale of their mistake. For behind him looms a monstrous shadow, the true form of the god they so foolishly awakened. The god of destruction awakens, his eyes burning with an ancient, untamable fury. The sage leader and his disciple can only watch as the being they sought to control stands before them. In an instant, a wave of pure destructive energy erupts from Asura's body. His would-be masters are torn apart, their bodies disintegrating into the violent storm. The entire landscape is scoured clean, leaving nothing but dust and the screams of the dying. Amidst the devastation, a lone survivor, Zarman, struggles to his knees. His face is a mask of pure terror, his mind shattered by what he's just witnessed. He looks up to see not a man, but a colossal, godlike entity taking shape in the dust. Nearby, the sage leader also rises, his own followers now nothing but a memory. He stares in utter disbelief, realizing the legend he chased has become a world-ending nightmare. The sage leader's eyes turn white, his mind completely shattered by the raw power he has just unleashed. A monstrous god of destruction forms from the dust, its glowing eyes promising nothing but annihilation for this world. With a silent roar, Asura's energy erupts outwards, a wave of pure destruction that scours the very earth. The blast takes the form of a screaming skull, a harbinger of the absolute death that is to come. The shock wave tears through the mountains, turning rock and life into nothing more than swirling debris. A colossal vortex of energy forms, erasing the entire landscape from existence in a single, terrifying moment. When the dust settles, all that remains is a vast, empty crater with a lone figure standing at its epicenter. The ancient warrior stands silently, his tattered form a stark silhouette against the wasteland he single-handedly created. Far away, the man known as the Lord Divine Physician looks up, his senses overwhelmed by this sudden, world-shaking power. He recalls a legend, a being of unfathomable intent. The man they once called Master Huang. He obliterated us with neither remorse nor mercy, a survivor recalls, thinking it was wrath for his so-called friend. But that was only for a split second, until he witnessed the monster murder what remained of that friend with his own hands. And yet, he comes to me with the divine avatar of Asura, the god whose life he took. Back in the present, the Lord Divine Physician walks through a desolate cavern, seeking answers to this very mystery. He dismisses the thought, deciding it is utter folly to ponder a madman's innermost animus. Ahead, a lone, cloaked figure waits for him in the darkness. The mysterious man stands completely still, his face hidden within the deep shadows of his hood. The two finally meet in the narrow passage, a clandestine meeting that could change the fate of the world. The two men stand together on a precarious cliffside path, their clandestine meeting finally underway. Inside the cavern, they approach a strange, pulsating sphere of flesh, an object of immense and unknown power. The Lord Divine Physician stares in disbelief, his mind reeling from the implications of what he's witnessing. Though the reckless conduct of my underling has hastened my grand plan, the hooded man begins. In a chilling memory, the sage leader threatens the young boy, vowing to demonstrate what ruthlessness truly is. The old physician's eyes narrow, piecing together the fragments of a dark and twisted history. This child, he chose to be the dragon avatar, intrigues me, the figure muses, revealing a personal connection to the past. He explains that Asura could have been reborn as a transcendent being, not just the god of destruction. But does the young vessel understand the truth? He asks, placing the blame for this tragedy on one single man. Hyungang slams his staff into the earth with a deafening thwack. The ground itself shatters as a massive shockwave erupts from the point of impact. There, that's it, he yells, pointing triumphantly at the impossible result of his technique. While a massive boulder remains perfectly untouched, the entire forest behind it has been completely pulverized into dust. But the old commander looks on, completely unimpressed, asking what part of this he's supposed to find surprising. The warrior's companion explains the terrifying truth. The attack used inner chi to pass through the rock and destroy only what lay beyond. He marvels that Asura learned in days a technique that would take a veteran master years to perfect. Turning to the god of destruction, Hyungang asks, "Asura, what are your thoughts on your progress?" But Asura just scoffs, complaining that he feels more tired and sees no point in learning this fancy nonsense. Hyungang explodes in fury, screaming that these are just baby steps toward unleashing far more destructive force with precise control. Speaking of which, the old commander asks, demanding a specific timeline for Asura's training. Hyungang proudly declares that with his methods, he can have the god of destruction ready in just 1 year. A year? Asura scoffs, calling the training useless crap and infuriating his new master. He complains that the breathing technique just feels like an unbearable itch crawling under his skin. "Do you not see how incredible that is?" Hyungang roars, explaining it will make him immune to mind control sorcery. But Asura dismisses him as a shady vendor, forcing Hyungang to angrily demand, "Does the name Hyungang Baek mean nothing to you?" Meanwhile, far away, the massive and imposing Ironbone sect sits nestled within a heavily guarded valley. This is one of the 13 Kingslayer sects, a critical pillar holding up the entire power structure of Fort Sovereign. From a high vantage point, the wandering warrior and his companion observe, noting that Fort Sovereign's network is a fragile house of cards. The warrior asks if there's any word from Skymist Valley, questioning if they've been abandoned to fend for themselves. His companion explains that Skymist Valley is silent, caught in their own internal disputes, but the wandering warrior declares waiting is useless. He scoffs that they're either arrogant snobs or cowards, unwilling to spill blood for the cause. He can't fathom why they would refuse his ingenious plan to sow chaos while Fort Sovereign is distracted by outsiders. After his rant, a tense silence falls between them as the warrior lies back in frustration. "Well? Out with it," he demands, but his subordinate simply says he has no criticism. The companion then carefully questions the plan, asking what they'll do if Fort Sovereign retaliates like a disturbed hornet's nest. But the warrior dismisses the fear, claiming they will simply disperse and return to the frontier regions without a trace. His subordinate can only agree, looking out over the vast territory their master intends to set ablaze. Suddenly, the companion shouts with alarm, "Hallmaster, sir," peering intently through his spyglass. An urgent message arrives from the Azure and Crimson Wolf squads, carried by a messenger leaping through the trees. The wandering warrior explodes with fury, demanding to know what mess his subordinates have made this time. But the urgent report is a chilling one. 2 separate enemy factions have completely abandoned their bases. "Empty, you say?" he asks, his anger instantly turning to cold disbelief. His companion explains the scouts found signs of a hasty retreat, as if they were fleeing some unforeseen catastrophe. The warrior's mind races, trying to comprehend what power could force such a coordinated, panicked escape. Suddenly, his companion grabs him, his face pale with terror as he points towards their own objective. Below them lies the imposing structure of Fort Sovereign, their ultimate target. But instead of a fortress preparing for war, the entire compound is unnervingly still. A thunderous crash shatters the silence as the main gate is violently blown apart from the inside. And through the splintered remains, an unknown force emerges, turning their entire infiltration plan into a death trap. From the smoke and debris, a group of warriors emerges. Their leaders face a mask of grim determination. But his attention is suddenly drawn to the main compound, a sense of dread washing over him. The entire courtyard is a graveyard, littered with the bodies of the fortress's defenders. His men report back in a panic. There's no sign of anyone left within the camp. He can't believe it. An entire military force, vanished or dead in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within a treacherous mountain pass, another power is on the move. An entire army marches in perfect formation, their destination a complete mystery. Their numbers seem endless as they snake through the desolate landscape, a silent, deadly procession. At the head of this force is the imposing figure of Lord Geom Nasu, his expression cold and unreadable. He stops at the mouth of a dark cavern, sensing a presence that even he finds unsettling. From the darkness, a new power emerges, known only as Gyeongyu, the Abyssal Beast. Even the infamous Poison Bloodletter, leader of the Paljong sect, bows before him in absolute submission. "Come, this way," the beast commands, leading his followers into the desolate unknown. An entire army marches in his wake, a silent procession through the snow. Their journey takes them deep into a forgotten cavern, a secret passage to a place of legend. The warriors can only stare in awe, completely humbled by the scale of this hidden world. Deeper they go, the sect leader walking beside the enigmatic figure who holds their fate. He admits his shock. "I never would have guessed such a secret entrance existed." But the beast reveals a chilling truth. Fort Sovereign is not some worldly institution. It is everywhere and nowhere, he warns, and even this cavern will no longer exist after this day passes. Sect leader Na forces a laugh, trying to hide his growing unease from the mysterious figure. He then asks about the other sects, revealing his group was the last of the 13 Kingslayers to arrive. The hooded man simply tells him to pay it no mind, his calm voice doing nothing to soothe the tension. Their entire army stands in silence before a colossal, hidden cliff face, the entrance to their final destination. The sect leader finally speaks his mind, questioning if the Lord Divine Physician will honor a promise made 12 years ago. But his curiosity is met with a cold threat. A wiser man would keep his curiosity in check. The hooded man then reveals a shocking truth. The Lord Divine Physician intends to depart from these lands for good. He explains they were gathered here today to finally receive the blessing he once promised them all. A terrifying ritual begins, one that will grant each leader power surpassing the 8 protector beasts and multiply their disciples' strength. The sect leader can only stare in abject horror, finally understanding the sheer scale of the power about to be unleashed. The hooded man insists they have faith, declaring, Lord Divine Physician is a man of his word. He leads them to a massive, ornate set of doors, announcing their arrival. As the doors creak open, he reveals this chamber of Fort Sovereign is reserved for their exclusive use. He instructs them all to rest and recover from their travels until they are summoned. But beyond the doors lies not a chamber, but a breathtaking, hidden paradise nestled within the mountain. The sect leaders are left in utter disbelief, wondering how such a place could possibly exist inside a cave. They see countless disciples already gathered in the vast, serene landscape, waiting for the ritual to begin. With the warriors now inside, the hooded figure turns back towards the entrance. His strange, hypnotic eye stares out as the heavy doors begin to creak shut. The doors slam shut, trapping them inside, as one leader admits his deep unease despite the reassurances. The lost commander declares their journey must continue, lamenting that Asura will miss out on proper chi training. Hyungang questions this sudden departure, asking, "Continue your journey, master? But where to?" The old master's gaze is fixed forward, his decision absolute as Asura listens silently beside him. He reveals their destination with chilling gravity, the infamous Fort Sovereign. Hyungang is stunned, unable to comprehend why they would go to such a dangerous place right now. The commander dismisses his concerns, cryptically stating he'll explain if their paths ever cross again. Desperate not to be left behind, Hyungang insists he would be honored to accompany them on their travels. His eyes widen with a sudden, almost comical idea. "Oops, I almost left my belongings," he shouts, sprinting away from the wagon in a flash. Asura asks if they're going to wait, but the old master simply stares ahead, his intentions a complete mystery. Hyungang rushes back to the shack, a sudden realization hitting him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the wagon already in the distance, he grits his teeth. Do they think I was born yesterday? He takes a deep, focused breath, knowing exactly what he has to do. It'll take far more than that to throw me off the trail, he vows, his gaze locked on his target. In a flash of movement, he explodes from his position, kicking up a cloud of dust. He mocks their slow pace, easily gaining on the single-horsepower cart. With his famous soaring fleet-foot technique, the world becomes a blur as he closes the gap instantly. But suddenly, he freezes in his tracks, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. The wagon has completely vanished from the road ahead, leaving only an eerie silence. Where did they disappear to? He screams, dashing forward into the empty space where they just were. He skids to a halt on the empty path, the dust settling around him in an eerie silence. The cart, the tracks, all gone, he shouts, his voice echoing in the suddenly empty forest. A look of pure disbelief crosses his face as the impossible reality sinks in. Did they fly away somehow? He questions, unable to comprehend their impossible speed. But far from the road, their wagon blasts through a dark void, moving faster than any horse ever could. The source of this power is revealed as the old master begins a chant, "Pathfinder of Oblivion, I command you to come forth." A brilliant blue flame erupts from the talisman, responding to his command. The ethereal fire then transfers to a scrap of cloth, blazing with otherworldly power. "Guide our way to the owner of this scrap," he commands, his face contorted with effort. He then thrusts the burning offering towards Asura, using him as a beacon for their impossible journey. Hyungang desperately pushes his horse, screaming, "We cannot afford to lose the trail." But inside the void, the old master warns that losing the swift spirit will trap them in this nothingness for all eternity. Suddenly, their supernatural steed cries out in alarm, its eyes wide with pure panic. The entire wagon grinds to a screeching halt, their impossible journey cut short. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern, a new player emerges, introducing himself as Jaram Yu. He stands alone, a disgraced warrior now known as the Swordsman of the Blue Haze. He recalls his former life as a proud lieutenant of the Black Watch unit at Fort Sovereign, a life that was utterly destroyed in an instant by a pair of accursed outlanders. He remembers lying defeated before a new master, who promised to spare him after reading his memories. But every instinct screamed that this hooded figure was a monster who could never be trusted. Sect leader Na recalls his choice, to risk his life and escape rather than await punishment like a lamb. Using a secret art passed down only to his clan's head, he found a way out without much trouble. But the real challenge began only after he was free, leading him into a treacherous, dark landscape. His frantic, directionless escape from some abyssal beast had brought him to this forgotten corner of the world. He soon realized his dreadful luck. He had stumbled into the mystical underground lair of Fort Sovereign itself. This was a place so secret that even he had only visited once or twice, a sanctum reserved for the Kingslayer sex. No matter which path he takes, the seemingly endless web of caverns seems determined to trap him. And now, he sees others walking this same path, being led deeper into the very heart of the snare. He recognizes the entire Serpent Flower Sword Hall, one of the 13 Kingslayer sects, their faces grim and ominous. One thing is certain. Fort Sovereign stands on the precipice of a disaster unlike anything ever witnessed before. Sect leader Na watches as a hooded figure leads warriors past the terrifying statue of an abyssal beast. The procession marches on in eerie silence, their purpose and destination a complete mystery. Na shudders, thankful his stealth technique is potent enough to fool one of the 8 legendary protector beasts. As time passed, the group was led towards a massive, ancient gate deep within the earth. Soon, all 13 of the legendary Kingslayer sects had gathered, marching as one into the darkness. Unable to resist, Na secretly follows them, noting they look like a band of conquerors marching to war. But the path doesn't lead to a battlefield. It opens into a world of impossible, sun-drenched cherry blossoms. A hidden paradise, a tranquil sanctuary, lies waiting for them at the heart of the cavern. The once grim warriors are now completely at ease, their tension melting away in the serene landscape. They feast and drink without a care, completely oblivious to the beautiful, perfect trap that has just been sprung. The Kingslayer sects relax in the tranquil hot springs, their guards completely down in this supposed paradise. But suddenly, one of the leaders feels a strange distortion, a ripple in reality that no one else seems to notice. What is this? He thinks in a cold sweat, his instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong. In an instant, the beautiful illusion shatters, revealing a desolate wasteland filled with an army of mindless, broken warriors. From the shadows, sect leader Na watches in horror, realizing the entire world was a mass illusion technique. Even the most senior sect leaders are stunned into silence, their faces grim as they grasp the scale of the deception. The other warriors are frozen in pure terror, their minds unable to process the nightmarish reality they've been thrown into. The hooded figure observes the chaos, confirming the hypnosis worked perfectly, luring them here like lambs to the slaughter. One elder can only marvel at the sheer potency of the spell, a power far beyond what he thought was possible. Na realizes the trap is complete. Even with the illusion gone, their minds are shattered, loyal only to their new master. After escaping the illusion, sect leader Na wandered the desolate caves for days on end. But during his ordeal, he overheard a chilling conversation about the true purpose of the 13 sects. From the shadows, he heard the hooded figure question the logic of slaughtering the hounds before the hunt was over. But the Lord Divine Physician corrected him, stating their true duty was to serve as bait for a grand prize. Their sacrifice would be a glorious offering, meant only to draw out their true prey. The hooded figure simply accepted the grim reality, bowing to his master's will. Na's blood ran cold as he realized the horrifying truth. The 13 Kingslayer sects were nothing but bait. But a terrifying question remained: bait for what monstrous prey? Suddenly, the Lord Divine Physician paused, his gaze shifting as if he'd noticed something. "I sense something yonder," he declared, his attention fixed on a mysterious presence in the distance. Sect leader Na freezes in terror, his hiding spot completely compromised. "I've been made," he whispers, cold sweat dripping down his face. From above, a powerful steed descends, its hooves thundering towards him. But it's not an attack, it's a carriage, making an impossible leap across the chasm. Far below, the lost commander and his hooded subordinate watch the spectacle unfold. The carriage soars through the air, a vulnerable target against the open sky. Inside, Asura's eyes narrow, sensing the imminent danger as he prepares for a fight. Suddenly, a masked assassin appears from nowhere, their cold eyes promising death. The Lord Divine Physician's calm facade shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes glow with terrifying power, ready to annihilate whoever dared interrupt his journey. From the carriage's view, the Lord Divine Physician and a masked assassin stand waiting on the desolate path. The old man's furious gaze locks onto the approaching threat, his focus absolute. But his expression suddenly shatters into pure shock, recognizing something impossible. The assassin panics, stammering, "Those are the Outlanders, but how did they get here?" He charges a blast of energy, vowing to protect his master from the insolent scum. Asura simply watches, his gaze cold and calculating as the chaos erupts. Before the assassin can strike, the Lord Divine Physician himself leaps forward with blinding speed. Meanwhile, Asura launches from the still-flying carriage, soaring towards the cliffside battle. He lands directly in the path of the assassin's attack, a silent protector. With his staff now ready, the god of destruction prepares to end this ambush himself. The masked assassin's eyes widen in terror as an unseen force rushes past him, and before he can react, a devastating shockwave tears through the battlefield, sending bodies flying. The very earth cracks under the immense pressure, shattering into 1,000 pieces, sending their carriage crashing down hard amidst the rubble. The driver, Tachyon, lets out a weak groan before slumping over, unconscious from the impact. But from the dust cloud emerges the Lord Divine Physician, completely unharmed and radiating a terrifying power. His eyes glow with an ancient fury, a silent promise of annihilation for those who dared to attack him. Even his horse can sense the shift in atmosphere, whinnying in fear of its master's wrath. The physician begins to give an order, but his driver remains motionless on the ground. Annoyed by the interruption, he shouts, "This is no time for a nap. Tachyon, come." Asura suddenly appears, standing over one of the assassins who ambushed them. The assassin recovers instantly, lunging forward with twin daggers in a blur of motion. But Asura is unimpressed, casually asking, "Are you one of those 8 protector beasts or whatever?" The assassin ignores the taunt, preparing another deadly strike against the god of destruction. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out from the chaos, screaming his name, "Asura!" The shout catches him off guard, his eyes widening for a split second in surprise. His momentary distraction creates an opening for a vicious slash from the assassin's blade. Asura and Hyongang are forced to leap into the air, narrowly dodging the coordinated assault. Mid-air, Asura's expression hardens, his focus returning as he prepares to counterattack. Meanwhile, the Lord Divine Physician stands calmly amidst the wreckage, watching the battle unfold. The Lord Divine Physician's face contorts in panic as he sees the attack coming. But Asura is already in motion, his gaze locked on his target with chilling focus. "Dodge it!" The old man's desperate warning screams through the chaos. Twisting in midair, Asura brings his staff around in a powerful, descending arc. His expression hardens into one of pure destructive intent, ready to end this now. The masked assassin rushes forward, completely oblivious to the overwhelming power about to be unleashed. With daggers poised, he closes in for the kill, sensing victory is at hand. But Asura's staff slams down first, unleashing a blinding wave of pure force. The ground shatters in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing the battlefield asunder. Buried in rubble, the assassin can only stare up in utter shock, defeated by a single, impossible strike. Asura stands alone as the battlefield crumbles around him. He turns his head, his gaze sweeping over the silent, ruined landscape. In the distance, he spots the wreckage of their carriage and his fallen driver. Smoke still hisses from the shattered remains, a grim reminder of the fierce ambush. A flicker of concern crosses his face, realizing the true threat might still be lurking. But elsewhere, deep within a rumbling chasm, a new confrontation is brewing. The lost commander stands alone, a solitary figure against towering stone walls. His presence is overwhelming, a silent challenge to an unseen foe. "Time Mage Paizarkaman," he calls out, his voice echoing through the canyon. "Why are you wandering in circles?" he demands. "What purpose do you have to stall for time?" The lost commander calmly deduces his opponent's plan to isolate him for a one-on-one confrontation. But as the ground beneath his foe cracks, it becomes clear who truly holds the advantage. Suddenly, a monstrous maw of jagged rock erupts from the chasm floor, swallowing the Time Mage whole. The stone jaws slam shut with a deafening crunch, sealing the powerful mage within the earth. As the rock prison squeezes its captive, the commander watches on, completely unfazed by the terrifying display of power. An inscrutable mystery as ever, he muses, analyzing the strange actions of his trapped enemy. He acknowledges the time mage's immense power, a being who can ignore the very bounds of time and space. Yet he questions why such a being would knowingly walk into a trap, a mystery that hints at a deeper game. Deciding he can't risk his plans, he declares his intent to end his foe here and now. But just as he resolves to finish it, the stone prison begins to crack from an overwhelming power within. The commander watches in shock as his stone prison shatters from an unbelievable power within. A blinding light erupts from the chasm, signaling the escape of his powerful foe. The resulting explosion is immense, a cataclysmic blast that reshapes the very landscape. Yet the commander remains calm, holding a single talisman that seems to control the fallout. As its power is spent, the mysterious paper dissolves into nothing more than dust. When the smoke clears, an impossible sight is revealed. A perfect copy of the commander stands before him. "The tricks I have up my sleeve," he scoffs, "are more than enough to contend with your tomfoolery." His gaze turns cold, filled with an ancient and terrifying resolve. "Thus we come to our long-awaited reunion, Zarman," he announces, naming his mysterious double. He then demands an answer, asking, "For what purpose have you usurped my visage?" The commander's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, a flicker of shock cracking his ancient composure. With a sickening splat, the battle elsewhere comes to a brutal and decisive end. Asura stands alone, the assassin now nothing more than a bloody stain on the ground. His expression is cold and distant, the god of destruction having finished his warm-up. The dark aftermath of the one-sided slaughter spreads across the desolate land. He takes a moment to survey the absolute destruction he has wrought. But his attention is drawn to the distant ruins as he asks, "What happened to Chief?" Suddenly, a cloaked figure appears silently behind him, a phantom in the dust. Asura whips around, completely caught off guard by the sudden presence. "Yes?" the figure asks, his masked face betraying no emotion. The hooded figure's eyes glow with a sinister power as he asks, "Did you revel in the illusion of my demise?" Asura is stunned, realizing the entire fight was just a carefully crafted deception. With a sudden whoosh, the hooded figure dissolves into nothingness, his purpose served. Asura remains on high alert, gripping his staff as he searches for the true enemy. The corpse of the assassin he just slaughtered lies broken on the ground before him. But then, the body vanishes into dust, proving the illusion ran far deeper than he knew. A sudden wave of alarm washes over him as he senses an even greater threat approaching. A new voice echoes across the wasteland. "Too little, too late, young one." A mysterious man appears, revealing the terrifying truth. "You are already a thrall of the abyssal beast's illusions." Asura's world begins to spin as the true trap springs, his consciousness overwhelmed by a power he can't fight. Trapped in the illusion, Asura floats through an endless black void, his staff his only anchor. He grits his teeth, his eye bloodshot with defiance as he fights the overwhelming mental assault. But a pair of colossal, hypnotic eyes suddenly appear behind him, their maniacal laughter echoing in the darkness. "No amount of desperate flailing shall avail you," a disembodied voice booms, mocking his struggle. The chilling promise of a living death invades his mind as the hypnotic spirals reflect in his terrified eyes. His body goes limp, tumbling uncontrollably as the maddening laughter intensifies around him. He loses his grip on his only weapon, the staff slipping away as he plunges deeper into the abyss. Reduced to a mere speck, Asura falls into the fathomless dark, his consciousness finally fading. Yet back in the real world, the ground begins to rumble violently around his unconscious body. The entire desolate landscape starts to shake, hinting that a power far greater than the illusion has just been awakened. The lost commander emerges from a cloud of dust and shattered rock, his presence alone causing the ground to quake. His ancient, weary eyes hold a gaze of absolute resolve, knowing what must be done. He turns to the cave where Asura lies unconscious, a grim plan forming as something scurries away. With a mere thought, the very rock face begins to crack and groan under his will. A massive landslide seals the cave entrance in an instant, trapping the boy inside. The old master looks on, his expression unreadable, having made a terrible sacrifice for the greater good. He then places a single, powerful talisman upon the stone, a seal of immense power. The cave is now completely entombed, a prison of solid rock meant to awaken a god. But the talisman doesn't just seal, it begins to crackle with destructive energy, shattering the stone from within. The entire rockfall explodes in a cataclysmic blast, unleashing an unimaginable force upon the one trapped inside. The entire mountain crumbles into dust from the force of the blast. Yet at the center of the devastation stands the old master, untouched by the chaos he unleashed. He calmly surveys the barren wasteland he has created, a testament to his terrifying power. His gaze is fixed on the horizon, his true purpose still shrouded in mystery. A silent moment passes, the weight of his actions settling upon his ancient shoulders. Later, he stands alone at the bottom of a colossal staircase, deep within the earth. His eyes narrow with grim determination, for his work is not yet finished. He tosses a small stone onto the ground, a seemingly insignificant catalyst for what's to come. As he looks up, the very cavern ceiling begins to crack under his immense will. And with a deafening boom, the entire structure collapses, sealing the path forever. A cataclysmic explosion tears the very earth asunder, shaking the heavens. The Lord Divine Physician calmly watches the devastation he has wrought, a single hand controlling the chaos. As crafty as ever, Zarman, he calls out across the wasteland to his old foe. He sighs, disappointed that his friend would ambush him only to flee at the first hint of defeat. The ages have done naught to reform your devious nature, he states with cold finality. But his opponent scoffs at the accusation, questioning the very word devious. So says the man who slaughtered us like animals. He roars, his face twisted with ancient fury. The Lord Divine Physician remains silent, his expression unreadable in the face of such hatred. He finally speaks, dismissing the old grudges by claiming none of this matters any longer. For he knows it is this desperate hold on past hatred that has sustained Zarman's twisted existence. The only knowledge I want from you, Zarman seethes, is whatever despicable scheme you are hatching in darkness. But the Lord Divine Physician offers one final chance to explain, a gesture of respect for their bygone brotherhood. Zarman scoffs at the offer, mocking such generosity from his ancient enemy. You act as though you're bestowing mercy upon a cornered beast, he roars, his eyes glowing with rage. That is precisely what you are, the commander replies calmly, unless you have some trick left up your sleeve. With a furious cry, Zarman unleashes his hidden power, screaming, Po Guan, to me! The Lord Divine Physician stands his ground, preparing a counter of his own. The very earth beneath his feet begins to swirl into a powerful vortex, a testament to his immense control. But suddenly, his calm expression shatters into one of pure shock. In an instant, a brutal attack erupts from the shadows, impaling the ancient master in a completely one-sided strike. The ancient master coughs up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief at the brutal ambush. His enemy, Zarman, stands over the vortex, mockingly apologizing for his late introduction. He reveals the horrifying truth. The attacker is Po Guan, a guardian commander who has been fused with the very earth. All the stone machines the commander destroyed were merely a ruse, living parts of this immense golem's body. Zarman scoffs that in his current state, the impaled master can't even lift a finger to fight back. In truth, he declares, even the strongest talismans have no hope of damaging this new foe. The earth itself begins to crack and groan as the vortex trap intensifies around the wounded master. Massive spheres of rock and earth begin to rumble and rise from the maelstrom, forming a prison of stone. Suddenly, the pillars of earth erupt upwards, enveloping the commander in a crushing, inescapable tomb. Zarman issues a final, chilling challenge, daring him to prove he can emerge from the maelstrom alive. Trapped within the stone prison, the master issues a final, cryptic promise. But the crushing force is immense, and he can only let out a pained grunt. With a deafening slam, the stone walls seal his fate completely. The scene cuts away to a silent, empty white void. Meanwhile, Asura finds himself standing alone in this strange, desolate space. His training is forgotten as a blood-soaked cleaver drips before him. He looks down to find his staff has been replaced by the gruesome weapon. His own horrified reflection stares back from the bloodied steel. But the face in the reflection shifts, revealing a younger, more desperate boy. The illusion solidifies, forcing him to relive a past he never knew he had. In this nightmare, a lone child stands as the only living soul on a battlefield of the dead. In the distance, the fortress burns, a funeral pyre against the desolate sky. The city itself has become an inferno of chaos and slaughter. He walks away from the carnage, leaving behind nothing but silent corpses. The world of fire and blood fades, replaced by an endless, silent desert. He walks on, a solitary figure with no destination in the vast emptiness. His journey carves a lonely path through the unforgiving landscape. He finally casts aside the bloodied cleaver, leaving the instrument of his sin buried in the sand. He walks on without a backward glance, leaving the past to be swallowed by the dunes. Leaving only death in his wake, the god of destruction walks his solitary path into oblivion. A mysterious robed figure finally stands over the collapsed body of the boy who walked through hell. After a long journey, the old man has found the one he was searching for in the desolate wasteland. A knowing look crosses his face as he murmurs, "There it is." He recognizes the fallen boy for what he truly is, the divine avatar of Asura, the god of destruction. Kneeling, he speaks of the boy's cruel fate, as a vessel chosen by a terrible abomination. But he offers a sliver of hope, claiming it's not too late to save him from this destiny. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light tears through the memory, revealing the origin of this power. A vision of pure chaos unfolds, showing a monstrous entity of rock and rage erupting from the earth. The silhouette of a true god of destruction takes form, its overwhelming presence shaking the very world. Its terrifying, glowing eyes and monstrous maw fill the vision, a portrait of absolute annihilation. Strange orbs float in the darkness of a dream, while the Lord Divine Physician sleeps soundly, completely unaware of what's to come. But Asura is awake, his companion asking, "Another vision in slumber, Asura?" He confirms the recurring nightmare of battling the demonic behemoth that lives inside him. "Except it wasn't the only dream I had," he reveals, a new mystery unfolding. He describes a vision of being found in a barren desert, with his chief looking down on him from above. In this strange memory, he saw the old man staring and muttering something he couldn't quite make out. The physician's interest is piqued, asking if this is a vision from long before they even met. Asura denies ever having the dream before, totally oblivious to its true meaning. But his master is deeply shaken, wondering to himself, how can memories once erased awaken in the form of a dream? So that wasn't a dream, but something that actually happened? Asura asks, realizing his master had indeed erased his memories. He finally understands the source of his inner rage, but his master sees a grave dilemma unfolding. "You have somehow recovered the very same memories I purged," the old man states, revealing the terrifying truth. "Your power has begun to surpass mine." Asura excitedly jokes about finally getting to kick his chiefs behind, but the old man dismisses it as a foolish dream. The physician's tone turns deadly serious, reminding him that controlling such immense might is far more important than just growing stronger. He warns that while he can keep Asura's power in check for now, the day will come when that is no longer possible. A flicker of fear crosses Asura's face as he asks the one question that matters. "What happens if I can't?" His master's grim expression says everything without a single word. "To rely on power one cannot control," he explains, "is to unleash the beast within to wreak havoc as it sees fit. That monstrosity will turn its destructive hatred toward all those in its surroundings, friend and foe alike. In the end," his master warns, "you, too, will be devoured by the monster you have let loose." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a dark, rocky abyss where Asura is trapped. His captor stares in disbelief, his mind reeling as he whispers, "How is this possible?" He has Asura firmly trapped in an illusion, yet he cannot see the vision his prisoner is experiencing. "This has never happened before, not once," the illusionist growls, completely baffled by this unprecedented event. He demands to know what manner of impenetrable dream this damnable aberration is having. But deep within that mental prison, a heavy footstep echoes through the darkness. A desiccated figure emerges from the shadows, a ghost from a forgotten era. It is Asura's ancient self, offering a boon to restore a fraction of his former might. He promises to grant the one thing Asura wished for with all his heart. His ancient self roars his true name, Asura. He promises to grant him an extent of the power they once harbored. Meanwhile, the ancient mage Zarman crashes down from the sky, his ambush in full motion. He glares with cold fury, his plan reaching its devastating climax. The earthen prison containing his rival begins to glow with an ominous red light. With a final surge, the trap erupts in a cataclysmic, fiery explosion. The blast consumes everything in a blinding flash of pure destructive energy. Elsewhere, the bandaged warrior Changgang recoils in shock from a different, overwhelming power source. A miniature sun forms before him, radiating an unbelievable amount of chi. "Impossible," he gasps, witnessing a level of power that simply shouldn't exist. The source of this impossible energy is a divine being, a master of paradise, radiating pure power from a sea of fire. A hand reaches out, seemingly absorbing this overwhelming force in a torrent of dark energy. Meanwhile, the ancient mage Zarman stands amidst the ruins of his attack, believing his enemy is finished. But suddenly, the ground beneath him shatters as an immense power erupts from the crater. A pillar of fire and rock blasts upwards in a devastating counterattack. The explosion consumes the entire battlefield, turning night into day with its sheer force. When the light fades, all that remains is a massive, smoldering crater where Zarman once stood. Yet even then, another blast erupts from the depths, proving the battle is far from over. Elsewhere, inside his mental prison, Asura is struck down and bound in heavy chains by his captor. He hangs his head, seemingly broken and completely at the mercy of the powerful illusionist. Asura hangs his head, blood dripping from his lips, but his eyes remain cold and unbroken. I was told his prowess rivaled a fiend, the illusionist muses, looking down on his captive. But I see there is little that sets him apart from ordinary humans after all. His eyes narrow as he wonders if a simple strike to the heart or head would be enough. He leans in with a final, cruel choice, your heart or your head. But just as he savors his victory, the very ground beneath them begins to rumble violently. The illusionist looks up in confusion, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in his controlled world. The rumbling intensifies, shaking the entire mental prison to its very core. Suddenly, the earth cracks wide open, revealing a blazing inferno from the depths below. A massive explosion erupts, consuming the shocked illusionist in a torrent of fire and rock. The illusionist screams no, as his perfect mental prison is consumed by an impossible inferno from below. He can't comprehend it, his mind reeling as he wonders how the very earth could be torn asunder. But the source of this chaos, Asura, remains bound in chains while the world trembles with his suppressed energy. He finally lifts his head, a defiant glare in his eyes as the power he can no longer contain erupts around him. Far away, on a serene mountain platform, an ancient ritual site sits in absolute silence. Suddenly, that same platform shatters violently, destroyed by a shockwave that seems to transcend dimensions. Below, a rumbling horde of thousands begins to stir, an entire army awakened by the disturbance. Their advance is cut short, as the ground crashes down, swallowing the legion in a massive sinkhole. The earth continues to churn, a chaotic avalanche of rock and dust burying the stone army. They are utterly crushed under the falling debris, annihilated by the aftershock of a god reawakening in his cage. The ground rumbles violently as the elite warriors are thrown into chaos, unable to escape the collapsing earth. With a final, desperate scream, they are brutally smashed and buried under the immense weight of falling rock. Miles away, a swirling vortex of raw, destructive energy reveals the terrifying source of the cataclysm. The crimson eye of the storm pulses, a silent testament to a power that can reshape the very world. Meanwhile, in a dark chasm, someone struggles to catch their breath, reeling from the same impossible shockwave. It's the ancient mage Zarman, standing alone at the bottom of a newly formed crater, surrounded by utter devastation. He desperately calls out into the darkness, his voice echoing through the abyss. Po Guan, answer me, if you're yet alive, he screams, his own ambush having backfired spectacularly. But there is only silence from the towering walls of rock that have buried his ultimate weapon. Then, a scraping sound breaks the silence as a massive stone hand claws its way out from the rubble. Curse it all! Zarman seethes, his perfect ambush completely shattered. He never imagined his foe could summon the might of paradise, a power that utterly incinerated his loyal golem. This is entirely my own doing, he admits, crushed by the weight of his own hubris. Miles away, a deep, dark cavern holds its own secrets, silent and waiting. But a faint glow begins to pulse from within the oppressive darkness, signaling an awakening. The lost commander suddenly jolts upright, sensing an immense and familiar power surge from afar. Back in the cave, the light intensifies, threatening to erupt with world-shaking force. It detonates in a cataclysm of raw energy, tearing through the very foundations of the earth. The scene then shifts to a peaceful, cloudy sky, a jarring calm after the storm. Here, the commander's voice warns of Fort Sovereign, a place defended by beasts even mightier than the ones they've faced. The commander reveals the fort has 3 guardian commanders, whose prowess far surpasses the beasts they've already faced. And above them all is the Lord of Fort Sovereign, the one they call the white-faced divine physician. He warns that storming the fort now would be a foolish death sentence, asking if Asura has any other ideas. But Asura is completely lost, asking his master to just spell out what he's supposed to do. Can't I just go and beat them all up? He asks, suggesting a few hard strikes should do the trick. The commander concedes that considering the true extent of Asura's might, such a simple plan might actually work. However, he sternly reminds him, you must learn to distinguish between the power that you possess and the power that you can wield. He admits his own power is fundamentally different, leaving him unable to offer more than generic counsel for Asura's training. The old man's gaze drifts, wondering if there was someone out there who could truly take him under their wing. Asura listens intently, the thought of a new master capable of teaching him righteous control, sparking something within him. During his training, a sudden throb of pain shoots through Asura's body. The force of it sends him flying backwards, his staff clattering to the ground as his master watches. Nothing, Chief, he lies, trying to dismiss the strange ache in his shoulder. But a horrifying vision flashes through his mind of being bound in chains and brutally stabbed. The shock of the memory fragment leaves him completely stunned and splattered with phantom blood. He collapses to the ground, crying out as the phantom agony intensifies. His master remains perfectly calm, demanding, describe this ache to me. It's like my body's tearing to pieces for no reason. Asura gasps, clutching himself in agony. The commander listens as his student stumbles away, his words making little sense on the surface. But the old man knows the truth, declaring, "For there is no such thing in this universe as pain without a cause." The commander calmly dismisses Asura's pain, stating, "Such notions belong in the realm of illusions, nothing more." But Asura clutches his chest in agony, gasping that what he's feeling is undeniably real. His master looks down on him, asking with cold patience, "How many times must I teach you this lesson, boy?" He presents a terrifying choice. Either the pain is an illusion, or Asura's entire existence is the true illusion. The weight of that statement leaves Asura completely stunned, his mind reeling from the impossible paradox. From atop a ruined roof, the old man continues his lecture, explaining the harsh reality of his situation. "It is up to you," he declares, "to shake off your suffering and stand before your flesh is torn asunder." Asura's eyes widen as a terrifying realization begins to dawn on him. Suddenly, the very ground around them begins to shatter and rise into the sky with a deafening roar. A colossal mountain of rock materializes from nothing, a testament to the commander's incomprehensible power. The colossal mountain of rock collapses into a field of utter devastation. The very foundations of the illusion continue to crumble into nothingness. Amidst the chaos, the hooded illusionist lands heavily on the ruined landscape. He pants for breath, shocked by the sheer power that shattered his perfect world. His gaze falls upon a lone figure lying motionless amidst the wreckage below. "Fort Sovereign has never been assailed to this degree," he whispers in disbelief. He cannot comprehend how his unbreakable mental prison could simply fall apart. Then, his eyes lock onto the body of his prisoner, Asura, lying still in the dust. The illusionist slowly approaches the fallen vessel, a sense of morbid curiosity taking over. "I had hoped to take my time," he laments, dissecting the living body of a vessel chosen by a god. "I have no choice but to slit your throat," the illusionist declares, looming over Asura's seemingly defeated body. He gazes down at the chained and bloodied vessel, completely at his mercy. But a sudden flicker of movement makes his eyes widen in disbelief. He notices the stake pinning Asura has fallen out, dismissing it as a result of the cavern's collapse. Then, the supposedly unconscious warrior's fingers twitch with impossible life. The illusionist freezes, a cold dread washing over him as he senses something is terribly wrong. His mask suddenly cracks under an immense, unseen pressure as pure shock contorts his face. In an instant, Asura's hand is around his throat, cutting off his breath with bone-crushing force. "You cannot be awake," the illusionist chokes out in sheer terror. He is then sent flying backwards by an overwhelming power surge, the hunter becoming the prey. With a sudden twop, Asura's hand clamps down on his captor's arm, stopping the attack cold. Before the illusionist can process what's happening, another hand grabs his face in a crushing grip. Asura's eyes burn with a cold, merciless fury, promising nothing but absolute destruction. The sickening crack of bone echoes through the cavern as he's lifted and slammed into the ground. A violent crunch and a spray of blood confirm the completely one-sided nature of this reversal. The illusionist's body is driven deep into the stone, leaving a shattered crater in his wake. Yet from the darkness, two glowing eyes reveal the man has impossibly survived the devastating blow. But it doesn't matter, as Asura is on him again, delivering another bone-shattering crunch without hesitation. He stands over the broken man, his back splattered in blood, a silent god of destruction. Looking down, his glowing eyes show no mercy, only the cold finality of a battle already won. A lone warrior watches in utter disbelief as the battle concludes. The illusionist's broken body is tossed aside like trash with a heavy thud. Asura lands a final, devastating blow that completely obliterates his foe. Blood-splattered and silent, he stands over the remains of his enemy. His cold, merciless gaze confirms the fight is decisively over. But suddenly, a sharp, inexplicable pain shoots through his body. The distant observer is confused, muttering, "What is this? I felt something sting." He questions his own sanity, wondering if he's trapped in an illusion himself. The thought that the great abyssal beast could be crushed by a mere youth seems impossible. And just as he ponders the victor's identity, Asura collapses, crying out in agony. The only explanation is that a power greater than the abyssal beast itself secretly protected the boy's mind. As Asura collapses, two bloody needles clatter onto the desolate ground. He groans in pain, clutching himself as he notices the strange objects before him. Confusion clouds his eyes as the adrenaline from the impossible fight finally fades. "What are these things?" he mutters. "I don't recall asking for acupuncture with my hallucinations." Ignoring his own pain, he suddenly calls out into the wasteland, "Tachyon! Where are you, boy?" From behind a rock, the observer Tachyon peeks out, his eyes wide with shock. A horse's whinny echoes nearby as he realizes he's been completely exposed. In the distance, a horse and carriage make a desperate, frantic escape. But their flight is cut short as the entire carriage violently crashes to the ground. The horse stands frozen in terror after the violent crash, as Takyon's body is thrown from the carriage, landing with a hard flop on the ground. "Sure, bud," Asura scoffs from the wreckage. "Why not take the rest of the day off?" Ignoring the unconscious observer, he begins searching for an emergency first aid chest. But the god of destruction clutches his own bandaged torso, clearly suffering from his recent battle. Sitting amidst the scattered supplies, he carefully wraps his fresh wounds. "Wakey! Wakey!" he yells down at the motionless body. "Time to get up, Tachyon." Suddenly, the horse snorts, finally stirring from its daze and getting to its feet. Asura turns to the animal with a desperate plea. "Be a good boy and find Chief for me, would you?" The horse seems to understand its urgent mission, ready to run for help. The horse whinnies, galloping away from the wreckage as dark, ominous clouds gather overhead. Elsewhere, a body lies brutally crushed beneath a rockslide, a grim sign of the chaos unfolding. In a desolate wasteland, a strange, veined orb rests at the center of a massive crater. The mysterious object seems to pulse with a life of its own, its surface covered in intricate, organic patterns. It sits silently before the entrance to a dark, forgotten cave, hinting at a deeper secret. Suddenly, a lone figure in a white hood appears, observing the scene from a high cliff. Miles away, in a deep and barren canyon, another power is about to make its presence known. A powerful aura erupts as the Lord Divine Physician himself descends from the sky. He lands with a thunderous impact, his arrival shaking the very ground beneath him. But he's not alone, as a hooded figure emerges from the shadows, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings to you, Lord Divine Physician." The hooded follower senses a disturbance from above, wondering aloud, "Has the sacred sovereign awakened?" "Not yet," his master replies, declaring that patience has run out, and the being must be roused at once. The Lord Divine Physician gives a shocking command. "Seal this passageway immediately. Every second is of the essence." With a desperate shout to hurry, the follower scrambles to obey his master's urgent order. A deep rumbling shakes the very foundation of the canyon as the ancient mechanism activates. With a final, deafening thud, a massive stone slab crashes down, sealing the only exit. The passageway is plunged into absolute darkness, trapping whatever or whoever lies within. But suddenly, a faint glow begins to emanate from the far end of the sealed corridor. The light erupts into a blinding torrent of raw, untamed energy, threatening to tear the canyon apart. As the blast subsides, an ominous presence now lingers deep within the darkness, its awakening finally forced. Deep within the sealed canyon, an oppressive silence hangs in the air. But the silence is shattered by a weak, hacking cough echoing from the dust. An old man stumbles from the haze, racked with violent coughs as his body fails him. Wiping blood from his lips, the ancient being Zarman can only grimace in pain. "These powers," he mutters, admitting the strain is far too severe for him to bear. He reveals that even the diminished force of dead masters is draining him to his very core. He worries that at this rate, he'll lose the wretch he's been desperately pursuing. But suddenly, a carriage soars over the canyon wall, completely out of control. It plummets to the ground below in a devastating, bone-shattering crash. From the wreckage, a survivor desperately cries out, "Chief, over here!" A deep, foreboding canyon path leads into the darkness of a sealed cave, where the Lord Divine Physician gives his hooded follower a final, chilling command. The two then part ways, one disappearing deeper into the shadows to fulfill his master's will. Elsewhere, a strange, draconic eye blinks open, pulsing with an unknown energy. As I suspected," the old master mutters, holding the artifact as Asura watches from behind. He then orders Asura to wait with the interdimensional horse and the unconscious Tachyon. But Asura finds a collapsed man, mockingly asking, "I take it, your staff is lost?" The commander coldly questions if he abandoned it in favor of a bigger weapon. Suddenly, a hulking figure with a massive blade blocks their path, the deputy chief, Ujarim. And behind them, the canyon entrance has been completely sealed by a colossal stone wall. A massive slash tears through the very mountainside, and the rock face explodes in a deafening boom, smashing into countless fragments under an unseen force. As the dust settles, two lone figures are revealed, surveying the devastation. Asura stares down at the bizarre, cratered landscape left in its wake, where at the center of it all lies a colossal, shattered eggshell. Did somebody order an omelet?" the commander asks with a strange calmness. But his eyes widen in shock, betraying a sudden, terrible realization. From their high perch, the true, impossible scale of the hatched egg becomes clear. What did it hatch? Asura wonders aloud. A dragon. Step aside, the commander orders, moving forward to inspect the strange, cracked earth. He walks alone through the desolate wasteland towards the colossal, shattered eggshell, but his foot sinks into a viscous, squelching substance that is definitely not just mud. Asura watches with a growing sense of unease, sensing something is deeply wrong here. The old man crouches, his hand dipping into the strange, thick liquid covering the ground. He lifts a handful of the gray, gloopy material, examining its unnatural texture. "Chief," Asura calls out, "I thought this was just mud, but there's something more to it." The commander stares at the egg, his expression grim as the pieces of the puzzle click into place. "An egg that feeds on blood," he murmurs, his voice laced with a chilling certainty. "I know it well," he declares. "It's a dark ritual component for resurrecting fell demons." The commander shudders, realizing this is just the first monstrosity Zarman has unleashed upon the world. He raises a strange artifact, a reptilian eye that blinks with an unnatural life of its own. Through it, he witnesses the true nature of the dark power at play. The colossal egg lies shattered, its horrifying contents already released upon the land. His vision shifts to a vast, churning sea of blood, the source of the ritual. From its depths, a single, fleshy orb begins to rise, disturbing the crimson surface. It grows larger, a grotesque sphere of flesh covered in pulsing veins. The blood recedes, leaving the horrifying, veiny heart of the demon exposed and beating. Its surface writhes as if alive, a network of arteries spreading across its skin. And deep within its core, something monstrous begins to take shape, preparing for its birth. The vision plunges into the demonic heart's core, a terrifying network of writhing, dark veins. At its center, a monstrous form takes shape, curled within the crimson darkness of its womb. The silhouette of the unborn demon grows clearer, a being of pure malice waiting to be born. A single, malevolent eye snaps open from within the abyss, its gaze piercing the darkness. The vision shifts to a cold reptilian eye, ancient and brimming with an unknowable, terrifying power. This is no dream. The lost commander witnesses it all through a strange artifact, his face frozen in shock. "Such horrors," he gasps, realizing this is a power beyond the realm of the absurd. He understands now. This was the empty shell of the monarch of the nether realm, a being of unimaginable dread. Meanwhile, back at the ritual site, Asura scrapes at the ground, sensing the deep corruption left behind. He scoops up a handful of the dark, dead soil, feeling the unnatural cold clinging to his fingers. The very ground beneath them seems to be formed from the tormented souls of the dead. Asura's eyes widen in shock as he finally perceives the true horror of this cursed land. The lost commander watches him intently, sensing a profound change in his student's awareness. "Chief, check this," Asura calls out, pointing to the strange soil he'd been examining. But his master's concern is elsewhere, asking, "Is your wound troubling you no more?" Asura explains he used a dragon marrow essence and now barely feels the ache. A wave of relief washes over the commander, knowing that invoking the Masters of Paradise would have destroyed Asura's body. He admits his goal was always for Asura to learn to restrain his own immense power. Suddenly, the ground beneath them groans and shatters with a terrifying energy. They now stand on the precipice of a colossal, dark abyss that has just opened up. As Asura and his master stare into the chasm, two mysterious figures watch from a nearby cliff. One of them, a dark-skinned man wrapped in a white scarf, stands silently beside his companion. The lost commander suddenly breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing a dreadful, familiar presence. "Zarman," he mutters, realizing who was responsible for this dark energy. In a flashback, Zarman once warned a young sorcerer that some tenets must never be broken. He furiously condemned a loathsome ritual used to resurrect fell demons from the abyss. Back in the present, the lost commander scoffs at his companion. "I should have known you would recognize this presence." He addresses the man with cold familiarity, calling him a comrade of yore, but the follower proudly declares he was chosen as the first among his master's loyal servants. Enraged, the commander glares back, his patience finally snapping at the man's shameless pride. "The disbelief is plain to see in your eyes." The commander's old comrade sneers. He reveals his loyalty to a nether king who has rejected eternal rest to remain in their world. Though his plan to use the commander as a final sacrifice was thwarted, a new order has been given. "My master intends to celebrate his second coming by taking you as the first of many sacrifices." The dark-skinned man's gaze hardens with grim determination. Suddenly, his eyes flash with a menacing yellow light as he unleashes his power. The very ground begins to churn and erupt around them in a violent display. Asura and his master can only watch as the ambush springs to life. From the corrupted earth, an army of monstrous mud golems begins to rise. In an instant, the two are completely surrounded, trapped by an impossible number of enemies. Asura stares in shock, realizing the mud golems are creatures he thought were long dead. His master grimly confirms this is the work of one man, controlling every last moving corpse. The commander reveals that the moment this abomination opened his glowing eyes, the entire army of the dead rose with him. Asura, strike him down. The old man roars, but his student hesitates with a confused look. Asura questions the lethal order, only for his master to scream, "No, kill them all." With grim resolve, the commander gives his final command. Do not stop until all three have been torn asunder. A savage grin spreads across Asura's face as he begins to spin his staff with terrifying speed. He leaps high and brings his weapon down with devastating force, shattering the very earth beneath him. But in that instant, the commander is caught completely off guard as the enemy appears before him in a flash. The traitor's hand tightens its grip, his chilling intentions made clear as the ambush takes a deadly turn. The demonic infant clenches its tiny fist, its glowing eyes filled with an ancient malice. Far below, the commander and Asura watch as the ground begins to stir with an unholy energy. A suffocating darkness swallows the light, heralding the arrival of an endless army. From the corrupted earth, countless figures begin to claw their way to the surface. An entire legion of mud golems rises, their silent forms promising only destruction. The ground erupts around them as the traitor holds the commander fast, his betrayal complete. This is not the moment to dawdle. Go! The old man screams, shoving Asura to safety. With his master's life on the line, Asura's eyes burn with a cold, terrifying resolve. He now stands alone, a single warrior against an overwhelming swarm of death. Then, with a single swing, he unleashes a wave of power that carves the world in two. The wave of mud golems surges forward, a tide of death meant to overwhelm him. But Asura meets them head-on, his blade already stained with the filth of his enemies. His eyes lock onto a dark cliffside, sensing the true masters of this puppet army watching from above. He carves through the horde with contemptuous ease, each slash a blur of destruction. Gathering his power, he unleashes a devastating sword wave meant to obliterate everything in its path. The arc of energy screams towards the cliff, aimed directly at the two observers. It strikes the mountain with cataclysmic force, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Yet, instead of shattering, the cliff face is suddenly encased in a strange, crystalline frost. Asura freezes in disbelief, his ultimate attack completely neutralized by a power he can't comprehend. From their perch, the two figures look down with disdain, one of them simply scoffing at the boy's futile effort. The old man scoffs at the boy's power, declaring it will not avail you against me. He reveals they are protected by an invisible barrier of infinite space, a sanctuary that nothing can pierce. In other words, he explains with a cold gaze, we exist in entirely separate spatial realms. He names this impossible defense the endless contiguous formation technique, a power far beyond Asura's comprehension. Asura can only stare in stunned silence, his confidence completely shattered by this revelation. The ancient mage then reveals the true nature of the horde. Sacrifices to the nether realm, now reborn as indestructible warriors. Asura stands alone on a battlefield littered with corpses, facing the true master of the dead. The ground is a sea of lifeless husks, an entire army of the fallen waiting for a single command. Suddenly, the corpses begin to stir, writhing and twitching as an unholy energy flows through them. The undead army lurches forward, crawling and sliding across the dirt to overwhelm the lone warrior. Asura stands frozen as the undead horde drags itself across the battlefield, a tide of rotting flesh. Zarman's voice echoes from afar, mocking him. It is no use seeking to kill that which is already dead. These immortal soldiers will chase him to the ends of the earth, bound by their Nether King's command. Holding the demonic infant, Zarman gives the final, chilling order. Now, fight. He watches with a cruel smirk, eager to see how long Asura can possibly defy an immortal army. But just as the first corpse lunges, a sudden thwack echoes from behind the battlefield. A young warrior appears amidst the carnage, calling out in confusion, "Chief?" It is the lost commander, unleashing a devastating power with nothing but a pair of talismans. He glares with cold fury, reminding everyone, I said I am quite capable of protecting myself. The young follower can only stammer in disbelief, utterly stunned by the old man's hidden strength. The old master poses a cryptic question, asking Asura if he remembers being trapped in the labyrinth of time and space. Asura stares back in confusion, the memory just out of his grasp. With a fierce glare, his master urges him to remember how they escaped, as it holds the key to breaking the barrier. This may be our only opportunity, he declares, shouting for Asura to go now while their foes are off guard. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Asura's mind, the desolate battlefield of the Frost Ford of the North Sea. As the memory clicks into place, The undead horde swarms his master, threatening to overwhelm him completely. But in a flash of blue light, a devastating slice carves through the front lines of the immortal army. Asura moves like a blur, cutting a path of destruction straight through the heart of the enemy formation. With a guttural cry and blood-splattered face, his eyes burn with a newfound resolve. He then dashes forward, a one-man army ready to tear through the seemingly endless tide of death. The undead horde surges forward, a tide of rotting flesh and glowing red eyes. But Asura meets them head-on, shattering a ghoul's skull with a single, brutal punch. With a sickening snap, he sends another's head flying through the air, clearing a path. He then launches himself high above the sea of corpses, soaring towards the cliffside. From that very cliff, Zarman and his hooded companion watch the impossible display unfold. Ha! How foolish Zarman scoffs, completely unimpressed by the boy's raw power. He reveals the true nature of the barrier, a trap Asura is flying right into. Sensing the strange energy of the invisible wall, Asura grips his blade tightly. With a furious roar, he unleashes his ultimate technique, Dimension Cleave. A powerful slash tears through the air, aimed directly at the fabric of space itself. The attack carves a glowing cross into the very fabric of space, but the barrier violently repels his blade, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Zarman can only stare in disbelief, stunned that his absolute defense was even scratched. "Step back, Lord Physician," his companion yells, leaping in front of him to intercept the backlash. He instantly summons a hexagonal shield, the Phantom Armor Palisade. The barrier is immediately slammed by a devastating force, the impact so brutal it draws blood. A massive crack tears through the entire cliff. Face from the sheer power of the shockwave, the mountain itself begins to rumble and shake, threatening to collapse entirely. Huge chunks of rock are thrown into the sky as the landscape crumbles into dust. And amidst the utter devastation, Asura lands, a silent god of destruction. Asura stands alone, a silent silhouette atop the mountain he just obliterated. He gazes out at the apocalyptic landscape, the sheer scale of his own power laid bare. From the dust, his companion cries out in concern, "Are you unhurt, Lord Divine Physician?" But the old master is frozen, sweat pouring down his face in utter disbelief. They look up at the boy in the crater, a being who has surpassed all comprehension. "Leave this brute to me," the follower declares, but his master shouts, "Halt, not so fast." Confused, the loyal companion can only ask, "Pardon, my lord?" Asura's cold eyes simply watch them, his expression unreadable after the devastation. Suddenly, his eyes widen as if he's just realized something crucial. He turns and walks towards the broken form of Zarman, his next move a complete mystery. Asura stares down at the mysterious infant, a lone figure in a wasteland of shattered bones. The creature glances up, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto the intruders. The young follower flinches back, crying out in sudden alarm. But the infant's gaze remains fixed, a silent and terrifying warning. A wave of invisible pressure slams into the follower, stunning him completely. In an instant, their world is crushed by an overwhelming spiritual force. The source is the Nether King's eye, radiating an ancient and absolute power. The follower groans, blood trickling from his eye as he struggles against the force. He realizes with horror, "I can't move an inch," and the infant continues its silent stare, holding them all captive with a single look. The young follower groans, trapped by an invisible force that crushes his will. "I can't move an inch," he realizes, completely paralyzed by the infant's terrifying pressure. But the Nether King's gaze shifts, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto a new target. A chilling power gathers within the small creature as its mouth parts slightly. It then unleashes a torrent of ghastly white energy from its very soul. The blast streaks directly towards Asura, who stands unshaken before the demonic infant. Watching from the sidelines, the old master gasps in pure shock at the unfolding scene. "Breath of the damned soul," he cries, recognizing the forbidden and lethal technique. Yet instead of dodging, Asura simply inhales the entire soul-destroying attack. His eye widens, not with pain, but with an impossible surge of newfound power. Asura's eyes glow white, the absorbed soul energy coursing through him with terrifying intensity. His gaze hardens, filled with an ancient, overwhelming pressure that seems to warp the air itself. He lowers his head as the raw power swirls around him, threatening to tear his very being apart. But instead of collapsing, he charges forward, sword in hand, directly at the demonic infant. A deep, resonant thrumming begins to echo from within his chest. It's the sound of his own heart, pounding with the force of a war drum as it processes the stolen power. With a deafening crash, he slams his massive sword straight into the ground. He stands like a monument of destruction, a dark silhouette against the chaos. A strange cracking sound emanates from his body as the transformation begins to take hold. He finally looks up, his eyes blazing with a power not seen since the age of gods. The demonic infant glares with cold, yellow eyes, a being of pure malice. But Asura's own eyes flash with a blinding white light as the stolen power surges through his veins. The creature's gaze narrows, sensing a power that now rivals its own. In an instant, Asura's hand closes around its head, a grip of absolute finality. He holds the so-called god aloft like a mere trophy amidst the shattered wasteland. A chilling resolve hardens his face, the transformation pushing him beyond human limits. With a sickening squeeze, he begins to crush the very source of the dark energy. The infant's form shatters into nothingness, its reign of terror ending in a single, brutal moment. Asura's hand remains, a testament to the god-killing power he now wields. Suddenly, he pivots and drives his fist straight into a new, hooded enemy who appeared from nowhere. Asura's punch shatters the very ground, the shockwave echoing his godlike power. But the hooded man simply reaches out, his glowing eyes revealing no fear, only a chilling calm. Asura's own eyes are blank, his face cracking under the strain of his terrifying transformation. The sheer force of the blow sends the mysterious figure hurtling backwards off the edge of a massive cliff. Down below, an army of the dead waits with hungry, vacant eyes. The hooded man plummets towards the undead horde, his fall seemingly endless. He finally crashes into the earth, the impact shaking the ground where the corpses stand. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Asura's mind, a past self, sitting alone atop a mountain of bodies. The vision expands, revealing he was the sole survivor in a sea of endless slaughter. Back in the present, the cliff stands empty, the fate of the hooded man and the army below a chilling mystery. Down below, the undead army erupts in a shower of blood and gore, as the ghouls tear into each other in a mindless, cannibalistic frenzy. But high above, Asura's eyes are completely white, lost to the raw power coursing through him. A deep, terrifying heartbeat begins to echo from an unknown source, resonating within him as his very soul pulses with this destructive energy. The sound isn't just in his head, the entire cliff face begins to throb with the same unnatural rhythm. Suddenly, the mountain itself explodes outwards in a cataclysmic blast of rock and flesh, the sheer force annihilating everything in a crater of absolute destruction. Not a single trace of the undead horde or the mysterious man remains, only dust and echoes. And in the center of it all, Asura stands alone as the monstrous power finally begins to recede. Asura stands broken amidst the carnage, his body torn to shreds but his will unbroken. Before him lies the mountain he just obliterated, a testament to his terrifying power. From afar, his master can only stare in disbelief, whispering, "Inconceivable." He saw the boy inhale the breath of the damned, a poison that should kill gods, yet somehow he survives. A gaping wound exposes his entire ribcage, an injury that no mortal could ever endure. But deep within the mangled flesh, a steady, impossible heartbeat echoes through the silence. The rhythm is strong and defiant, a pulse of life where only death should reign. His heart it still beats in its torn-out cage, the old man realizes with dawning horror. Then, with a sickening crunch, the shattered bones begin to shift and mend on their own. A grotesque regeneration begins, as the god of destruction's body knits itself back together from absolute ruin. With sickening cracks, his mangled face begins to snap back into place. His very bones crunch and reform, his hand clenching into a monstrous fist. He rises from the brink of death, his body now whole and radiating an unholy power. Steam hisses from his skin as the impossible regeneration completes itself in seconds. An enemy watches in horror, realizing not only did the poison fail, but that unnatural heart has revived a corpse. Suddenly, the deputy chief Ujarim lunges forward, desperately trying to restrain the reborn monster. But they are just two men, trapped in the eye of a storm, surrounded by an endless sea of the dead. From a distance, his master can only watch in terror, whispering, "Heavens forbid. Could it be the dreaded core of Asura, the god of destruction?" And as if answering his call, the entire undead horde surges forward to attack. A single talisman slaps onto an undead soldier's face, a desperate intervention from the master. The talisman ignites, instantly vaporizing the creature's head in a blinding flash of holy light. With a deafening roar, the Lord Divine Physician unleashes a cataclysmic shockwave of his own. The blast obliterates hundreds of the dead in an instant, carving a circle of safety around his student. But even this immense power is just a temporary measure, a desperate attempt to buy a few precious seconds. His eyes widen in horror as he senses the true threat emerging from behind him. The tide of death is endless, and his intervention has only enraged the swarm. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow tears through the horde, a blur of claws and pure destruction. Asura, now a mindless beast, completely overpowers the struggling deputy chief Ujarim. The old master can only stare, realizing the god of destruction he tried to seal is now fully unleashed. The boy's eyes are completely blank, devoid of all humanity. "What travesty, Asura!" his master cries out in despair. "Have you succumbed to the abomination within you?" But before he can finish, a sickening splatter of blood erupts into the air. Asura unleashes a wave of pure, dark energy in every direction. The god of destruction stands amidst the carnage, a feral expression on his face. The shockwave instantly vaporizes the closest ranks of the undead horde. In seconds, the entire battlefield is littered with nothing but melting corpses. But the horror isn't over, as the dissolving bodies begin to wriggle and writhe. Impossibly, the tide of death begins to crawl back to its feet, ready for more. The battlefield falls silent, leaving only a lone figure standing amidst the carnage. But the look in Asura's eyes is not one of victory. It's pure, untamed madness. His body erupts with a terrifying dark energy, a silhouette of pure destruction. Watching from a clifftop, his master and the formidable Jareem can only stare in disbelief. The Lord Divine Physician is horrified, realizing the monster he tried to contain has been fully unleashed. Without warning, Asura slams his fist into the ground, shattering the very earth beneath him. He transforms into a blur of shadow and claws, tearing through the regenerating horde. The undead army surges forward again, a relentless tide of death. But they are met with blinding beams of power that vaporize everything in their path. In the aftermath, even the splattered blood of his enemies freezes solid in the air. He smashes through the undead with a single, devastating blow, painting the landscape in blood. The shockwave tears across the battlefield, a testament to his raw, untamed power. His master can only watch in stunned silence, a dawning horror in his eyes. This isn't just a divine vessel, it's the very heart of Asura the Calamity. The source of the boy's incredible strength is finally revealed, lying beyond his status as a mere avatar. All around him, the ground is littered with the mangled corpses of those who stood in his way. But the old master knows brute force alone will not be enough to turn this tide. A vessel crafted from human flesh, no matter how potent, is limited by its mortal nature. By contrast, the rotting bodies of the damned are free from the limitations of frail living things. This accursed horde marches solely for eradication, an immortal army that cannot be stopped. Against this deathly swarm, there is no escape, only the promise of demise. One of the damned sinks its teeth into Asura's flesh, but the boy doesn't even flinch. He stares back with cold, empty eyes, completely unfazed by the attack. Instead, he retaliates with a single, bone-shattering blow that sends the creature flying. Another corpse lunges forward, desperately trying to restrain the monster he's become. But Asura casually rips through its torso with a blindingly fast backhand strike. He immediately grabs another undead warrior before it can even react, pulling it into a brutal, inescapable hold that crushes its body. His eyes glow with a terrifying emptiness, devoid of all humanity. Then, with a final, devastating roar, he unleashes an explosion of pure destructive energy. The undead swarm forward, a relentless tide of corpses intent on overwhelming him. An endless sea of bodies stretches to the horizon, a truly impossible number to fight. They begin to pile on top of each other, forming a grotesque mountain of flesh and bone. This living tsunami of the dead surges forward, aiming to crush him under its immense weight. But suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the very center of the horde. As the dust settles, a lone figure stands amidst the carnage, completely untouched. It's Asura, who lunges back into the fight without a moment's hesitation. He brings his full power down, ready to crush the entire army beneath his feet. The impact is catastrophic, sending a shockwave that obliterates everything around him. In an instant, the once mighty swarm is reduced to nothing but scattered remains. As the chaos subsides, the Lord Divine Physician stands tall, his presence casting a shadow over the battlefield. "You flounder in futility," he chuckles, his voice laced with grim certainty as he watches the pointless struggle. He knows this is a fight they can't win, as the undead horde regenerates endlessly, multiplying with every kill. He then poses a chilling question. What will you do in the face of insurmountable hatred? A heavy burden settles on his shoulders as he admits with a heavy heart, "I am to blame for all this." The sight of the slaughter triggers a memory, a flashback to another impossible battle from his distant past. He remembers a younger Asura, a whirlwind of pure destruction tearing through his foes with savage fury. It was his own ambition that had consumed him, a terrible mistake that unleashed this very calamity. A voice from that past echoes in his mind, warning of a transcendent foe they never stood a chance against. But now, steeling his resolve, he accepts his duty, ready to face the challenge even if it tears him to pieces. The lost commander stands alone amidst the carnage, the sole figure in a wasteland of death. But the dead rise again, and he scoffs at his own hesitation, admitting he lacked the faith to use his true power. He declares the monarch of the Nether Realm a worthy foe, finally ready to unleash the might he's kept sealed away. The undead horde completely engulfs him, a tide of bodies swallowing him whole as the ground cracks beneath them. Suddenly, a flash of memory strikes him, a bolt of lightning from a forgotten past. He remembers the piercing yellow eyes of a demonic infant he once discovered. A hooded figure had reeled back in shock, stammering, "This cannot be," as the old master simply held the child. Back in the present, the mountain of corpses trembles, unable to contain the power building within. A colossal bolt of divine lightning descends from the heavens, striking the heart of the undead swarm. And in a blinding flash of pure energy, the entire horde is utterly annihilated, leaving only him standing in the blast's epicenter. "Let us see how long this wizened old body will endure," he declares, pushing past his absolute limits. He unleashes his divine wrath, roaring that none shall escape unscathed. A storm of pure, destructive lightning tears across the desolate battlefield. But this immense power triggers a forgotten memory of another cataclysm, where a transformed Asura vaporized all those around him. The vision shows warriors being utterly disintegrated by an uncontrollable wave of energy. At the center of it all was the god of destruction, roaring as his own power consumed him. His eyes burned with a calamitous force that threatened to swallow the world itself. The scene then flashes back to the past, where he first confronted a hooded figure cradling a demonic infant. The old master's eyes widen in shock, realizing the impossible nature of the child before him. And back in the present, his own devastating attack finally erupts, mirroring that very same destructive power. The world is engulfed in a blinding white light as the technique finally detonates. The endless horde of the damned can only stare up as divine judgment rains down from the heavens. A wave of pure energy erupts from the ground, beginning the absolute annihilation of every last soul. The sky roars with power, while Asura can only kneel, caught in the eye of the storm. The lost commander's eyes blaze with celestial fury as he unleashes a power not meant for mortals. He becomes the epicenter of a cataclysm, a single man standing against an impossible army. The undead scream as they are torn apart, their corrupted forms completely erased from existence. But even Asura is caught in the blast, his body disintegrating under the overwhelming holy power. A colossal beam of light carves through the battlefield, leaving nothing but scorched earth and silence in its wake. And with one final, deafening boom, the entire legion of darkness is utterly vaporized. In the dead of night, a lone cart lies still, its horse seemingly dead on the barren ground. But the strange beast suddenly snorts, its masked face turning towards a distant disturbance. It watches as the horizon ignites with a power that threatens to tear the sky apart. A silent shockwave rushes forward, effortlessly lifting the horse and cart into the air. Then, a blinding wave of holy energy completely engulfs them in its apocalyptic fury. Far beneath the earth, that same divine lightning snakes through forgotten cavernous ruins. The unstoppable energy tears through ancient stone, shattering the very foundations of the mountain. It continues its rampage, carving a path of pure destruction through the darkness. Another blinding explosion erupts from deep within the rock, a geyser of raw power. The entire region is left a smoldering ruin, utterly annihilated by the commander's judgment. The divine lightning continues its relentless purge, scouring the land with holy fire. In the aftermath, a deathly silence falls over the ravaged mountains under a dark, brooding sky. But the heavens are not finished, as a single, brilliant spear of lightning descends once more. The very air begins to twist and churn, forming a massive vortex in the clouds above. The swirling maelstrom gathers impossible amounts of energy, a storm of pure destruction. A deep rumble echoes across the peaks as the world itself seems to groan in protest. Suddenly, another bolt of judgment streaks down, targeting a lone mountain peak. It crashes into the stone with the force of a falling god, shattering the summit. The mountain explodes in a cataclysmic blast of light, a second sun born in the darkness. The world is reduced to a symphony of destruction, crashing and rumbling until only silence remains. The world turns to ash as the blinding light finally fades. Only the faint sound of a horse breaks the suffocating silence. A month later, the land bears a permanent scar where a mountain once stood. Countless robed figures now scour the desolate crater, searching for any sign of life. They move with purpose, their dark robes a stark contrast to the barren rock. But high above the devastation, on a lone cliffside, a different scene unfolds. A lone figure lies on the ground, seemingly without a care in the world. It's a young man with striking white hair, calmly staring up at the empty sky. Suddenly, a heavy boot steps into view, casting a shadow over his peaceful rest. "A message from Skymist Valley, sir," a messenger announces, shattering the calm. The messenger delivers a formal summons. "The sect leader requests your presence at Cactus Pavilion." But the white-haired youth simply asks from the cliff's edge, "What for?" He lazily taunts the messenger, wondering why the Sky Mist Valley sect leader would ever want to see him. His subordinate can only stare back, stunned by his captain's audacity. The youth curses the captain of the Starved Wolf unit, only to be reminded that he's talking about himself. The messenger guesses they're being sent to a remote region, just to get rid of a headache. What have we done to give them a headache? The youth wonders with a sly grin. His subordinate hesitates, knowing full well the chaos they've caused. He reminds him of the insane proposal to mount a simultaneous attack against all 13 sovereign sects, and when they proceeded alone, they found that all 13 sects and even Fort Sovereign had vanished without a trace. "Don't you remember?" his subordinate asks, recalling the Starved Wolf unit's daring rampage against Fort Sovereign's forces. But they were stunned to find their enemies had already fled, leaving the fort and its core sects completely abandoned. The white-haired captain smirks, demanding a little credit for his strategy, before his subordinate quickly interrupts. The messenger explains that 10 days after their conquest, a message finally arrived from the powerful Sky Mist Valley. It praised their victories for sparking a grand rebellion, uniting the major sects against their common foe. But the true meaning was a blunt dismissal. "We'll handle it from here now, kindly piss off elsewhere." The captain seethes as he's told their grand battle was more like looting an empty house, since the enemy was already broken. Now that the tide has turned, the great powers are moving in to divide the spoils, barely acknowledging their contribution. They can't be ignored but will never be called heroes. To the establishment, they're just a thorn that refuses to go away. "A thorn, eh?" the captain repeats with a dangerous glint in his eye, irritated that someone else finally understands his purpose. The captain scoffs at the idea of claiming the realm for himself, but his subordinate dares him. "I'd like to see you try." He dismisses it as too much work, sick of the constant struggle, while his subordinate mutters he's all bark, no bite again. But the man quickly changes the subject, interrupting his captain's brooding with an urgent question. "What do you plan to do if we find those scumbags from Fort Sovereign deep beneath the mountains?" he asks. The captain looks out over the desolate landscape, admitting he doesn't have a grand plan for them yet. But he can't shake the feeling that everyone celebrating Fort Sovereign's fall is forgetting one crucial question. How could a force that held eternal dominion just disappear with a whimper, a shock no one in the realm predicted? He spent days and nights pondering their sudden disappearance and what dark schemes they might be hatching. This is why he stepped aside for Sky Mist Valley, not because he was played for a fool, but because of the doubts he harbored from the start. Now, at the end of their long journey, they've tracked the remnants to this massive crater, the very site of Fort Sovereign's mysterious collapse. His subordinate dismisses the theory, suggesting Fort Sovereign simply teleported away, but the captain calls it a foolish question. He reflects that the unintended calamity was a grave enough error to tear the entire organization apart in one fell swoop. His man argues that no monster in the realm could have possibly dealt such an unfathomable death blow to the fortress. "Then you suspect those Outlanders, Captain?" he asks, as the faces of the boy and the old man come to mind. A sinister grin spreads across the captain's face, realizing this theory explains everything, from the timing to the fall of their subordinate sects. He points out that even the earthquake that collapsed the mountain lines up perfectly, adding another piece of circumstantial evidence. He excitedly recalls the monstrous young lad who could face their might, wondering what terrible secrets lie beneath the rubble. Just then, a scout rushes through the woods, shouting, reporting on reconnaissance findings. "Captain." "Aha, tell me, what have you discovered?" the captain demands, his eyes wide with anticipation. But the scout can only report failure. "Nothing but dirt and rocks, Captain," as their excavation was halted by groundwater. The captain furiously rejects his subordinate's plea, screaming, "Nonsense! Keep digging until we find something." Meanwhile, far away, the scene shifts across a vast and desolate mountain range. The view closes in on a single, jagged peak that pierces the cloudy sky. A lone warrior stands atop the precipice, a silent guardian over the empty lands. His cold, calculating gaze surveys the world below him. He silently watches over the sprawling mountains, lost in deep thought. The scene then flashes to the past, where a young Asura asks his master where they're headed in such a rush. The old commander looks back with grim determination, revealing their destination. Where else but Fort Sovereign? Utterly bewildered, Asura can only stammer, "Pardon me," completely unaware of the name's terrible significance. A lone cart races through the wilderness as a new story begins to unfold. A mysterious blue-haired warrior reflects, "I suppose 3 moons have waxed and waned already since we parted ways." He effortlessly leaps across a vast, impossible chasm, his movements defying gravity itself. As he soars through the air, he recalls the bygone days, a time shrouded in darkness. He closes his eyes, admitting it all felt like a long and ominous nightmare. The memory flashes to the gruesome corpse of the once feared iron-blooded demon liege, silenced forever in his coffin. A silent, cloaked army gathers before a grand hall, their purpose grim, and their loyalty absolute. The Lord of Fort Sovereign himself appeared, not for battle, but to present the carcass of the cult's supreme leader. And in the wake of this monumental event, an entire city was left in utter ruin, a testament to the cataclysmic power unleashed. Backed by dark sorcery and overwhelming power, Fort Sovereign seized control of the realm in an instant. A reign of tyranny began, demanding unconditional fealty and obedience from all who knelt before them. For decades, their rule continued, until the entire martial world was reduced to a state of utter collapse and disrepair. Unable to stand by any longer, the secluded masters of the Sanctuary of Sages finally convened their council of elders. It was then that rumors reached them of two lone outlanders staging a desperate struggle against the might of Fort Sovereign. These whispers spoke of a young warrior and his mysterious, white-haired master, traveling with a singular purpose. Soon after, the unlikely pair rode out with the sole intention of directly assaulting the seemingly invincible fortress. But then, the so-called divine physician and his student vanished from the realm without a single trace. And in their absence, whether by coincidence or design, the martial artists of the Central Plains finally rose up in open revolt. The rebellion finally exploded into a full-scale war against the might of Fort Sovereign. With their leadership having vanished, the fortress's affiliated sects were thrown into a state of utter panic. They suffered a series of crushing defeats, unable to mount any real counteroffensive against the unified forces. Yet even as their armies were routed, the core leaders of Fort Sovereign refused to show themselves. This heralded the end of their dark reign, returning the Central Plains to the hands of its own people. Years later, a lone figure emerges from a quiet stream, a stark contrast to the bloody past. He spits out a mouthful of water, the tranquility of the forest surrounding him. "Aha!" he exclaims, a sudden realization dawning on him as he crouches by the riverbank. But the victory was largely credited to one man, the young captain of the Starved Wolf unit. The young observer berates himself, suddenly realizing he failed to recognize the fraudster from the Outlander's cart. He wishes he could apologize for his past rudeness, but wonders if their paths will ever cross again. Still, he reflects that staying hidden was the right choice, allowing the people to claim their own hard-won victory. But a deep unease settles in his gaze as he stares into the distance. The sole remaining question hangs heavy in the air. Is this truly the end of the peril that plagued their lands? Has the vast network of monsters under Fort Sovereign truly been vanquished, ushering in an era of peace? And what became of the two mysterious outlanders who appeared from nowhere? Could their journey to the heart of the enemy stronghold be the true cause of its sudden, inexplicable collapse? He ponders the fabled battle between the mysterious outlanders and Fort Sovereign's forces, wondering who could have possibly prevailed. The young observer's mind races, trying to piece together the truth of that day. Whether they annihilated each other or a victor emerged, it would explain the sudden, unnatural calm that fell upon the realm. He considers that they might have simply vanished, leaving as abruptly as they arrived. However, a far more chilling possibility begins to surface. What if it was the pale-faced divine physician who triumphed, leaving a field of corpses behind? The wounds from such a battle would have prevented him from interfering in the revolts that followed. Should that be the case, he wonders with dawning horror, what ill fate will befall the realm? The sheer terror of that outcome sends a cold sweat down his face. His mind spirals, consumed by the terrifying thought of Fort Sovereign's pillars merely biding their time for a resurgence. He violently slaps himself out of the dark premonition, trying to force the horror from his mind. Why must I always furrow my brow with needless worry? He thinks, trying to calm his throbbing head. Shaking off his fears, he continues his solitary journey through the wilderness alone. He enters a misty forest, deciding to simply wander east and leave the realm's fate to itself. But unfortunately, his needless worry was about to become a chilling reality after a year of supposed peace. His path unknowingly takes him towards a foreboding, mist-shrouded mountain range. The dense jungle parts, revealing an impossibly massive peak hidden from the world. He has arrived at the very place he dreaded, a colossal mountain fortress that defies all logic. Deep within the mountains, a hidden cave holds a dark secret. A lone, hooded figure emerges from the shadows, guarding the entrance. From the darkness of its hood, only two soulless white eyes stare back. But this mysterious being is not alone. An entire legion of these silent, hooded entities fills the cavern. And among them stand two figures who command an entirely different level of presence. The lost commander and his disciple, Asura, whose dormant power glimmers in his eyes. A flashback reveals the moment the god of destruction began his fated journey. Meanwhile, far away, the blue-haired observer reflects by the water, unaware of the past that set this storm in motion. A young warrior watches the sunset, a final moment of peace before the coming storm. A determined girl steels herself for the fight ahead, her eyes filled with resolve. But their peace is shattered as they are forced to flee through the forest at blinding speed. A lone pursuer, a shadow of death, relentlessly closes the distance between them. A scarred youth turns to face the threat. His expression, a mix of fury and desperation. The forest falls silent, replaced only by the sickening splatter of fresh blood. A lone observer watches in horror, his face sprayed with the blood of his fallen comrades. He looks up to see a single figure standing amidst the carnage, an aura of absolute destruction radiating from him. The killer's face is revealed. It is Asura, the god of destruction, his eyes devoid of all mercy.